to hear everyone be part of this. Mm.
Yeah, so my only like I got the bell curve analogy. I don't know how it would work with like the amount of men, because if we look at this bell curve in the scenario you gave, yes, you would have those categories that overlap, but I think the proportion of the men who would overlap where they are women, I don't know if we have, I don't want to say enough spots, but I don't think that there's like an infinite amount. Like we can't have like 100 NBA teams, or maybe we can.
Right.
Like
No, we
I
can't.
think
You got to
that,
keep it down small, obviously.
yeah.
You're
So I
correct
think
about
that,
that now.
yeah. So like we have like the NBA and then we have the WNBA. And like I said, there are a lot of people who don't make it into that. But if we go by these criteria, you're gonna have a lot of men who are significantly stronger, can perform better, but then you're gonna be like, well, no, we don't have a spot for you, but we have a spot for this other man who's a lot weaker, a lot less strong. But since he fits in that in that category, we're gonna give him the spot. Like it doesn't make sense. Like to me, like when you
I
actually
think
like try to implement it.
Well, I would say that I think that it's just going to be the case that, yes, some weight classes are going to be more competitive to others. I think arguably already in a lot of sports, the male category of sports are sometimes a lot more competitive than the female categories of those same sports. And I think I'm totally fine with certain weight classes having a higher sort of degree of competition if that's the way the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, I think that the assumption is correct that some men are going to lose their jobs in sports, but those ones would be able to go to like the women's side and compete better as well too, I guess. But you've got overall increases the sport itself because you're allowing the few women that tend to do better in the sports to rise up as a little bit as well too. So the money coming in increases overall.
Yeah, but I just think y'all are underestimating how many of those men that there are that are quote unquote second class men who don't get that male spot. I think like there's just too many if you go by this scenario. Even if you restrict these categories by weight, class, whatever, there's just too many men who would be able to compete. And once you put them in that category, is it going to be like, okay, you've been in this category for a year and you've been working out and you got stronger? Well, now you don't have a job anymore because you got too strong and now you're too good. So now we have to kick you out and
No,
keep the
they
weaker person in. Like,
no. Yeah, we don't want to replace competent people with less competent people because that would lower the overall sport. But I kind of think of it like triple A baseball versus double A baseball. And when a double A baseball player gets good enough, he gets hunted out and moves up in the league. And if the woman or the man in the top baseball leagues, starts to top out or do poor, they push him back down one league. So they still get a job, but they get a cut in pay based on their ability.
Yeah, I actually I agree quite a bit with what you're saying there. I think that having the do you guys hear me okay? I'm not hearing myself.
I hear you.
you.
Go ahead, please.
Sounds fine.
I think that degendering sports is the way to go, and I think that it's basically just going to be you're going to have your like basketball has a G League, and you'll have like your G Leagues or your different leagues where people's capabilities can thrive, and I think that's really the easiest way to do it because there undoubtedly are probably some women out there, even cis women, that could compete, on a professional level in men's sports. Even right now, even if we don't count, like I said, just the cis women. Not to mention, being able to incorporate trans women into that as well. I think that, it makes sports what it really is about. It's a meritocracy. And that gives that the opportunity to be that. And you're not putting up the barriers of, well, you can only do this if you're a guy or you can only do this if you're a girl. Like, it's open for everybody. Have at it, Alice.
So you think that
I'd love to see Venus or Serena Williams go play tennis against some dudes, and crush them.
Yeah.
How do you
so
show-
Venus herself confessed that if she had to play against guys, they would destroy her. And she said that
Well,
herself.
the top guys. Yeah, the top guys, yes.
So Jason, how do you feel about the idea of like weight classes in combat sports? Do you think those should be dissolved as well?
No, I agree with weight classes and things like that. I just don't think that gender should make a difference. If you because you could have somebody that's of, either gender that weighs a certain weight and still has a physical prowess. You know, we act like women can't get built and buff. Like there aren't women bodybuilders that exist right now. You know, I
Well,
mean,
there are, but it would make sense not to do it based on gender, but instead based on certain things that are like endocrinological sex, right? Because this will, even though women are able to, women are more able, right, to do certain things than men, and men are more able on average to do certain things than women. If we take a look at like the average man and the average woman's like endocrine levels, right, there are going to be certain advantages that the average woman has versus that the average man has versus the average woman in most sports. So I don't think it's fair to really like pair up like a trans woman, for example, with like the average cis man, right? The average trans woman on hormones would get like horribly maimed in a fight with a cis man. It could be dangerous for that woman.
does she want to be in the fight? Does she want to do the fight? I mean,
She-
ultimately,
Most
especially
trans women fighters I know want to. So most of the trans women fighters who I've talked with, who I know, they don't want to be in fights with cis men. They want to be in fights with women because they're women.
Yeah, so if you just degendered it, but the thing with fights, like you're talking about UFC fights, boxing matches, those
Yeah.
are decided by the people's camps. So the thing about that is, yeah, they could choose to either fight a man or a woman, and it wouldn't matter. It would be the choice of the fighter, right? They wouldn't be forced into these fights. They get to choose.
Wait, but if you're saying it doesn't matter, then why are we even having this discussion on trans women being in women's? Why can't they just compete in the men's? Like why do we even need to have this discussion?
I think part of that is because of the culture war that Prime was talking about, and it's being made an issue that really shouldn't be an issue. It seems like the sports promoting people have like run out of ideas about how to make sports better and more watchable, so they like pick something stupid to make a deal out of.
No, but what I'm saying is like the reason we have this criteria of you need to be on hormone blockers for a year, you need to pass all the testing is because we're saying that once you do that, you'll lose a certain amount of muscle mass, all these things that will happen, but we want those things to happen because we realize that if that person then went back and tried to compete in the male arena, they would get destroyed. So it's not just about the competition, like you're saying.
Yeah, a lot of it's about safety as well, not just like the what is truly fair, because obviously sports is like it's all about biological advantage. So it's not about the fairness, right? It's more about the safety of the competitors, and I think that pairing up a trans woman with a cis man might be very, very dangerous for that trans woman.
I think certainly safety is one concern, but I don't think the case that fairness is not our only concern either. I think I think
Yeah,
it's
it's
sort of
both.
uncomfortable. Yeah, I think it's a mix, and also the sort of competition
money.
and the viewership. I think the most uncomfortable part of this, I guess, from the left perspective, is that it feels like you do sort of have to take, I guess, maybe a borderline trans medicalist position, where you're going to make the case that these groups, if we are going to sort of seed the ground that there is some sort of biological reality going on here that can play into your ability to compete in these sports, well then the way to determine whether or not someone who is transitioning, where they fall sort of in that, is going to sort of, again, I think it was Spirito Boy that mentioned talking about sort of the Spiritobi, excuse me, sort of the percentage loss in muscle mass or the levels of endocrine, as Synth mentioned, these sorts of things. And that is something that I feel sort of a little more uncomfortable with. Even if we're not sort of making the judgment as to whether or not that person is legitimately a woman or a man, it still feels like you're sort of coming borderline close to sort of making that assertion if you were to use those metrics for the categories. But I don't really see what other metric you could use.
Well, you don't have to, right? You could use identity as a metric if you wanted to. You could even put a buffer on it. You could say, like, you have to have identified for a certain number of months, so you have to have a diagnosis that shows that the identity is, like, understood or recognized by a doctor, but you don't have to go along the medical lines at all.
Well, you don't have to, but I think that, I guess this would be the point of disagreement, is I do think there is a biological reality as to the advantages that can be retained by people transitioning from male to female. And as a result...
There's biological advantages to a lot of things that we don't take people out of sports for, right? Like, there's biological advantages to having, like, 3 meals a day or having a 2-parent household. We're not going to create separate leagues for these things, even though they're probably going to be much more massive than the advantage of a trans woman over a cis woman, right?
I would absolutely
agree.
Finn,
you're phenomics. So you shifted the subject slightly to like a social thing of what people would want to watch maybe, or making it more normal that we would measure things in different ways. And under that discussion, then yes, you would make a lot of sense. We were just talking like from money, biology, and medical, but you have opened up the
Flow trace
discussion to something more.
No, the flow trace brought up viewership as a reason why there some things a sports agency might want to do, and that would contribute to money, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, but
Yeah.
if this,
I'm
if
just saying
this
what
is-
I'm just combating the idea. Flow Trace said that you have to take like a
No.
trans medicalist perspective. I don't think that's true. I think that you can absolutely take a very like pro integration perspective.
Yes, we
Wait,
can, but
wait.
we'd have to shift society a bit more, or cultural norms, or make it interesting somehow for it to like catch on and go. Is all I'm saying.
The left has never had a problem with that, has it?
But I mean, if you just
Fair,
base it off
fair.
of if you just base it off of identity, then someone could identify as trans, not go on any hormone blockers, not doing any stuff, and take their entire biological advantage over to the women's league and just destroy
A
them.
thing that definitely happens.
Yeah, that's why degendering sports would be the easiest way, you know. Because why are we assuming? I think we infantilize women when we think that if a woman were to go compete with a man, well, that's putting them in serious safety jeopardy and blah blah blah.
Because it
Well, who the
is.
fuck's to say that the woman can't beat the dude's ass?
Well,
Like,
there are averages
Because
and
they,
norms,
because
right?
they,
like
because they
you
can't.
act like women are fucking helpless, and like they couldn't compete on the same level as a man.
Because
And
they
they
can't.
have, but they have.
There are
Some
some women who
have.
do, right?
Some
But it's
have.
the averages and the norms here. They're the average woman and the average man do. There is a skill gap between them in terms of the actual like practical ability of one people to
That's
harm the
going
other.
to be determined on the field, right? When they're actually in the sports as they come up in the sport, right?
Yeah,
We don't want to pair
They're
people
not
up.
just
We
going to
don't want
all
to
of a
pair people
sudden
up in
jump into the
positions.
NFL.
Hold
and
on,
become
just a
an
moment.
NFL player without
We don't want to
having
pair
done all the
people
work
up
prior.
in a way that's going to harm them, right? We don't want to pair athletes up in a way that could harm those athletes permanently and make them incapable of competing in the future. This is why we have weight
That makes
classes.
absolutely no sense. But that's why I agree with your weight class, right? I don't agree with the endocrinological whatever bullshit. And here's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
If a woman can compete at a professional level with men, and she's done the work, and she's come up from the bottom, and she's done all the work, and she's there, she shouldn't be barred from that. And that's exactly what I'm saying
I think
with
we all agree
gendering
with you on that.
sports. Like you have a litany of things that you can do. You can have a bunch of different leagues that cater to people's abilities instead of their gender, and that's what it should be.
So people's abilities can sometimes be determined by like biological factors, right? For example, like their levels of testosterone. That's in the same reason we bar people for like using steroids, right? We want to bar people who have natural steroids in their body, right? Natural testosterone levels that give them a competitive edge over people who don't. So I think I can even agree that we shouldn't do this based on gender. We could just have like endocrine classes, right? I think that would work fine. It's just I do think we need to be making sure that we protect certain people who are weaker biologically from going into fights, for example, against somebody who's way stronger biologically. I think it's unfair, and I think it's harmful, and it's potentially dangerous.
I do think Prime's title for tonight's discussion is very fun.
Oh yeah. I think Synth, I guess my perspective, Synth, is that I really agree with you on sort of a lot of the descriptive realities as to there do appear to be these biological realities that we do want to take into account when we're sort of making these. I guess the reason that I sort of brought the trans medicalist point is that I feel like if you were going to take that position, it feels like you come very dangerously close to sort of engaging in a sort of very negative trans medicalism, where we can imagine a sort of reality where we have these, let's call them endocrine classes, or whatever we want to call them, hypothetically that they would be, where we would say, okay, trans women, cis men, cis women, trans men, all people, your identity doesn't matter. What matters is your sort of your endocrine levels. However, if that sort of led to a result where, for example, there is this sort of clustering of based off of sort of where your endocrine is as a trans woman, I feel like you're sort of tacitly endorsing the idea that, you know, trans women whose endocrine levels fall more along with where cis men are, those people are almost less trans, where we are sort of still
No,
Not if it's genderless endocrine classes. Obviously, if you have like if you're gonna put them in like a man endocrine class and a woman endocrine class, but we already were talking about like if you have 10 different classes, sure you're gonna have some gender clusters, but having gender clusters doesn't mean that the actual areas are going to be
I guess
competitive.
the reality that I'm worried about
and you're probably going to find areas in the middle where that's not going to be the case so much, and you're probably going to find more people closer to that middle area than you're going to find on the outskirts.
The situation I'm worried about is that if we make these endocrine classes, I think that most of us would agree there's probably going to be a pretty predictable distribution of cis men and cis women along these lines. And then if we were sort of forcing trans
but in a bell curve, right?
Yeah, absolutely in a bell curve, 100%. And there will probably be overlap at the highest point of the lower bell curve and the lowest point of the higher bell curve. But if we then sort of create these classes that effectively, some of these weight classes that are effectively going to be very much 90-95% cis men or cis women, and then there is someone who is a trans woman that still falls into the cis men categories, that feels like borderline alienating, where you're saying that this person, despite being a trans woman, is still going to be sort of relegated to the cis men league. I feel like you are getting dangerously close to sort of transmedicalism and a real hostile sort of sense of alienation.
So I can tell you that, like, me personally, as somebody who's like a trans woman who looks like this, right, who's like boy moding, who isn't on hormones or something, if I went in and I fought against like if I fought against the average person with the same level of training as me, but who has like who's assigned female at birth, right, and isn't on like testosterone at all, it wouldn't be a close competition, right? It would be, because of the fact that I have advantages that they don't. I'm more likely to be taller. I'm going to be heavier set than they are. And this is coming from a person who's like pretty lightweight. Those are all reasons why I don't think it's alienating to people like me to not pair me up with people who I have like a massive biological advantage against. In the same way, it's not alienating to have like a weight class where I'm not being paired against people who are like way larger than I am. It's not alienating. It's a safety concern. I'd much rather people be safe.
Yeah, I guess this is a concern I have. I guess I don't know if it's enough to rise to the level where I wouldn't be comfortable with this prescription. I guess it's just, I guess an analogy I could make is that it feels like this could sort of become a like axis upon which we sort of grade whether or not someone's transition is like effective or more along the line, and that could be like really harmful. I guess is the only thing I'm concerned about. But I am a cis man, so I don't really know what I'm talking about. But I guess it just, I would love to hear like if that is like a valid concern, because transmedicalism is something that I have been critiqued on in the past when I've talked about, so I'm trying to be better there.
Yeah,
isn't that where we are right now? Like, I don't see how that system's really any better, because that's where we are right now. You have to be on, hormone therapy for like 6 months for some sports, a year for some sports, and then you have to have certain levels. Like, it doesn't seem that much of a difference from the system we have right now.
And from the data I've seen, admittedly, there's incredibly limited data on this, so it's really hard to see, to know what's accurate and what's not. But even at a year, while trans men seem to have significant impacts from HRT, trans women seem to have barely any muscle loss at a year. Though muscle atrophy at a year does seem to exist. Strength does decrease, just not overall muscle density.
Yep.
Yeah.
And moreover, every trans woman's transition is going to look different. Some people, they'll be on it for 3 years and you'll barely notice anything, and for others, 3 months and completely pounded to death with the girl stick.
Can you get close to your mic or something? You're like hella quiet. I don't know what's going on, but yeah, hella quiet.
Oh yeah. I think I do need to bring that in a little bit closer.
But I think this is like, even using that model, it seems like in this, when someone brought this up from the previous panel I was on, you don't see that many trans men competing in men's sports. It seems like people are saying that this 10 years of training that you have done, you can reverse that or compensate for that in just a year's time. So you train for 10 years as a man, and you can erase all of those benefits, and you will be on the same level of a woman if you go on hormones for a year. It doesn't make that doesn't make sense to me.
But what does, well, first of all, I'm not sure if it's just a year that you have to be. I forget what the requirements are. There are a set of requirements. I don't remember exactly what they were. But what
it depends on the state. I agree.
I think part of the problem is that what do you mean by being on the same level, right? Because if sports, if in sports people have biological advantages any which way, right? What is the same level? Is the same level? I think someone in the last debate, maybe here, said it, that if trans women were always losing, then that would be the proper level for conservatives, I guess, right? Like if they just always every time lost, right? But one wins and they're like, they're dominating the sport. No woman can win, or a cis woman can win. It's all over, right? Like it has to be an endless loss, or if there is even a hint that a trans woman has some particular skill. It's clearly women have been thwarted. Cis women have been thwarted and will never once reach the top of the podium again.
I just think we should desegregate sports. Like we should have like co-ed UFC and shit like that. I don't understand the point. If it's supposed to be like a meritocracy, why should we, segregate sports?
Well, it's not supposed to be entirely a meritocracy is going to be the argument that people are going to make. The reason why sometimes we have separations of sports is because arguably we want sections of society, like for example, traditionally women who probably would not be able to compete with men, generally speaking, in other sports to necessarily be erased from that sport. That's just like... That just gets into a more fundamental reason, I guess, like as to like what the role of sports are in a society.
To find the best people.
I know that is absolutely not the only role of sports.
Right, it's not the only role.
Sports are a huge money. Yeah, sports are a huge money maker.
Yeah, but women's sports, just female sports, don't really make all that much money.
No, but the point I'm trying to illustrate here is that there are lots of other considerations that people make when they're creating sports leagues and deciding how to structure them than just finding the best person.
Yeah. So, Prime, to answer your question, I agree. Because when I was in high school, I was a football player and I was like starting running back. But I really love playing volleyball. But the football coach wouldn't let me because volleyball season and track season overlapped. But if I would win play volleyball and I sucked and our team wasn't winning, probably no one would have made a big deal about it, right? But I think that if that were to happen and enough men were playing volleyball, then that average male being stronger, that average biological advantage is going to start to play out. So I think that's the issue. Yes, the one-offs won't matter, but once you start to introduce them at a high enough level, then the biological advantages are going to play out because you're going to have enough people to where that average is going to manifest.
Did you want
what
me
if
to
we
find-
just allow?
Oh,
Why
okay.
So
can't
then all the sports will be run by will be dominated by trans women, no matter if it's male or female sports now.
why don't we
No,
just allow
really
people to
quickly-
use steroids?
All sports will be dominated by men. Like that's why we have women's sports right now, because we realize if we put men and women together, that men would take up all the spots, and then the women were like, "Well, we don't have anywhere to compete." Like, okay, let's make our own women's league for the women so they can have somewhere to compete. Like that's literally why we have men and women's sports right now.
The NBA tends to be a very like African American heavy dominated field, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So this is probably going to be due to a socioeconomic advantage of Black culture having a greater focus and emphasis on these fields, specifically like basketball and sports that can get you out of the ghetto, get you out of poverty, right?
Could be.
You're making it up a lot.
Maybe.
I don't know about that.
Okay.
You didn't bring up the other side, though.
No, they have a lot of disadvantages. I agree, but they're
No. Sorry, not disadvantages. You didn't bring up what happened actually to the Black people in slavery that they became so great at sports.
I agree. What happened to Black people is bad. That has nothing to do with the point that I'm making. I agree. Systemic racism is bad. All that shit.
Okay, well, he won't say it.
I hope-
He's trying to say that Black people may have a biological advantage.
No.
What?
So
No,
you
I'm
don't
saying
even
they have a
get it?
socioeconomic advantage.
What?
And I'm saying that you don't need to have a separate field just because there's some advantage that
So
a
you're
group
saying
has
they're
in a
specially
sport.
bred to be good at basketball?
No.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. I'm actually saying that I support eugenics and that that's 100%.
No, I'm saying
Eugenics
it
aren't
happened
inherently
in the
bad.
Civil War prior period, and white men can't jump.
Well, I'm sorry. You're not saying. You just to be clear, Spiritoby, you're not, or Spirit Toby, you're not saying that
Toby.
Okay, you're not saying Black people were bred to be better at basketball, are you?
I am not saying that. No
Okay,
way.
it really sounded a lot like you were
That's what I
saying
thought
that.
he was trying to say.
Okay, I came off
I
a
was
different way to
getting
look
that
at
vibe too.
Okay, he didn't mean it. So I think the point Phenomics is making is like you wouldn't want to control out like have like a segregated basketball field because of the fact that like black people are more often playing basketball.
I think that's because our view of race versus gender and sex are very different. Where I think you can most people would probably if you talk to most people sort of ask them a series of questions, you'd probably get them down to something like fundamentally I don't think race matters. I think it only matters because we as a society made it matter. But I think a lot more people would be saying that in a vacuum things like sex are much more meaningful, and so they're much more comfortable sort of making decisions on the basis of men versus women than they are, for example, on white people versus black people. And so I think that's a really big difference, and that's one I tend to agree with.
Why don't we just allow steroids in sports? I think that would
destroys the
I
body.
actually don't have any issue with that.
You don't have an issue with allowing steroids in sports?
No.
The athletes dying at a much faster rate wouldn't be an issue for you?
If that's what they choose to do and that's what they want to do,
Well,
and the league allows
That's the
for it,
only way to have a
UFC's allowed to
competitive
operate
advantage
under
is to
six-
completely destroy
Yeah.
your body.
If
The
it's
only
about, like,
athletes.
but the athletes are already destroying their body, like in football, like CTE, UFC. They're getting head trauma out the wazoo. Who cares about their health?
And we mitigate that, right? We try to reduce that by giving them helmets.
You do realize that
Helmets actually make it worse.
That a
So
lot
I
of
think-
professional athletes are on PEDs that are just not able to be traced currently by the systems and standards tests that they have.
Do those
And-
lead to heart
and-
disease
and
at the same
taking-
rate as steroids?
Those need to be taken out. The PEDs
We don't
need to
even
be
know
taken out of
because
it.
there's not enough testing done on it for us to actually have knowledge of that. We at
They're
least
using, like,
know where
RCs.
steroids are. We at least know what we have a history on anabolic steroids. Some of the PEDs these athletes are doing, we have no idea what's in it. And
There are a lot of
times they
SARS
don't.
goblins. There are a lot
The-
of
a lot
SARS
of the-
goblins out there.
A lot of the performance-enhancing drugs they're going to be using that are going to be undetectable are not going to have nearly the same rates of like heart attack or cardiovascular disease that something like steroids is going to have.
Well, actually,
I think athletes
MK677
dying at a hold on just a moment. I think athletes dying at like the age of 40 because all of them have to take steroids if they want to compete is probably not the best policy to set forth. So it's good to ban steroids.
Should have a
Yeah, we got to
steroid
protect
league.
the players from themselves sometimes.
That's why I inject creatine directly into my bloodstream.
Sully, I think to more honestly answer your question, there are probably a lot of reasons why some people would be individually opposed, but if you're talking about society as a whole, it is probably very hypocritical that for a long time we endured sports that caused grievous bodily harm, but didn't allow people to necessarily use steroids. Society is going to be a very idiosyncratic thing that has not logic lorded out every single position. That's going to be your best answer.
It's
Yeah, I
just an
really
open
like how the
secret in
MMA
sport.
has kind of evolved from boxing quite a bit more, and you're not just like exchanging punches to the head straight up. I mean, boxing,
knee-
yeah, I get that people are going to do it and they have that as a choice, but I like to see the MMA growing a lot more. That creates a lot more safety rules for people, and people tap out and so forth.
Oh, people still get fucked up. Like, look at Diego Sanchez.
Oh yeah, yeah, they still get fucked up.
He's a little kooky.
Man, I can't believe all my favorite people are in one plate. Can you believe this?
How's it going, Dylan?
All right.
Am I your favorite people?
Yes.
No,
you're
I'm one of your
perfect.
favorite
Are we still?
people.
Are we still on? Are we still
I'm
on
so
the
glad to be a part
transgender
of that.
debate right now? I think we should change topics.
Yeah. What's
Yeah,
the
let's
top-
change topics.
What's the
I-
topic gonna be, gang?
This one's gone through fruition. It's come to a conclusion.
I don't think Prime wants to
yeah.
change the topic yet.
Prime fell asleep. We could do what we want.
Let's have a
not say
vote.
that.
Who
Please don't
votes to
do
change?
that. Yeah.
What's-
Okay, so anyway, yeah, I think, I think that there's this focus on the community. Oh, hello, hi, new person. I think there's this focus on these trans issues. That there's this attraction to this that is odd, and I think it's actually interesting on just from the Twitch politics perspective that it keeps coming back to this, right? That this keeps showing up. And like I said at the very start of this, I've seen debates that had nothing, literally nothing, zero to do with trans individuals. Somehow, some way, get finagled into it. Like I've seen it dozens of times. I don't know why. I don't get it. So like, I'm actually just curious from a meta standpoint, why you guys think that happens all the time, that you could just easily draw.
I think The speculation I'd give is I think that it's one is trans people they're outside the norm, and so to a lot of people this thing that feels like a fundamental aspect of our culture, our culture, gender, being sort of contradicted by this entire group of people is interesting to them, and so it comes up more often in conversation. I also think it feels like a reduction to absurdism, right? When you can bake somebody's opinion into like, oh, so you think men should be in women's sports, right? And so that's the reason why people often want to bring it up in arguments. It feels intuitively like the kind of thing that would be good rhetoric. It's just like it gets an argument into the weeds really fast.
Yeah, I think that there's a big underlying thing here as it ties into like Christian America as well too. So it like mixes that, makes it difficult for them. And the fact that like somebody could like just say, well, I'm going this way now, and suddenly leap ahead or suddenly fall way behind is a massive change. And you combine that with like something that's new for people and sexuality as well too. And it kind of ties in a couple of different favorite things for people.
Yeah, I think for the most part, it really just does boil down to there's a lot of people that are very upset by the existence of trans people and want to make a big deal about it. I think part of it is also a run-on from
You sound a little farther from your mic.
Sorry, do I sound good now?
You sound better. Go ahead.
Thank you. I think another part of it is just the fact that there's a lot of homophobia that isn't nearly as tolerated as transphobia anymore, and sort of people just looking for a new sort of front to wage that on. And then I guess the only other thing I would say is that I think it's people really underestimate on the left how much conservatives these days in America live and die on culture war issues, where there's very few sort of hard policy options that unite the right anymore, with how fractured it's become, especially sort of with the streak of populism. And when conservative pundits are looking for something that isn't going to get a decent chunk of their audience mad at them, culture war issues like this are their bread and butter.
What can we say? But we live in cis brains rent free.
Yeah, apparently, yeah. You want to say something, new person?
I just think it's an interesting topic. I think people like the chit and chat, you know?
Sully's my favorite political pundit, if you weren't aware.
It's a good thing to rally around as a conservative because you don't have any trans friends if you're a conservative, most likely. So you can just say, yeah, all these trans people, like we're supposed to accept these people that I've never met before. I've never met them, so they must be bad.
I hate everyone I've never met.
I said they are. Lots of theys.
About non-binary people in sports.
Brento, you wanted to answer that question?
Yeah.
Another great reason to.
You also sound very far away from your mic.
I sound far away?
Yeah.
Stop disrespecting the stream. Stop disrespecting the stream. Get a better mic.
Maybe you're using your wrong mic.
My mic. It's set to the wrong setting then.
Yeah. Take your time. Wine Mom, you want to say something?
There we go. That's probably much better.
Yeah, sure. I think there are two reasons why this always comes down to talking about sports. Right. One is it's one of those things where people think there's like an inherent difference. And the other one, it always comes down to, is misogyny. It comes down to this problem with, not this problem, but this thing with men and their idea about how they're inherently physically more capable than women. And that this idea that hormone therapy could take away that effective advantage is something that they cannot take. It threatens the core of what their identity is. And I say this as someone who has been a professional athlete both before and after transition, who has competed internationally and has had these conversations for like a decade plus now. It always comes down to that.
What'd you compete in?
Both rock climbing and disc golf.
Who cares about disc golf? You're not an athlete.
Both of those elite sports.
Oh, it's weird.
No. But for real though,
you have to use your whole body to throw a disc
to
400 or 500 feet. Yeah, shut up. What?
Okay, so Wyatt, are you saying that men don't have like more muscle density and are generally on average stronger?
No, I don't think Wyatt's saying that. I think Wyatt almost said the exact opposite, which is like that. Yeah, men do on average, and if a person who's AMAB starts taking hormones, it's the case that they like lose a lot of those advantages.
Go ahead, Brento.
Sure. Yeah. So I guess I think the quickest, I think the simplest or the most direct answer to the question why it's a big deal is it's a fight over the meaning of man and woman, and I think a lot of people don't see the words man and woman as up to individual interpretation or feeling. I think they see them as linked to biology, and that's just the way it is to them. And so anything else feels like it's not true.
Hey, I'm glad we got right to the core of that really quickly, Brento. So we didn't have to argue we didn't have to argue the individual merits of the science on things. We just got right to I don't think trans people are valid, so they shouldn't be able to compete in sports in that way.
I don't think disc golf is a valid sport.
Wow, that's
the answer
amazing.
to the real important topics.
That's a different subject.
Yeah, Brent, you can respond to that.
What's to respond to that?
I mean,
yeah.
So at least for me, like, I don't think there would be like a huge outrage if like a woman went to the NBA or like if a woman competed in the NFL, because that would be someone quote unquote moving up in like, you know, weight class and like performance level. But the issue would be, even if we take like transgenderism out of it, if a man from the NBA went to the WNBA, or if someone went like down that other way, I think that's, at least for me, like that's the issue. Like, I don't think, like, if I was playing on a football team and a woman was good that was playing on a football team, I don't think anyone would have a problem with that. But if
I think we all think it would be weird if a man were to compete in a women's league, right? That's not the question. Nobody's going to disagree on that front.
Why would it be
the
weird?
definition of man and definition of male, that's the disagreement. That's why I
hold
said
on, really quick. Hold on, just really quick. Vanilla T. So you said like they wouldn't have an issue with a woman competing in like a men's league, right? But what's funny is, despite the fact that they're not going to really identify like trans men being men, they'll have issues with trans men being in men's league. We actually saw this in the real world. They had an issue with it. I think it was in Texas in the high school leagues. They didn't let the trans man compete with the other men. Instead, they kept the trans men competing with the women, and then he swept through and dominated the field because he's a man biologically. He has male endocrine system at this point, and he demolished demolished women's wrestling.
Sorry, go ahead.
So what we actually do see is it seems to be not a matter of like whether or not they think they're up or down and like who has the real advantage. It seems to be more a matter of like disgust towards trans people. Is the real motivating factor here.
So it's not as big of an issue when a woman goes into a man's league and makes it big and stuff. It is a much bigger issue if a man goes into a women's league and suddenly dominates everything.
Yes.
Are you talking about cis people or trans people? Because I'm confused with your messaging.
Both.
Are you talking about when a trans woman goes into a women's league and people get all pissy about it, or a trans man goes into the men's league and they get all pissy about it? Can you clarify that?
Yeah, we were talking, Vanilla, I believe, was saying that just a cis woman moving into a man's league and competing doesn't cause as big of an uproar as a cis man moving into well, that could be too, but a cis man moving into a women's league and dominating a lot is going to cause a huge uproar.
I just think it's a little silly that
cis people don't like go into the wrong gender sport, by the way.
I just think
they wouldn't be allowed in there.
I think it's a little silly that there's a lot of talk about like women's sports and trans people going into them, because who in earnest watches women's sports? Like, I'm not trying to be sexist here, but like, who watches it? Raise your hand if you do. Like, let me know. But I've never seen it.
I watch women's volleyball. Come on.
Watch women's sports, female soccer,
Canadian ice hockey. That's it.
Women's
female UFC. Oh wait, female UFC.
Our soccer team is way better.
I like female UFC.
Soccer, women's UFC, women's WNBA is actually pretty.
Golf is just good too.
Women's soccer is actually.
I think this is official liberal-owned moment.
It's bigger. It's bigger than male like soccer. Like they.
But who watches soccer?
The
whole rest of the
world. What are you?
Most important.
The whole world.
Everyone but
other than most of
just around the Americans.
Take it easy on Sully. He's Eurocentric, guys.
No, Eurocentric would like soccer. No, I only believe
white people centric. Okay.
Yeah, men's soccer is dominant. There's way more. I don't have the exact. Let me look up.
Okay, if we're having this little tussle though, I'm gonna come out and say that the best sport to watch with women in it is either UFC or tennis.
Women's UFC is good, but that's because women's UFC they pump steroids.
All right, Sully, let's assume you're right. Why are you bringing up viewership numbers?
I'm just talking about like who watches it. I think it's a silly debate to have because no one cares about women's sports on average.
I can actually
except for the women who are competing in the sport.
I could actually take.
There's a little bit of interest in women's
I want to
sports.
jump in and add on to what Sully said. Okay. So I think it's an interesting thing that Sully brings up here, because it's such a huge conservative talking point to talk about, transgender people participating either which way in gendered sports, right? But when he talks about viewership, let's actually take into account how many of these people actually watch women's sports.
Preach!
Because conservatives, I can assure you, as a demographic, probably don't partake in the watching of WNBA, all right?
I think it gets back to the question of why do conservatives and the culture generally seem to be so preoccupied on this question as opposed to other flashpoints for trans issues?
Simple ooga
I guess
booga
I'd be
minded
kind
thing.
of...
Because
I guess
you want
I'd
to
be
know
kind
why?
of- Go ahead.
Because it proves it out that they have a male biology, and that's what's dominant, and that's what's determinant.
Yeah, well,
And it's also a big perf point because there was a really, really big push for women to have access to sports with the feminist push.
Mhm.
So it feels like it's like a transphobes or a feminism over trans people sort of meme. I don't know.
It honestly
Yeah.
just feels a lot more like conservatives in America don't have the ability to talk about sex stuff openly. So any excuse they can grab onto to like have that as an outlet, they would probably gravitate towards, or they're like so mad against it as well too they can't help but talk about it.
I'm glad you said that, Brento, because I think that I disagree with you, Brento, but I think we have to be honest on the left side that I think part of the reason, actually, why conservatives and right-leaning people tend to go to this argument over other arguments on trans issues is because I think this probably might be the best argument that conservative people have. Not to say that I agree or disagree with it, but when a lot of conservative positions on trans issues come down to, like, borderline, we should harass trans people and, like, encourage their suicide by, like, misgendering them and stuff, something like this, I think, is much stronger than that. I think that's something we have to honestly grapple with.
What the fuck? Conservatives are out there pimping that we should harass trans people and root for their suicide? Are you fucking crazy?
Brother,
Have you ever been
Have
to
you
a
ever been-
conservative
Such a
area?
horseshit argument. I can't even believe you throw that kind of charge around here. Like, who are you talking to?
Liberals are like pretty fucking transphobic. Like I don't think
Deb,
Where are
make your
these
arguments a little
conservatives out
bit
there
better rather than
that
calling
are,
names.
that are rooting for trans people to commit suicide?
There's two things.
So
that we
what's
can-
happening in
if you-
Texas right now?
Most of the
Also,
people.
Deb, your microphone
And
is
that's your
bad.
shitty complaint here.
Really quick, hold on just a second. So really quick, the people most likely to root for trans suicide are going to be the more right-leaning people on average, right? That's not like a hot take.
Who is rooting for people to commit suicide? What
Okay.
the fuck is wrong
You-
with you?
Debate
It is-
board,
it
if you
is.
want to make the case,
Are you
hold on.
serious?
Debate board, if you want to make the case that the people that are doing this are like a vocal minority and you denounce those people, we can totally have that argument. But in the same way that I can admit there are like some crazies on the left that are like super anti-Semitic, but say not all the left is anti-Semitic, you need to be willing to say that like if you're on the internet and someone's making a 43% joke, like a betting man is going to say that person's probably on the right.
That 43% jokes don't exist. You made that up. It's a liberal lie.
This is gross.
Well, like
Just sitting
13% of the
here
population?
No.
Keep it real.
conservatives
Come on.
are
You
saying,
need to
I hate-
engage with that.
Wait,
I think
wait,
it's
wait,
pretty
wait.
charitable
Yeah.
to you there,
So,
saying that.
Some
debate
Okay,
board,
wait,
we haven't
why
said-
can't we,
debate-
there's probably honest arguments on both sides. We probably don't have to strawman the ever living fuck out of like
Everybody
all
shut up.
conservatives hate
Destiny's
all
shit.
trans people. Like, can't,
They're
like,
Who
talking
said
to
all
each other in
conservatives?
their echo chamber. Come on now.
well, like
No
why
one
even bring
said
up,
all conservatives.
why even bring up the most extreme arguments? I don't think anybody agrees that,
Because they're
like,
being made?
who on this panel
you
is
guys
making
to
wait,
each
wait, wait,
other.
wait. Who on this panel is making the argument that like all trans people should commit suicide?
Somebody on this panel is making the argument that nobody makes that argument.
Wait, why would we talk about the types of arguments that some people on the internet make? Why not just like
Because
focus
they're
on the actual
permeant in
argument?
society. Because these arguments, if
that's-
somebody's making them, it's the case that there's at
Okay,
least
hold
some.
on. This is why
Because that's
leftists-
the
no,
only
no, no. This is
argument
why.
that
Hold on.
Debate
This is
has,
why you
because
guys
that's
suck
the
shit.
only
This is-
argument that Debate Board has.
Second. Destiny, go ahead.
It's such a dog shit conversation. Like, why not actually talk about the topic rather than finding the most strawman, ridiculous, stupid, like troll versions of arguments online?
Nobody's being
and then just
strawman.
screaming about that. It's a dumb argument. Nobody here thinks that trans
Nobody-
people should be killing themselves. Like, a lot of conservatives would probably say, like, yeah, you shouldn't tell trans people to kill themselves. So why have?
So
a big
somebody's saying
argument?
that
Why have
somebody.
a big-
The issue,
That's-
Destiny, is
that's
not
not even-
nobody's.
like, that's not even
Nobody on the
untrue.
panel so far. I don't think anybody on the panel said that all conservatives think this. The issue is somebody who's a conservative on the panel said that
Oh my
no
God.
conservatives think this.
Well, hold on,
That's
no,
the real
no,
issue.
no, hold on, stop, don't strawman him. I doubt he said that no conservative thinks this. He's probably saying
Yes, he did. He verbatim
Yeah,
said
hold
that.
on,
You
yeah,
better
who said
run
that?
it. You better run it back. Debate board did.
Somebody have a clip?
Debate board did. You run the VOD back and then like figure out your position. question
okay,
first.
I'm gonna hold on. Let's use our brains a little bit. My guess is probably, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, that not all conservative people think this. If there are people saying this online, yeah, they're probably more likely to be conservative. But the mainstream conservative argument is not that all trans people should go commit suicide.
Nobody said that it was.
Then why talk about it? Why
You could go run the VOD and just listen. Debate board. No, it's not the case. The debate board said that like there is not all conservative or something who said this. Debate board made the claim that nobody is doing this. When somebody mentioned there are some people making 43% jokes, debate board said no, nobody's doing this. He pushed really hard against this.
Let's hear from floating hyperbolic, but that's what you said verbatim.
I just don't know why you would waste.
You can't tell me you never hear.
Just give him some slack.
It's absurd. It's an absurd caricature that you guys do with each other as you circle jerk in your little panel here, your little echo chamber here, and nod your heads and root with one another on it. And it's bullshit.
Her little open.
Oh God, guys, we got an intellectual. We got an intellectual.
Let him finish. Debate board, go ahead, please.
That says something stupid, and now you say, "Oh yeah, and, conservatives most likely are going to root for trans people, to commit suicide." They don't really have an argument here, and this is the only thing they bring up because, otherwise they just want trans people to commit suicide. That's how you guys are talking, and it's absolutely
nobody said any of that.
Nobody said that.
It's funny. It's funny. We're the ones being accused of strawmanning, but debate board just came in and strawmanned every single person left of him on the panel. Debate board, can I ask you really quick? Debate board. Do you think it's the case, just an olive branch, just so we know your position, do you think it's the case that there are no conservatives whatsoever making trans suicide jokes, pushing trans people to suicide, or telling trans people they should commit suicide? None of them. 0%.
I don't know.
The answer is yes, there are people doing that. Come on, debate.
You can't even grant
that.
Everyone's seen it. Anyone who's been in any transphobic space for like more than 3 seconds.
I'm not terminating online. I don't know the.
I've seen it in real life.
I don't know. You spend a lot of time in this Twitch channel, man.
Have you never seen trans harassment in real life? Do you have no clue what it looks like?
Yeah, maybe there is some idiot conservative out there, or idiot right-wing person, or just general idiot who has said something stupid about trans people. However, conservatives talking about trans women competing in sports against other women, they're not making the argument because they just can't figure out any other argument. Oh my goodness, we just last week we were talking about trans women, and we were talking on Prime's panel, and there were conservatives on the panel, or right-leaning people on the panel, talking about hormone blockers and pediatric trans surgery. So what do you mean conservatives?
The thing that doesn't happen.
Right. Come on.
You love bringing that up. You love it.
Debate board, if I can re-clarify my position, I've originally brought it up, and I can apologize if you felt like I mischaracterized conservatives. The point that I was trying to originally make is that I think part of the reason why conservative talking points on transgender issues oftentimes make their way to the issue of trans women in sports is that I think that argument, even though I disagree with it, is frankly a lot better than a lot of the other arguments or typical points that get bandied about by conservatives. And I think that if you look at those points, you can make a fair enough assessment that not only are a decent number of these, shall we say, transphobic, and we could say that not all conservatives are transphobic, certainly not all of them want suicide, that a lot of these arguments are probably going to lead to a world where there's probably more trans suicide. When we talk about like dead naming people or giving them health care, these are a lot harder arguments for conservatives to win because there's a lot more empirical data where it says these things help save trans people from committing suicide. And that's not necessarily the case with trans sports. That's all
Rather than like hyper fixating on trying to figure out like what the motivation is for an argument or something, why not just like dismantle the actual argument? And then if you think that somebody's being transphobic, call out the transphobic.
That was
like
Prime moved the topic here.
It's because we were talking about. We're literally having a discussion here, and your one response is, "How about you guys just dismantle the argument?" Like, do you realize how weird?
Because the second I came in, you guys are saying shit like conservatives want trans people to kill themselves, and then you guys got into like this weird side.
Okay, we're having a non-conversation right now. My line of logic here. Let me walk you through my line of logic here. Is there going to be a predominance on which side of the political aisle for people who want trans people, or are more in favor or more likely to be transphobic and more likely lead to these consequences? And if so, which side is it?
Who cares?
Come on.
The reason we were talking about this
answer the question, Steve.
Well, it's probably going to be conservatives are more likely to be anti-trans, but what does that have to do with...
There he is. He said it. He got it out.
Wait, what? Wait, do you think it's like a concession?
Who's more likely to make the arguments on behalf of trans suicidality? Who's more likely to crack the 43% jokes?
I don't even know it, but my guess would probably be conservatives.
Yeah, you do know. Like, there's we can list numerous examples.
Ellen, we already know this.
What is the point of this conversation?
Yeah, what's the point? Yeah, of course, I know this. Like, who's more likely to, like, say that, like, there's a million things that we could characterize from either political side. I don't know how that gets us any further in the conversation topic.
Okay, enough.
We're just taking pod shots.
Let's get back to
just dismantle the argument.
Substantial discussion.
We're doing that. We're talking about the issue. It's all encompassing.
We're not really talking about the issue. We're just
I don't think it's crazy to say
you're trying to hand wave what could be like legitimate criticism over a topic by just screaming transphobe to everybody.
No, nobody's done that. No, we talked about we talked in depth about the topic.
Shitty Twitter post earlier today, so we could talk about that too, which is basically this.
You mean every Twitter post?
Specifically, Destiny.
You're on board. Just catch up a little.
Hold on, no, this is really important context. We had been having a discussion. We were about to move the discussion. PrimeCayes wanted to stay on the general discussion, but he specifically wanted to talk about why this discussion was so pervasive. So we were giving reasons why it was culturally pervasive. That's why we were talking about people's attitudes towards the topic. It was incredibly relevant to the conversation we were having. Coming in and saying, like, this massive straw man that all conservatives want, blah, blah, blah. No, we were just saying that there are conservatives who are transphobic, and this is a problem.
Okay. No, but you went far.
If that was what was said, if that only what was said, that would be great. But that wasn't the case at all. Instead, what we heard was that this absurd caricature that conservatives, there was no qualification, conservatives want to see more trans suicides or root for more trans people to commit suicide. It's an absurd caricature, and you guys focus.
There are absolutely these people. Have you never seen trans harassment in the real world? What are you talking about?
There's women harassment, there's male harassment, there's harassment.
God damn, I must be meeting a caricature every day.
What? Do you not think harassment's a problem? I agree, but do you don't think that
conservatives the way that Flo did?
But they're all conservatives who are harassing trans people by telling them to kill themselves, by circle jerking their transphobic friends, by saying, "I hope they all fucking kill themselves." This is a self-solving problem, right? How often do you hear that? It's a self-solving problem.
Even if we don't apply intent, right? Like, which party is putting policies that will emotionally and economically and maybe even physically damage trans individuals? Like, which side of the aisle is actually putting that forward? We don't take
right now. It seems like both of them. Right now, both of them kind of are. I think that the trans athlete stuff. I think the trans athlete shit is going to do a lot to like foster a lot of really bad will against like trans people in general. I think it's a really good turf argument for, well, look, these people just want to destroy women's spaces. Because for the athletic arguments, it's kind of true. So I think in that sense, I think it's a pretty harmful thing.
But that's not meant to hurt trans people. It's meant to be the exact opposite.
Dr. K, go ahead, please. I want to hear what you have to say.
All right. Yeah, like that. The stuff about the trans people in sports, like any bill, there's not a single Democrat bill that is maliciously built with the intent to hurt trans people, right? Whereas across this country, in Florida, in Texas, in so many states, there's stuff meant explicitly to make the life and existence of being trans harder. This is not.
Sure, and that's bad.
This isn't hard,
but the drive for more inclusiveness for trans people in women's sports is all coming from the left.
But it's not being driven by militia. Even if
it doesn't matter if it's being driven. Hold on, it doesn't matter if it's being driven by malice.
Can I please talk? It's my turn to talk, Stephen. Thank you. So one, it's not being driven by maliciousness, right? One, which is what we're talking about, and two, right, is that it's like. It's even accepting that it is meant to hurt them, right? Stephen, come on, Stephen.
Okay, whether or not something is driven by malice is not relevant. That's like a first grader's analysis of like legislation. That's like saying if we look at voter ID laws.
That's what we're talking about.
So it's not malicious.
Okay, that's what we're talking about. Is if one party is actively transphobic, and it is.
Yeah, I got a question for you. How would you feel if we were like 80 years ago and you made this argument about like Jesse Owen, okay? Black people are just stronger than white people. It wouldn't be fair if Jesse Owen competed in the Olympics. I mean, come on.
I don't know if there's
I have a
evidence
question for
that black
Destiny.
people are just stronger. Do you think that the differences
They
between black
made
and white
stupid
people
arguments
are
like
as
that.
pronounced as
No,
the
but
differences between women and men? Do you really
come
think
on,
that?
come on.
Look,
They
No,
made
the
stupid
argument isn't about
arguments
women
like
and men,
that.
right?
The same arguments that are being
Yeah, the
made
argument
towards
is
trans
about
people
women and
were
women.
made towards black people long
Okay,
ago.
and the
when
same
this was
arguments about the Earth being flat were made about the Earth being round. That doesn't mean that both are wrong. Like, there are differences between men and women. That doesn't mean that there had to have been differences between black people and white people. Do you think that 100 years from now we're all going to be enlightened and we're going to realize that men and women are the same?
That they're on average taller? Like, come on. African American individuals are on average taller than white males.
Well, if you're going to compare African American, you're probably going to go to different ethnicities, and then you're going to compare that with different ethnicities of white people, right? Because the tallest people in the world, I'm pretty sure, are people from the Netherlands who are white. So that doesn't even make sense as an argument.
Destiny, I have a question for you.
And we're talking about an American-centric issue here, so you know, why should we let Jesse Owens?
But sports aren't like sports aren't limited to.
Do you understand how deranged you guys sound when you do it?
There's nothing
Like,
deranged
everybody
about it.
else in
God
the
damn it.
everybody else in the world can look and see that there is clearly a difference between physiologically men and women. You guys should know this on the left because you talk about rape culture and shit all the time, and it's one of the big concerns that women has. But then as soon as like trans athletes come up, you lose your fucking mind.
Nobody's disagreed with that claim. What are you talking
Then why are
about?
you comparing black people and white people and saying that's the same as comparing women and men?
Instead of saying just keep getting introduced, Destiny. Everybody's agreeing that there's a difference, like generally speaking, between men and women on the physical side.
Yeah, I just take an
Okay,
issue with
I don't know
weird
what the
contrarian arguments here.
What is
and
wait?
saying
Hold
how
on. What
this
argument is
logic has been applied
contrarian?
80 years ago to Jesse Owens.
It was a side tangent.
I don't understand why you think that. Yeah, I don't know the black. Like that would have been a bad argument then.
let's
But if
drop
somebody wanted to
that.
say back then black and white people might be susceptible to different types of diseases based on genetics, I mean that would have been true, I guess. If we talk about like sickle cell anemia or something.
It's fine. Prime,
Okay.
recenter us, please.
Yeah.
My party
I would love to
is
point something
notably transphobic, and I think that that's inarguable.
What's transphobic?
Well, y'all are expanding like what y'all are like drastically expanding what was said. What was said was that a typical argument from conservatives is that trans people want to kill themselves, and that was what the issue with. But then to back that up, you all changed it to, well, which party is more against trans people? Which party is passing bills? And that wasn't the part. That wasn't the issue of the statement that was made. The statement was that a typical argument by from conservatives is that trans people want to kill themselves.
Isn't it pretty?
That's the part that's ridiculous.
And who said it was a typical argument? Nobody said it was a typical argument.
Yes, that's exactly what Fontre said.
No,
That's
there's just
exactly
an
what
enormous
Fontre, did you ever say the words
transphobic
typical
people.
argument?
I don't think.
Or did
I don't
you just
think
say that
I
the
don't think
conservatives
Fletcher's
would do this, right?
If I think just clarify to you, Vanilla T, the argument I was just trying to make was that I think that the reason why conservatives tend to go to trans people in sports is because that argument is a lot stronger than their other arguments, which oftentimes have implications on the suicide of trans people, and that can be something that's very difficult for
That's not what
conservative
you
people
said
to
the
confront.
first
Because
time.
well then I misspoke, and I legitimately apologize, and I'm trying to clarify this right now. It's legitimately hard for me to talk, and it's a big panel. So that's the argument I'm trying to make, is that other conservative arguments have a lot bigger implication in terms of the suicide rate of trans people compared to the trans people in sports argument, and that is one reason why I think they go to that argument more, because frankly it is a stronger argument for them to make. The reason we were talking about why people make the arguments as opposed to the arguments themselves, I think if we're being honest, is because we all agreed with each other, because we were all lefties and we were just looping.
Yes.
Okay.
Destiny, are you caught up now?
Yeah.
I don't think. I just don't think it's unfair to call out. Like it seems weird that we wouldn't call out the other party for that behavior. I mean, we don't have to focus on that, but like it's when we see others like basing their political platform, right? Like fucking Abbott, right, in Texas, as Dr. K was trying to get to previously, right? Like thinking that he's going to save himself by showing his conservative bona fides. How does he plan on doing that? He plans on hurting trans kids. That's what he does. Right? Like this appeals
it's meat for the base.
To the base, right? Like it's just a thing. So we can pretend that's not the case, right? It seems like it gets some people butthurt when you like mention like the obvious fact, but it is what it is. But beyond that,
it is what it is.
We can.
I think it hurts your side when people jump to like labeling like transphobe and like we're so past like people on the left just using like racist, Nazi, fascist, transphobe, homophobic like for every single thing, that I think it's better to just like take apart like when people say shitty or bad things, just address that.
Okay, so
I think that when you're
I think the Conservative Party is transphobic.
No. Do you think that like when you address the arguments that a conservative has, that understanding the motivations for why they're making those arguments is ever important for doing that?
Yeah, but I don't think very few of you understand the motivation. Like, here's a question.
Well, you don't understand what was going on the panel when you jumped in, so I think
Sure, let me ask a
understanding
question.
here is all coming from you.
The question for the panel was
Let's
why
review
why
the
they feel that way.
motivations.
Yeah, do you guys think the vast majority of conservatives like actually hate trans people, like want them to go away because of some amount of malice or whatever?
In an explicit way, no.
No.
You guys just
implicitly
talking
yes.
about that.
Implicitly yes. Explicitly no. And
Depends
you can
on the
see that
faction.
in the otherization that they purvey upon trans people in society. Which party is more prone to other trans people in society?
More prone to?
What does that even mean?
Well, yeah, what does he mean by that?
We all kind of know what he means. Like he means like which one supports
we know what he means.
which supports trans people more.
Conservatives or Republicans or whatever are more prone in their rhetoric to direct malice or anger or frustration or blame societal issues on trans people.
Anger.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, probably, yeah.
It just seems like if we
that's it.
So it's an easy no-brainer. Yes, of course the conservatives or Republican Party are going to be the ones that tend to be much more transphobic. And yeah, you know what? Some of them say some pretty fucking heinous shit. I don't know that all of them do, but I've heard them say some fucking horrible, horrendous ass shit.
So to answer your question, Destiny, you're saying do most conservatives feel this way? Well, I'm not exactly sure exactly what they feel. I know how they vote. I know what arguments seem to appeal to them. Right? I know what their politicians seem to think appeals to them because they keep hitting these same points over and over again. Right? They keep using the same, and they're not like these politicians aren't punished. It's not like the voters are going, "Hey, now," right? Republican voters going, "Hey, knock it off with the trans stuff." Right? We don't want to hear any of that. Let's get back to the economic issues that are actually affecting our lives. That doesn't happen. Right? So I have no idea what's going on in the minds of individual conservatives, but I can see the end result. And if you're saying take the time and demolish argument, well, we can do that, and we can try to do that again. But the problem is, as you understand, if there's a bad faith actor who just doesn't like a group, well, then your arguments are going to fall on deaf ears, right? So I think it's just
Prime, why would you bring us to a conversation about the motivations if you don't care about the motivations and only care about the consequences?
Are you seriously asking me? Or are you joking?
He just said it.
Yeah,
I think he just
was a
said it, which
fair
was,
question.
This sounds like circular reasoning here.
That I don't.
So, Prime, just a minute ago, you attempted to presume what Abbott's motivations were for this current trans law down in Texas, that he's trying to demonstrate or reveal his bona fides to conservatives, that he's trying to save his political ass by engaging in this kind of policy making, and yet what you just did was imputed a bad faith to him. And then you'll say, well, he's a bad faith actor, so we have to look at motivations, because if we have a bad faith actor, then
I didn't say that we couldn't look at motivations. I'm sorry.
Right?
Did you think that's what I said? Was it phenomics? What was your point?
Okay, I got to clarify.
I
got it. I understand.
I
understand. Prime asked about motivations, even though he didn't really care about them. Maybe he was just interested in what we wanted to talk about.
Did I say that I didn't care about motivations? I said I didn't know what their motivations were. Phenomics, what did you ask me? I didn't realize that was a serious question.
No, from what you were talking about, you made it sound like you don't care about their motivations. It sounded like you were responding by saying, even if their motivations aren't to be bad to trans people, their actions are bad to trans people. I think that the better argument that we should be talking about is that the implicit bias that suggests, not the consequences are bad, when that doesn't really have we obviously that's a reason to care about the motivations, but you never brought it back to the reason about the motivations. It felt more like you were trying to deflect so you didn't have to defend the motivations, which you're probably not as comfortable in. But I would really wish we would talk about that so that we could actually get to the root of the issue.
Why would I defend their motivations? I don't understand. I'm on the side of I'm against.
No, I'm saying that defend your interpretation of their motivations and make sure that it's not what Destiny thinks it is, which is some massive straw man of that they all hate trans people, right? We want to actually get to it so that Destiny doesn't go and tell his massive stream of people that we're all circle jerking about stupid shit right now.
Oh, come on.
No, he's gonna do that
Be fair with
anyways,
Destiny. We brought Destiny up.
Dead, so we can actually get trans rights in his audience, right? So that we can actually get that, so we can stop being stupid right now.
Well, it'd be great if Prime and others would substantiate what they think are the motivations of folks like, say, Governor Abbott. You guys seem to spend so much time imputing and presuming motivations, and then you guys use words like pretend, like the other side is pretending to care, as you smear them as bad faith actors with illegitimate or uncredible arguments. And I think Destiny's point was getting to, why waste your mental effort and energy and time on trying to impute false motives to folks simply to scrape them away? You guys just avoid dealing with the actual arguments they're making.
Okay.
And
So
not all of us,
except that we haven't. That actually hasn't been the case. We actually have been tackling this directly.
Right.
So look, we can go back to if you guys are so uncomfortable with dealing the reality of how conservatives operate in the real world and the intentions behind that. That's okay, right? If it gives you the heebie-jeebies to talk about, sure, we can go back to the actual discussion itself, right? Like we were talking about changing the leagues, right? Like how we divide athletes, right? We could divide them on an axis other than sex, right? We can do that. If that's what you want to do, we can make that happen.
No, we kind of covered that.
Sorry, excuse me. Hold on.
What was the consensus on? What was the consensus on that? I'm so curious.
Yeah, I think there was. I'm not sure if there was a consensus, but we talked about. I was saying that indeed we should be able to divide other and axes other than sex, and that if we understand that there's biological advantages within sports, right? That's more than just sex, right? It follows on many other characteristics.
You're always going to have some sex differentiation, no?
Not necessarily. No.
Yeah.
Why?
Can somebody can somebody name one category where men and women are equal? It's not weight. It's not height.
Well, hold on. Just because they're going to cluster in different categories doesn't mean it's along sex lines, right?
Yeah.
Can you name one sport where women outperform men?
So Destiny, if the upper category, right? Let's say the upper league, whatever you want to call it, right? Is almost all men, then that's okay, right? If that's how it shakes out, then that's fine. And
Okay,
that
hold on.
league, the heavyweight league, whatever, right?
Yeah,
Men
when you say
exist.
stuff like this, you justify the existence of turfs. They were right. You do want to destroy women's spaces. That's what you're saying.
Hold on. First of all, I don't give a shit about
what.
Okay, hold on, wait. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know how to explain that. Right. So you're essentially saying you want to eliminate women's sports in the professional world. That if the top echelon is all men, then that's okay, and then you have lower brackets that women somehow get into. Hopefully, if enough.
No, you can have like different weight classes that are all going to be like the top of their league, right?
Wait, no, you can't. A 120
Let's run through the categories again.
Wait, hold on, wait. A 120-pound woman is not going to be competitive with a 120-pound man in any sport. That's why I'm asking.
So that's right. So wait, no. That's not true, because in like running, that is true.
Okay, and besides extreme endurance sports.
Okay, but if we go on the other things, we don't have to use weight classes for everything. Weight classes can work for things like running, but we can also use endocrine classes for other sports. There's a variety of
the same. No, there's no variety. You have to at some point differentiate between sex, or else you're eliminating women from these sports.
What do you think? What do you think endocrine classes would be, Destiny? What do you think endocrinological sex is?
Like classifying people based on the current level of their hormone profiles or whatever?
No. You should go research the biology, then talk about the biology afterwards.
No,
okay,
Sam.
Hold on, no, wait. Why don't please explain this to me so I can tell you how fucking stupid you are. Go ahead. Tell me what the profile is. You don't have a definition.
Endocrinological sex.
You're just about to get owned.
Endocrinological sex is not the case with endocrinological sex. It's based on the level of the hormones in the body. Endocrinological sex is based on the effects of those hormones.
How do you measure the effect of a hormone? I'm
you serious?
Yes. So I'm gonna take a man and a woman. I'm gonna take a man and a woman, and I'm gonna have both of them
answer your question.
Resistance training for 2 years. How do you measure the effects?
Do you want me to answer your questions?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure.
That's why I'm asking. I'm asking you. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. So we can measure the height. That's one effect hormone levels can have on a person. It could be the case that like the hormones make you grow taller or shorter. It could be the case that hormones make you have a certain proportion.
Hold on. Wait.
Go ahead.
How wide are these ranges? So instead of, because I know you want to verbal diarrhea a whole bunch of nonsense bullshit.
No, you asked me. You asked me a question. You asked me a question. I'm giving you information
to answer your question.
My request is let's go one thing at a time. Okay. So you're telling me So you're telling me that you can determine how much of a person's height was influenced by a hormone?
No.
So what did you just say? Repeat it back to me.
Sure. You can measure the influences. You can measure like the things that hormones influences, and endocrinological sex is the things that are influenced by the hormones.
Okay, but if I have a man that's 6 feet tall and a woman that's 6 feet tall, what does that tell me? What information do I get?
It tells you that one very small aspect of the overall field of endocrinological sex is going to be more masculine in this woman than it is on average.
Okay, all you're doing is in a very wordy way recreating both sex categories.
Yes.
No, no, not even close. Sex categories exist in endocrinological sex. That's one sex category. There's chromosomal sex, which wouldn't be the same as endocrinological sex. For example, if somebody has like De La Chapelle syndrome, they'd have female or female chromosomal sex, but male endocrinological sex. It's not the case. They're the same as like normal sex categories.
So how would you determine how one's height is so if you have a 5'11" woman, how would you determine that's more of an endocrinological expression of sex rather than like a genetic expression of sex? How would you begin to determine that?
So all expressions of sex, I'm not sure what do you think a genetic expression of sex would be?
Well, let's see. Different genetics, I'm guessing, between men and women probably express different hormone profiles in different ways, and those hormone profiles will probably have an effect on some phenotypical things that you have in your life as well. Whether you're talking about bone density, whether you're talking about height, whether you're talking about VO capacity in your lungs, like these are going to be things that are ultimately expressed by the interplay between your hormone profile and your biology or whatever, right?
So the answer to your question is you don't tell the difference because all of them are endocrinological.
So what have you done? Can you give me an example of how you're using this to create a classification that doesn't just get us male and female at the end of the day?
Because you don't karyotype people when you want to put them in sports. Instead, you can take a look at the sex characteristics that the endocrine system produces, and then you compare trans athletes up in women's sports, and you can compare like trans man athletes up in men's sports.
Okay.
So long as they're able to fit those categories.
Give me an example of this.
An example of what?
Of what you just said.
Of this being done and operating
I
and
have
working
no
anyway.
idea how you would even I don't think you understand how unbelievably complicated.
Hormones. Olympics right now are based on hormones.
That type of analysis is unbelievably crude and it's bullshit. So why would you even use that as an example? That's not some complicated endocrinology. That's just taking a reference range of hormones for 2 years and saying
the only analyses we can do are going to be abstractions. We can't ever do that. We can't find a perfect level of how meritocratically female and sex you are, and throw you in with the perfect female sex range.
I agree.
Okay,
that's why it should just be male and female. You can't do just a hormone profile. So we got all the way back to the Olympic definition, which is what I said initially, that you were really excited to bring up, and now you're saying it's a hormone profile. Okay.
No, de-gender it completely. De-gender it completely. Who gives a fuck if women can't compete at the top level? If they can't do it, they can't.
I mean, that's essentially what the argument seems to be.
Who watches women's sports?
If a woman can rise to the top,
nobody watches women's sports. It doesn't matter.
Maybe if we all get more things into the viewers' heads.
It's just the heart of your objection, Destiny? What is are you saying that are you here protecting women's spaces? Is that your point? Or are you
I just think the arguments are dog shit. I don't give a fuck. I hate women, okay? I'm an incel.
Okay. Right? Well, look, as long as...
But I think the arguments that, it doesn't matter or it's all arbitrary are bullshit. Like, a trans woman athlete has basically been, competing with performance-enhancing drugs flowing throughout their entire body for the better part of their existence, and then switches sexes, or however you would say it, via HRT, and is pretending to be on the same level now. That's absolute bullshit. It's not even remotely resembling reality.
It depends entirely on the sport.
It does. Okay. Okay. In case of Olympic power walking or massive endurance sports, fine. But for 98% of sports, it's incredibly relevant.
Well, no, it does depend on which sport we're talking about.
Make it too simple.
What's an example of that?
For Destiny, it is very complicated.
For example, in the stuff everyone's losing their shit over, the Leah Thomas example, the NCAA, which is the organization regulating this, says that you're good to go after a year, which, Thomas met, and so she was good to go.
Sure, but that qualification, though, is bullshit. You can't train as a biological male for the most important athletic years of your life and then do 1 or 2 years of hormone therapy and say, oh, look, we're on the same level now. That's insane.
I mean, the NCAA seemed to say it was okay.
Trans women have...
I can actually speak specifically to this experience, so give me a second, damn it, I've been waiting.
An athlete,
okay?
You did disc golf. You did disc golf. You're not a
oh my god, you little memer, just shut up.
Flick talk.
Thank you. Okay.
Lord.
There is a difference when it comes to certain sports in the way that, like, as a male athlete would do something versus the way a female athlete in the same sport would do something. The technique is different. In a lot of sports, men are going to do something with more power, women are going to do something with more finesse. But that doesn't mean yeah, seriously, form can be different.
Are you saying that, like, the form of, like, male swimmers lacks finesse? This is just absolutely not true. Like, finesse is going to exist in every single elite athlete male sport. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, what about, for example, gymnastics, where
I
women
just don't get a chance
frequently...
to
Hold on. The wine mom's waiting.
Like, the technique thing is, like, really specific, right? If I go to, I'm going to go back to rock climbing on this one, which is now an Olympic sport, so just deal with it. When you look at pro women that climb at the same difficulty level as pro men, they do so in a different way. The men will do things that are more powerful and more dynamic, and the women do things that are more relevant on, like, footwork, technique, and balance. That's just how it works, okay? But my point here is that when you are used to training and you leaning on that strength, and then you lose all of that strength, you have to learn everything to a degree. It was a very huge deal for me. When I lost all of my muscle mass from transition, I actually started getting massive injuries because I had these techniques that were built for working around all of this muscle that I had. That muscle was then gone, and I started hurting myself and had to start using different form, different techniques, and different strategies.
So could you still throw as far?
No. It took certainly not for, like, quite a while, and I still can't. I got close, but I had to massively relook and refine my form.
Well, but this doesn't really. It doesn't make too much sense because then essentially the men who were such more powerful, if they just add this finesse, then their distance and strength would increase also. So you would still have this gap.
No, they can't add the finesse. It's like Tiger Woods in golf. If he overbuffs it, then he starts slicing and hooking the ball, and you just can't do it in golf.
We're talking about rock climbing.
You're saying you can't get to a point where you're too strong to add finesse?
In golf.
You could just swing lighter.
Wait, no, that is actually... Do you think John Daly, when he was hitting the huge stuff with super high swing speeds, do you think that was finesse? Or was that power?
Yes, it's a combination of both.
I've had that swing speed.
I think the case
look,
is
I was
simply
make
that
the argument
if we
earlier,
care about sex as a differentiation between the sports for underlying reasons, that we can sort of create new classifications based on those literal underlying reasons. Even if that recreates the exact same sort of distribution of men and women, on the edges, the strongest women and the weakest men, there can be some crossover, and that is then going to be more accommodating to trans people.
You're not going to get society on board with recreating classifications.
Debate board.
Hold on, Destiny.
On debate board.
Change the subject.
Sorry, I didn't mean debate board. I'm sorry. I mean Vanilla Ice. You can go then Dylan Blay. Okay.
Yeah, so like Destiny asked for an example, and everyone's saying we can create these classes, but no one's given an example of what these classes would actually be. Because it seems like Synth was trying to get towards height and as the measurement, but if you put all the heights, if you made all the classes by height, you're still going to have the men dominate in each of those classes. If you make it by weight, you're still going to have the men dominate each of those classes. So what are these classes that you're saying that we can use to separate these people if we get rid of the gender?
I don't think it's by height. What do you get? How do you get them?
Point.
Look, this is a thing that this is something that already happens. Sully's going to be mad at me about talking about disc golf. I get it, but
not a sport.
Yeah, that's fine. In many sports, there are ways to take statistics on performance, right? If it's swimming, it's what's your time on like 100, whatever, etc., etc. You can use those results and average your performance at various competitions to come up with skill ratings. This is a thing they already do in the professional disc golf thing. And if you put 1,000 rated woman against 1,000 rated man, they're statistically going to have the equal chance of winning against each other.
Yeah, but wait, you're going to create a system
I don't want to eliminate. I want to be clear. I don't want to eliminate the gender stuff, but there are ways to do it.
You're going to create a system then where no woman gets to 1,000. It's going to be all men at 1,000, and women are going to cluster at like 700 or 800.
We already have that system.
I'm just saying
now.
if there's a possibility. I'm just not. I'm not.
That's not a possibility. That's like saying ELO in chess, where women have different ELOs, which I think they do, but when you compare them to men, they're just all lower. Like that's not a solution. That just gets us back to destroying women's.
You know what? The turfs are right. I want to get rid of women's spaces in sports
with women.
What?
Should trans women not be able to play chess with cis women then?
Stop.
Since there's an inherent advantage for men.
I'm just saying that in places where we've drawn a distinction between men and women sexually, it seems like we can't have somebody that changes sides in their 20s playing now for, well, it's really only talking about trans women because trans men will never be competitive with anything because everything we're saying is true, but nobody cares about men regardless. But like that just seems to be an issue where if we've drawn this distinction between men and women, you can't have people that can train as a biological male and then compete against biological women. It just doesn't seem to be fair in any sense of the word.
Let's go to Dylan.
Getting their muscles fucked.
Dylan Blight, and then we'll go.
Wait, why do you say after you're getting your muscles fucked? Imagine being a woman and having your muscles fucked your whole life. That's what being a woman is.
I want to talk now. It's
Mate, have you ever taken this shit? You ever taken this? It does stuff.
Hold on. I'm sorry, not to be transphobic. Hold on. I'm sorry, but like.
Go ahead. No, finish your point, Destiny. Shut up.
Like, if you're a trans woman, you don't have periods. There's a whole lot of stuff that you don't have to deal with that women that actually compete and train and condition do have to deal with. Imagine being a man and just fucking slitting your wrist once a month and just bloodletting yourself in order to like, and then doing that and still training. There are going to be a lot of conditions that are revolving around women that are special to their training that aren't going to revolve around men. And when you say, well, when you take hormones, you're fucking your muscles over for a year, that means you got to train with advanced muscles for like 20 years, depending on when you transition. It's the worst argument ever.
Do you think?
I'm really curious.
Okay, now we're going to deliberate and debate more.
Well, see, this is kind of the thing that I wanted to respond to because I think it speaks somewhat to Synth's point there. Like endocrinological profiles sort of more so speak to the deterministic factors of someone's capabilities in terms of their like physiognomy. So like I think that was an important point to be made because it's different like than an inherent difference based on like something that's completely different as opposed to like primary sexual characteristics like genitals, right? Like these are completely different things that don't really determine someone's abilities to compete on an athletic level, which is why I think that was a good point to be made there as opposed to just relating it to like sexual characteristics because there's so many ways to determine or like there's so many differentiations based on like sex lines, you know, that might surround something like primary sexual characteristics as opposed to like what Synth was talking about earlier, De La Chapelle syndrome, right? Where someone might have like an irregular chromosomal disorder would be deterministic of something else, right? So I think typically speaking, it's hormones that kind of have a bigger influence as opposed to having a PP or a vajayjay in terms of whether someone's going to be like actually physically capable or athletic in certain regards, right?
But
so
again,
that's a deterministic factor for certain parts of performance.
Again, no one has given us a class. No one's given the class that would give us the...
Yeah, you did.
No.
Yeah, we did.
No,
I literally did.
Just say the class. If there is a class, just say it.
Weinmine gave a performance-based class about averaging times. No one has given us an endocrine-based class that's going to give us this separation that we're looking for.
You want us to name it? You're just saying like pick names for the classes?
Yes.
No. What is the trait?
Name and describe, Synth. Name and describe.
No, okay. They would be based on like endocrinological sex. That would be the description, and you can name it like Class A, Class B.
No,
what is it based on? What is Class A? What is Class B, Synth?
Sure. So Class A, we could do Class A. Could be how we could we could take a look at the median level of like testosterone in society or whatever.
Destiny said that and you
make sure that it's been we can make sure it's this. Gee, please give me a fucking second here. We could do this yeah, it's not just based on testosterone levels. If you let me finish my sentence, you understand what I'm saying. So we do it based on testosterone levels over a current period of like a long enough period of time, like maybe go 3 years or something. And if you take a look at the average trans woman after 2 years of hormones, it is the case that almost every single biological advantage that Destiny's talking about is completely gone. I have no idea what data you're using to get the idea, Destiny, that there's this massive biological advantage in like trans women after 2 years of hormones, because if you look at you mentioned periods earlier, I don't know why you think it's the case that like a cis woman athlete or something would have to not work out when she's on her period. There's no medical reason whatsoever for this. I think you just made that up.
I just fucking hate my life.
So
that was the most male fucking thing you've ever said in your entire life. Bro, people miss fucking weigh-ins in their fucking MMA classes because they have a fucking period and it ruins their shit. Talk to a woman at one point in your entire fucking life and ask them how that might affect it can affect schooling, it can affect training, it can
oh my god, I don't disagree. It affects
So
schooling. Dude, you can work out when you're on your period. What are you talking about?
Working out when you're pushing yourself, when your sleep has to be perfect, when your diet has to be perfect, when your protein has to be perfect, and you just fucking lose a fuck ton of blood and your hormones are going crazy, that can fuck your training. Like when you are training,
a lot of women who are training don't even have
Destiny.
periods.
You're making good
Do you
points.
know
Just
that?
calm
A lot
down.
of women that are physically training very,
you can
very
take
hard.
you can take
for-
different
for
hormone
their
things to
shit,
not have periods.
they
That's
don't
possible.
have periods. No,
Sure.
it's not.
Yeah, it's almost
not
like
something they
females
take.
that complete at
It
the top,
happens
like
because
physical
of their
threshold.
body actually
do
working.
that.
Because
Serena
their
Williams
body,
has
a woman's
periods.
body working will have period. What do you mean?
I mean, when they're working out, when they're training for these things, a lot of times there are situations where they miss periods or their menstrual cycle's off, or it goes off for quite a while. So yes,
If your menstrual cycle is going
that
off,
they
it's
are
because
having
you're
a menstrual
cycle's more
cycle
fucking
while
lucky.
they're training for these things. It is possible. It's
if
very
your menstrual cycle is off, it's because you're undergoing extreme stress, something is messing with your hormones, or you're taking some sort of like hormone blocking, period blocking, like birth control or something. It shouldn't happen normally under like.
Usually, yeah.
Do you
right.
think
Yeah,
training
yes.
for intense athletic events would not be considered stress on your body?
Yes, it would.
It could be, but it's not going to be the case that every single. Talk to women athletes. Do you guys think that no women athlete has a period?
Exactly. Go talk
We
to
have a
women
woman
athletes,
athlete
Destiny.
here.
Go talk to
No,
women
this-
bodybuilders
we do not
that
have a
are
woman
not
athlete.
using PEDs.
Destiny, talk
Go
to
talk
any
women bodybuilders.
athletes. Talk to any athletes.
So
Like, go outside of your
honestly,
house.
I want to
think,
hear before
I
that.
think-
Before that, we
Can I
gotta
ask a
get
question
to.
really fast? Can I really quickly just ask one question? Destiny, when you said like during a period you lose a ton of blood, how much is a ton of blood?
Enough that it would probably affect your day. I don't know the measurements. I haven't put a fucking
don't.
cup under my
You
girlfriend's
don't,
fucking
no.
vagina and tested
You
it.
don't lose. You lose about like 3 tablespoons. No, you don't lose enough to affect your day. That's ridiculous. You have no idea what you're talking about.
There are women that literally suffer like iron deficiency and shit because they don't get enough in their diet.
There are rare women who suffer iron deficiency, therefore the average woman's period is causing them to lose a ton of blood. Are you serious?
It's a part of what happens with the female body.
Don't
You don't-
focus on the ton of blood, Synth. It was just.
It was a ridiculous point.
If you want, you can Google like iron.
I'm going to press him on it.
Google
Destiny
periods,
is very
anemia, or
fascinated with
periods and
periods.
iron deficiency. Like, holy shit, what the fuck? It's with this.
You're saying there are rare women who have like iron deficiencies from like the blood loss during periods, and thus like
Also,
this is the
typically-
average period is losing a ton of blood.
Also, don't typically top female athletes have like, proper
Less blood, yeah.
vitamin deficiencies and things of that nature? Like, don't they tend to be in better physical shape than, like, I wouldn't say your average person who lives like a day-to-day normal life as opposed to professional athletes who compete at the top professional levels?
Let's
there'd
go
be a
to
big
let's go
difference.
to debate board.
Oh no.
Oh yes. So somebody asked why we care about the sex division in sports, and there is a collective we here that cares because absent these protected divisions for women, there'd simply not be elite sports for women, and you would essentially erase women from international medal-based competition. That's why we respect the sex division. That's why we would prefer to maintain that sex division. All right. Secondly, somebody asked about trans men competing in chat quite a while ago, and why we rarely see trans men competing even close to natural born men. And back to Wine Mom 4's point earlier, the sense that performance advantages don't dissipate rapidly once you start suppressing testosterone. It's not a 1 year, it's not even a 2 year. And folks who were doing the early anecdotal observational studies for the NCAA have started to turn around their conclusions on this. And we're seeing that it's not even after 3 years that we're seeing a significant dissipation in this performance advantage when you start suppressing testosterone. And
source?
I dropped it into the regular chat.
No, he is correct about that.
So Wine Mom 4's point earlier about men transitioning to trans men and competing against women, and in some places that performance advantage dissipating. Well, it doesn't go the other way. Trans men cannot accrue.
Can you drop it in VC chat? It's going to get drowned out in any other chat.
Yes, if I can finish talking, I will do my best to get into VC chat. So this focus, I think, this hyper focus on the dissipation of performance, it's used only in one direction, and that's to argue that, well, trans women ought to be given the benefit to grow and learn their sport for 20 years and then compete against normal women. But that doesn't go the opposite direction. We don't recognize that trans men are bulking up to be able to compete satisfactorily against natural born men.
Yeah, we do.
No, we don't. To be clear, no, we don't. And whenever you ask for examples, there's like 2 trans men that are given. One that has like 1 finish in a boxing match ever, and then another one that does race walking in the Olympics.
So we'll go to Dr.
Trans men are just completely left behind.
I want to get Dr. K in here, and then Ashley, who actually has a bit of knowledge on this. So I called Ashley in because she's good with this stuff. So Dr. K, then Ashley.
Yeah. Okay. It's been a while since this sort of was being talked on, but one, I think Wine Mom's like essentially idea of a ranking system based on skill is completely fine, and that you have classes for like the 800 to 1000, the 600 to 799, shit like that sounds completely reasonable to me. And if it eliminates women's spaces from sports and makes it so that, I mean, keep in mind it'd be eliminating men's spaces from sports as well, and I have absolutely no issue with that. The turfs are completely right. I do want to actually get rid of gendered spaces in the sports arena, and that they are 100% right. And I don't base my opinions off of what the most radical turfs, fear that I'm going to do. And moreover, way back, right, is Governor Abbott is explicitly transphobic. He essentially, the original reason for him initiating those laws was he was gunning up fear of child abuse for something that essentially didn't exist. And so it is pretty clear that he's throwing red meat to a base to try and appeal to the most hateful people in Texas and ginny them up for the upcoming elections.
Dr. K, just to try to build a bridge, even if you don't think you should change what you literally believe based on people, do you think that there maybe could be a sort of concession as to what we're pushing for with the realities of what is feasible, sort of like a Hillary Clinton private versus public position based on where public opinion is?
No, I think the point buy system is fine, and turfs, if they don't like that, can shove it, I guess.
All right, thank you, Francis.
Let's go to Ashley.
Oh, sorry, I'm muted. I actually talked with Flotrace about this the other day. So, with sports, especially with women's sports versus men's sports, the original reason that this division actually happened was because men's sports were so better funded and men were so much more established in the sporting world that having them compete against women that were just now starting and entering the field back in the 1800s would just be ridiculous, right? It would never be even. So I think that a lot of the division that we had based on sex for all this time, definitely there's warrant to it, but it was based on kind of an imbalance there. So I would say that if we are going to separate sports based on sex, we should also consider separating sports based on income. I mean, if you look at income, that's another big predictor of how good you are going to be at sports. And that's likely because you don't have as much time to actually practice. That can mean a lot of things, right? You can't really just go into sports if you don't have disposable income. You just can't. So if we are going to put brackets on sex, I think that we should consider putting brackets on income. We should consider putting brackets on other predictors of that kind of stuff. Look at someone like Michael Phelps, for instance, right? He has he has a very abnormal wingspan. He has abnormal lactic acid, and that's why he's the top swimmer. There's definitely skill that he's put into it, right? But you look at these other genetic anomalies that he has, and that's really a big part of why he's able to be at the top. So when we're talking about trans women in sports, I think this is just pushing a conversation about sports that we all need to start to have in general, and it's not trans specific, about why are we separating sports based on sex when we should probably separate it based on other things. I just came in, I'm sorry if I missed, but that's my opening and kind of response.
That's pretty good, thank you.
I would like to comment that is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard in my entire life. We're not making separate brackets for sports based on income. This is just delusion. This is never happening, right?
I'm not saying it. I'm not actually advocating that we should do that. I'm saying that if we're going to do this, we should consider doing it.
Okay, it's comparable to the sex.
If we look at where the population is, right? 99% of people are okay with the classifications where they are. Why would we ever expect to make any headway with the idea that we actually need to have 52 different divisions? Which, by the way, even if we draw those divisions, there's still going to be male-female divides in those divisions, and we're still going to have the same conversation.
Who cares?
Unpopular societal changes can never occur. That's a good position, Destiny.
Weird moral realism takes. Weird moral.
You would never want to make an unpopular position more popular. Why would you do that?
So, to be clear, I understand that like we're never going to divide sports on income, right? But what I'm trying to say is that the science is really showing that at least like in the women and men division, that maybe we could make changes to that to allow women to compete with men and like make the sports more even, right?
But women don't want to compete with men. That's the issue.
Right, that's the problem. Women are not able to successfully compete against men in the vast majority of athletic endeavors. That's why we see the top 300 high school boys completely wrecking 9-time gold medal Olympic women sprinters. I mean, that you're still going to end up with a male-female distinction simply because of that performance advantage problem.
Yes, you are going to mostly end up with a male-female thing. We're just talking about a slight variation for trans people and some exceptions. And Destiny is absolutely right. It's never going to be implemented because 99% of the people don't care about it. What we're talking about here is because it's interesting and it's titillating or whatever the hell it is, and people enjoy chatting about it.
Well, I think the thing with Ashley's point that I really want to add to is the important or the significance of what they said was that income is still a deterministic factor for people's performance, supposing that that's correct, right? So why wouldn't we take that into consideration comparable to sex? If there's deterministic factors,
income is so much more malleable, right? There are poor kids in the NBA. There are no women competitive in the NBA.
And there's HRT, which makes people's physiognomy malleable for their competitive ability.
HRT does not get... I don't know if there are no trans people on this panel, or I don't know if they're all fake, or but HRT is not the be-all and end-all of transitioning. Talk to any number of trans people that are fucking off themselves because HRT alone doesn't get you all the way there. Once you've gone through puberty... Once you've gone through puberty, as a certain sex, there is a ton of stuff that changes in your body that is really, really fucking hard to undo or impossible to undo. You can't just do HRT and be the same as the sex that you want to be.
Here you go. Ready? Right. I grew up poor, and now I'm fat because of it. And I was fat throughout the entirety of my teenage years, all right? So my body has been conditioned to be a little fatso my whole life, all right? Why isn't that a divide between, like income? Why wouldn't that make me subject
because
to
there was the possibility in your life that even though you were poor, you could have not been fat. There's no possibility.
No,
that,
I was poor, and my mom took me to McDonald's all the time because we were poor and we had no time, and she worked.
I don't know. Like I think your mom like dropped you on the floor a couple times in your head too. I don't know what else. to say.
No. There's a bunch.
Like I don't know what else to say. Like go to a doctor, get a fucking X-ray, figure out what's loose. Like
right. So should we have like a poor argument? Then don't make a ridiculous ad-hom.
It's not a ridiculous. It's that I can show you poor people that are not fat. And I can show you a lot of poor people that are fat, but I can't find you a single woman that can be competitive in like 95% of male sports. That's the difference. But you don't. I think
you're discounting all the female tennis players. The fact that gymnastics is almost entirely female. The fact.
Hold on, wait a second. You said female tennis players. Hold on, wasn't it the case that like the rank 1 female tennis player lost like 49 times in a row to like the rank 400 male tennis player? Like, you want to talk about gymnastics? Women can compete in some special things because of the size and shape of their bodies, but men don't compete in those same events.
Even if that was the case, that would only be for those sports. But we're not talking about just a single sport.
No, but so
Dylan, talking about sports broadly.
Wait, so Dylan,
you're saying that men don't compete in gymnastics?
No, hold on. There's not. Hold on. No.
Against women.
There's not a thing called gymnastics. Gymnastics is a whole bunch. There's a ton of different things in gymnastics. Men and women don't typically do the same events.
Gymnastics in the Olympics, women outcompete men drastically.
Even if that was the case, that would only be supporting your argument for gymnastics. But I think all of us are making your argument about sports generally.
Well, Dylan.
Okay, fine. Synchronized swimming.
No, with Dylan,
trying to decide if Destiny, if you like arguing or if you like being right.
Vanilla. He's been trying to get it out. Please, Vanilla.
Yeah, so Dylan, this whole income argument, are you saying that a woman who was raised in a household that made $100,000 is going to be comparable to a man who was raised in a household that made $100,000 as far as their ability to compete in athleticism?
How did you get the impression Dylan was saying that?
Yeah, that's a weird extrapolation of my argument.
You said my argument is that by incomes, right?
Yeah, so my argument is that a kid who has wealthier parents, right, who's able to sign them up for sports lessons when they're young, give them access to a gym, training facilities, all of these things, is going to be more athletically capable than little fatso Timmy who went to McDonald's every day and ate a junior chicken, and now he's got a BMI of 26.
Yeah, so you're saying all that.
Fat kids are way worse at sports than kids who are not fat. and the deterministic factors behind poverty, which tend to show that poor people are fatter and more likely to be obese, is a very good deterministic factor for their athletic capabilities.
See, this is
hold on.
Vanilla, real quick. So this is where we see this fetish with incomes completely melt down on itself, because we see.
Look, dude, if you're gonna give me some ridiculous like fucking Jordan Peterson big brain like sit in the chair argument, it's just like a monologue. Like, just make the point.
Yeah. So Dylan, if you go, so are you saying that we should or shouldn't separate these classes based off income? Or yes or no?
No, I'm saying that it doesn't matter to me. I'm saying that the case logically can be made for you to separate people based on sex, just like income.
But it can't be.
Yeah,
because,
so
like I said, just to be clear, for the 50 millionth time, there are no women that are competitive with men in men's sports. There are poor people that could be competitive with wealthy people in sports. That's the difference.
And I think the other problem Dylan, you're having here is that if you're, I think what Vanilla's trying to get across here is that if it's the same sort of logical basis for division along gender or sex with division among income, well, you are advocating for sort of abolishing that division. Should we not be doing the same?
Well, I haven't really thought about that particular aspect of the argument, but I'm saying that the logic is consistent for the other argument.
No, I asked you this question. You said, no, it's not what you're saying. If you're saying that the income segregation is the same as the sex segregation, then we should be able to create leagues based off the income. And so then you would have a male who was raised in the house that made $100,000 competing against a woman who was raised in the house and made $100,000. So you think that would be fair?
I think that would be quick. I'd like to thank Doobie for showing up, and I hope him and Destiny go at it a little bit. But we were talking. Go, Dylan.
Yeah, sorry. I was saying.
Why would I?
So wait, I was saying that. I'm saying that a woman and a man who are born in similar circumstances probably have relativistic, or I should say, a woman born in like a wealthier position than a man has a higher relativistic chance to being competitive in a sport, or equitable chance to someone who was born in poverty.
Okay, no, okay, but we're not talking. Wait. We're not talking about being competitive in a sport within themselves, because you're saying this woman has a better chance to be competitive in the sport against other women.
I'm not saying either which way. I'm saying that they're both deterministic.
You are saying nothing.
Competitive.
You are saying nothing.
No, I am saying that they're equitable.
What is that?
Deterministic, equitable. You haven't made either one of those points.
Wait, so is it like a woman is walking down the street and like a guy goes to rape her? She's like, bro, I make $250K a year. What are you, like, working at McDonald's? You're not gonna beat me. And she like beats the shit out of the guy because she's strong. Like, I don't even know where the fuck we're at right now and what world we're at in this discussion.
What have I come into? What is?
I think
if you guys want to up my weight class, please sub to the channel, give bits or give subs.
I think I can clear what Dylan's trying to say.
There's money to Prime.
So, okay, One Mom, do you want to do that? And then Ashley, I know you wanted to say something, and then GSU.
Yeah, so I think what Dylan is sort of trying to say is that not that we should separate sports on income. He's just saying that it is a thing that can be somewhat determinate. If I have two people, like even the ability of someone to hire good coaches, have better equipment while they're younger, money is a bit of a predictor at the same gender when it comes to the ability to become a professional athlete. It is. It helps. I don't.
Yeah, no one's disagreeing with that. But
okay, I think that's his point.
Yeah,
no, but he's saying that the income.
What part of that don't you understand?
No, you're saying that the income separation, or using the income as determinant, is equitable to the separation between sex. And we're saying that no, it's not, because if you look at comparing just someone based off their income, if you compare the male who was raised in income that made the same amount as a woman who made the same amount, you're going to get two completely different outcomes if you're only using income as a factor, which you're saying we can, just like we use sex only as a factor.
Well, this is just dumb on its face in a lot of ways, right?
Yeah, it's just stupid.
If this argument made sense, then the NBA would be full of white people.
True.
It's almost the inverse, right?
And the NFL. And
well, maybe we should.
But that one guy was saying earlier that black people were stronger than white people.
I'm gonna finish. So, what we have to understand is that the sociological factors that force black people to take up positions in entertainment or sports are there because of the lack of economic opportunity elsewhere. So people that can become fucking doctors and all this other shit that is more stable, more likely, they would go into those positions if they're economically successful than trying to be one of 7 billion to get this one spot on an NBA team. So like I think there are inverse proportional factors that drive people into sports, and income is one of those.
So the thing with that is this could be looked at from like two different angles. There's people who use that as like a motivation or a driving factor because they want to achieve some more success in their life. But then there's also people who were raised in like such a way in which they didn't have access to anything to begin with. So it would make it incredibly difficult for these people to actually get into the positions that they're trying to be in. Right? That's what I'm saying. And I don't know what's difficult to understand about a child who was raised in poverty, whose parent raises them, and they make certain life choices regarding their diet, regarding their mental health.
Gambit, 1 second. I need to ask really quickly. Really quick. I love you.
I didn't even get to finish my sentence.
I need to. This is going to drive me insane.
Look, shut up, everyone. Shut up. Oh my God, everyone who's not Prime, be quiet. All right. Doobie's a handsome guy, so we'll go to Doobie, and then we'll go to GSU. We'll go to order of handsomeness, okay? Doobie, GSU, and then whoever the fuck you were talking to. And then Ashley, because she's been waiting.
We don't need to get deep into this. We don't need to get deep into this, but so if you're saying that we should, because income might be a factor that might be deterministic in is like whether or not somebody gets access to the training they need to be a professional athlete or whatever the fuck. Why wouldn't you also have like mental health breakdowns in the leagues, right? Oh, this person has an anxiety disorder. This person has depression. So okay, there's the depressed league, right? Where they're very sad and all the time. Here's the bipolar league, right? You could break this down to fucking everything. It doesn't. Why would we do that? That doesn't make any fucking sense.
What I'm saying is that is also like things like that can also be extrapolated to be deterministic of someone's performance, right? Like typically when you think of like a depressed person, right? A depressed person's not going to wait. I'm not done. A depressed person on average is not going to be the greatest athlete of all time. You see a trend within these people that a lot of them are like bedridden or like they have a lot more difficulties functioning in society due to their mental illness as compared to people who have like, I would say like more of a standard mental health profile.
So
wait, somebody
jump in really quick? Can I jump in really quick?
Categories, please. Somebody loop Doobie into the
conversation. Can I jump in? I really want to ask Doobie one quick question, and I'm okay with like anybody else jumping in. Doobie, yeah, this is gonna. I don't want this to sound bad faith. I'm genuinely curious. How do you feel about like, dissolving the Special Olympics?
I don't feel about it. I don't give a fuck about it, right?
Oh,
but
okay.
but if you guys were, if you guys wanted to talk about like making a special like sports league for people with mental health issues, fucking go for it. I guess if you can get support, I don't give a fuck.
There is one.
Yeah, but
yes.
No, but that's like physical like handicaps, right? It's not like like mental health shit.
No,
there are mental handicaps.
Just a quick thing. Even if you make these leagues, they're still going to be divided by male and female, though. You're not going to have a depression league with depressed men. With
Let's
but you're also going to have people divided.
Let's work our way back. So GSU, then Ashley.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
So I don't know where y'all are in this conversation a little bit because I think everything Dylan's saying is crazy, but I do want to posit something. So I've been having this conversation on Prime panels for a while, and what people said in the beginning, and I knew they were lying. They said, "Hey, HRT reduces all of these physiological attributes that we know it doesn't reduce." And they were like, "So this thing is fair for cisgender women to be pitted against trans women because all of their advantages are reduced." Now that the data is there, that y'all alluded to, which y'all don't want to accept, is there, that says that those characteristics are not reduced, and there is some level of advantage that's preserved. Even
you show this data?
Even you can look it up. It's from Harvard. It's from UK data, and there's a third source too. You can go look it up. You have Google. I have faith that you can find.
Yeah,
it.
no.
If you have it, you can put it in.
You're making
the
argument. If you're citing a source, you can cite the source.
I will Google right after I finish talking. Okay. I'll do your work for you. But anyway, so now that this data exists and it's pretty clear and it's pretty accepted, what are your reasons for saying that this is still fair for cisgender women to compete at a athletic disadvantage? What's y'all new point? Because I know y'all moved the goalposts.
I could go into this if you would like. So, to my knowledge, the data actually is pretty consistent that like trans people, after like a certain testosterone level that they'll reach, a certain amount of transition, generally around 2 years on HRT, they'll generally be able to compete in several sports pretty fairly. Now, I want to be clear. There are sports where trans people, I don't think, can fairly compete. One big one is distance running. HRT cannot reduce your lung capacity enough to make that fair, right?
Yeah, it can't reduce your height. It can't reduce a bunch of
It can't
things.
reduce your height as well. And both those are very important to running. So I agree.
Very important to a lot of sports, not just running.
Yeah, a lot of sports. But
this isn't local to running.
I'm bringing up distance running because that is the point where you get a 12% increase in win rate. And I agree with you, right? But I just also think that there's other sports that this just isn't shown in the data that this win rate increases, right?
Okay, so hold on. Just so I understand your opinion. Your opinion is there are certain sports where cis women should not be pitted against trans women because trans women have clear, decisive advantages. Is that your opinion? Or would you still say, despite those advantages, they should still be pitted against each other?
I'd say that in certain sports, no. I would be, I would be okay.
Would you say? So you cited height, and you cited height. You cited what else did you cite? I can't remember.
Lung capacity.
And there's things like reaction time, muscle twitch. So you're saying in those sports where those things. Hold on. I just want to make sure I'm understanding you. In those things, in sports where those things are like very important to the outcomes in that sport, you're saying that in those sports, trans women should not be able to compete with cis women. So if height is a big determining factor,
I'm bringing up the two that I know are the most researched.
Yes, and I'm
saying
asking
if
you to make
show research that all of these things were the case.
No. I'm asking you to make a categorical statement on the advantages that you yourself have admitted you're aware of. So in instances where a sport where height is important, where lung capacity is important, in sports where those things are important, are you willing to make a category? No, but that's what I'm asking you. Are you willing to make a categorical statement that when those things are important due to clear advantages, trans women should not compete against cisgender women? Are you willing to make that statement?
I am not going to make. I'm going to say that this has to be done by sports, right? It can't be a like if you want it to be fair.
But that's what he's asking. He's asking.
No, I'm denying. I don't think you can make a solid category.
The point is that the determining factor is not sort of any sort of underlying analysis from like a logic lord level, but the hard data as to whether or not the win rates are effective.
And it seems like the data says that in distance
running, you can't use that as the data because that's based off the performance of the individual. Like,
what GSU is saying is that if there are some athletic events where after you transition, it seems like you still have a massive advantage, would you be okay saying that trans women can't compete against cis women in those events? That's what GSU
Yes, if the data showed it, then
okay, that's what he's asking.
But the data right now only seem, I could probably get you a list, right? If I sat down and got a list. But like the biggest one that I would note is distance running. But there's other sports where that isn't the case, right? So it seems like the data.
But this data, you can't use the data because this data is based off the performance of that. Hold on, this data is based off the performance of that individual. So if you took the top male and they transitioned and you looked at how often they beat the female competitors versus if you took the 100th ranked male and that person transitioned and looked at how many times they beat their competitors, you'll have two completely different results. That doesn't tell you how effective the transitioning is in balancing the scale.
There's no doubt that you could have flawed data, but if that's the case, that's something where we need to pull up the study, read through it together.
No, it's not a flaw. It's not a flaw.
Here, if I can, his point though is, look, if you take Michael Phelps and transition Michael Phelps, right? There's probably a very different transition story for Michael Phelps and the suppression of testosterone and how that affects his performance and achievement versus taking a middling Division I college swimmer like Leah Thomas, transitioning her for a year and seeing her start beating female Olympians in the college national championship.
I agree.
Well, hold on. Let's be clear with Leah Thomas. Leah Thomas was like first place at her university before she took our HRT. She was first place in many events in the men's category, and that 432 number that you keep getting cited is her performance after she started HRT because she was competing in the men's category for a year while she was taking HRT. And so her performance.
I don't think she was first place in any men's category.
She was. So she was in first place at so no, I can bring it up right now. So at Penn State University.
No. You're comparing this person did at their school to how they're doing nationally today, which is insane.
Okay.
This is
hold
literally
on.
insanity.
Hold on.
Do you agree? Do you agree?
Holy shit. GSU, why don't you let the person finish first? Let the person finish first.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you agree that
You're
the
not gonna do that?
success
Okay.
that Leah Thomas has
Not
had
gonna do it.
post-transition is wildly different than the success that they had pre-transition?
Ash, please.
No, because Leah Thomas was
said
a
no.
very respected and like a very prominent swimmer before she transitioned.
Wait, in what? What was her place in what?
Within her university, she
No, hold on.
placed.
I absolutely don't care.
Ash can't finish a single sentence. No
wait, hold
sentence
on,
is
wait,
right.
On, literally, can I please finish
yeah,
a sentence?
Yeah. And then I would love for you to respond afterwards. Destiny. Ash.
So Leah Thomas placed first in multiple events within her university, and outside of her university, she also placed second in an Ivy League championship and around 60th, 50th in other places. Anyway, the point is to say that nationally. Yeah, sure. I can bring them up right now. Let me just find them. Give me a second.
National stats while she was in the university.
Yeah, because inter-school competition, who cares? It doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
I mean, inter-school competition at like some of the top athletic universities does matter, actually.
Yeah, but
it's
compared
a side
to
point.
national stats, right? Like if you're first place in your school, like that's not as impressive as being like probably third or fourth nationally, right? Isn't it? Like,
Right, nationally.
You can respond if you want now,
Thomas-
Destiny. While we're waiting, and then I want to debate board. I think you had another point. I want to make sure you got that point, and then we'll go to Striker. Yeah.
And first, everybody say goodnight to Dylan.
Good night, Dylan.
Peace, Dylan. You have a good one.
Good night, party people.
Hi, Dylan.
Okay. You don't want to respond, Destiny? All right, that's fine.
Yeah, he doesn't want to say goodnight to me because he's being a meanie.
He said goodnight. He said goodnight.
Thank
now
you.
I rescind my good night. I hope you have a bad night.
Wow. Wow.
Let's go to debate board. If you had something to say.
Yeah, thanks. And this touches on Vanilla's point about the individual transition cases. And I think, Ashley, I would like to extend to you a request that the data, as you keep referring to the data, is not as conclusive as I think you want it to be, or that you may be generally trying to insist it is right now. While you're talking about in certain sports we see this, in certain sports, what that demonstrates is that the data is not consistently swinging in either direction, that suppressing testosterone or other transition based treatments are resulting in substantial performance reductions. And I think that's an important point to make, because there's this general casual appeal to data here, as though that data is conclusive, and that data carries some weight of authority in this discussion, and I just don't think it does.
Like,
So
if we had debate board, if we had different data, like if we didn't have the data, then you would ask for the data. You know you would.
Wine Mom 4,
Exactly.
I put data.
Exactly.
Synth helped me with this earlier. I referred to it earlier. Okay, so look, the data is not conclusive, and yet we casually throw it around as authoritative claims that the data is and the data is not. That's just not the case here, and we ought to be honest about it if we're actually honest about this conversation.
So debate board.
Just to clarify,
Can I ask a couple questions?
It's
back and
both
forth
the
real quick.
data and the
That's my
results that we're looking at, as far as a few other things.
Ashley, yes. Okay, I'll ask you first. Do you have that information? Then we can give that information. Then Ashley, you can have that back and forth. Okay.
Yeah, so Thomas, this wasn't a national, this was an Ivy League, which is just, around New England, but these are still like a large portion of the colleges that compete at the top level. She placed second in the 500, 1000, and 1650 yard freestyle events. So these were large, like the Ivy League championships. She placed second in multiple events. So the idea that Leah Thomas was a nobody middling athlete that went to getting first in the women's division is just wrong. That's
Can you
not
cross-reference that stats to national stats though for us?
And also, can you post that somewhere? Because
right here. It's in VC chat. Here's the 2019 results. It was I'll put in VC the specific events. It was the 500, 1000, 1650. There you go.
So cross that over to national stats as well too for us, if you can find a way to connect that, please.
What do you like? Do you want
me
to
the times of the
compare her
race,
times
On the
to
national times.
Sure.
On the national times in that same
Okay.
time.
All right. So then we'll go to Ashley, and then if there's anyone else.
You put me on list.
A question.
Okay.
I have a question for the panel.
Okay,
So,
all right. So no. It's Ashley first. Ashley.
Okay.
I want to hear
Trace,
Jason answer my question.
and then Ashley, Phil, Trace, and Jason. Okay.
Okay, so I actually wanted to respond to Debateboard and go back because he was directly responding to my point earlier. So when we're talking about the data being kind of scattered on this, right, and not perfect, I wouldn't fully disagree with you. I would just also say that the data is showing that in some sports it probably is a problem, and in other sports it's probably not a problem, right? Now, yes, we don't have enough data to be super duper conclusive. I would actually really agree with you. But I'd say that the issue is when we have, like with what we have, it's pretty clear that in some sports it's not that effective. Right?
I would also just, in terms of the Leah Thomas percentages, if somebody disagrees with this particular thing, you can let me know. But during the 2018-2019 campaign, when Thomas was still a member of her school's men's program, her best time in the 200-yard freestyle was an effort of 1:39:31. I don't even know but 1:39:31. That mark was good for only 554th in the nation of all divisions, and didn't sniff the qualification standard for the NCAA champs. But the moment she went 1:41:93. During a December 2021 invitational, she was ranked first among women. That seems pretty stark.
Hold on. Where was the first? What are you reading that from?
It's everywhere on the top.
This is just about her thing. I can link you the article.
I mean, yeah, please, because I want to know what I know. I want to know what's comparing.
Ivy League level, Ivy League swimming doesn't compare favorably to the Pac-12 or to the Big Ten or other, if you will, power football conferences, right? And so consequently, while we saw her time as 139 and change in this event as competing as a man, as soon as she transitioned for about a year, and she dropped or slowed down by 2 seconds, she became the #1 competitor among female.
Well, Debateboard, this is why people release the articles that people like Ash read, because they give off this perception that this person nationally was good before they transitioned when they weren't. And people like Ash hopefully will accept the data that Destiny is putting out there. Everybody knows that this person was not the level of athlete that they are now at all in any way. It's not comparable.
No, hold on. The 200 yard that you listed was not like an event that she won in. Like her events are the 500, 1000, and 1650.
Yeah, but you're saying event she won in school. Like I don't know who's competing in that.
The Ivy League championships.
I don't even know if Ivy. So listen, I'm gonna be honest. I don't have a sports background. I have a music background.
Yeah, I do. I have a sports background.
Okay, then tell me if I'm wrong, and I'd be surprised if I am wrong. My guess is going to be that when you're an athlete in high school or college, you probably pick and choose the events that you compete in. My guess is that even college athletes might skip certain events because they're training for others. Is that true or is that false?
No, that's going to be true.
Okay, so I don't know then who's competing when you say Ivy League school. It might be that the top 1 or 2 or 3 athletes in that school don't compete in the intra-school things because they're more focused on nationals or something. That might be the case. That's why I don't really care about the finishes. That's why we're asking for the times, because the times are what are really important here.
And when we're comparing the times compared to records are like in, again, the 5,000, the 500, the 1,000, 1650 are not that much slower than like overall men's records. Like I'm.
Well, but that's what we're looking at.
Right now.
Their finish was 554th in the nation for their best 200-yard time. But when they changed to women's, she was first.
Is there any ideally neutral resource?
No, before that, we got Ashley at the back. I forgot our striker person. I'm sorry, I completely dropped.
No worries.
No, I apologize. So Ashley, finish up whatever point you're having. Striker, then Flo Trace, then Jason's deciding.
I just wanted to ask more so a debate part, right? And this is like just me trying to understand like your actual like takes on this, which is if a trans woman did not go through male puberty, so she did not get these advantages. She was at an early age given puberty blockers and then given a female puberty, right? So she did not go through male puberty. Would you be okay with them competing? Because it seems like that would be fine, according to the data I've seen.
What data have you seen that shows that? Because I think there's contrary data. Even like the I don't like to use the word degradation, but the modifications that happen during cisgender female puberty put them, I believe, still at a disadvantage.
Well, but she's saying if it was prepubescent, and I'm going to answer this right now. There's no way there's data for this, right? This is like such a niche issue. What?
But there's a different conversation though, Destiny. Even people who are biologically male that don't go through male puberty can have advantages over cisgender women who have went through female puberty.
They might,
That's
but the big sexual differentiations happen during puberty. If you puberty,
no, for sure, it's exasperated. Yeah. Yes, but I'm saying that even still, I don't think there's data to show that non-puberty having biological males perform at the same level of post-puberty cisgender females. I don't think that data exists, and you made the claim that it does. So I want to see.
No, I want to be clear. You interrupted me while I was talking, so I want to be clear on the data that I'm talking about. It's that pre-pubescent trans people that transition seem to be pretty much in line on vitals with cisgender. That's why I'm making the claim.
Yes, but that doesn't mean that post-puberty females
I could agree with you that might be something that's worth studying more, and I would agree that I'm just more so asking. Right? Broad question. That's what I mean to say.
Yeah, for sure.
So I'm asking debate board that.
And I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
If you don't know, that's fine.
What happens to a naturally born boy who I guess has some hormone blockers? I guess is somehow blocked from going through puberty, and what that actually means for that boy when they reach 17 or 18. I don't know what that looks like, so I can't answer that question.
Well, let's just round it out real quick, because here's what I get from like a lot of
hey, we got a lot of people. We gotta make sure we get them all. DB, I saw your hand up too. So let's Ashley, go ahead if you have anything else.
I just wanted to also ask, when we have cases of intersex people competing under as women, right? Because they were assigned women at birth, and they compete as women, would you be for banning those people if they had a advantage over cisgender women?
I don't know. I haven't thought about intersex people in competitive sports because it's such a tiny number of people. It just hasn't crossed my radar.
It's like about if you look at like intersex in the population, it's about the same as trans people.
Yeah, but we're talking about intersex people in sports, and I just don't know sufficient.
Yeah, no, intersex people
actually have a opinion on it.
Intersex people are significantly overrepresented in sports. At least in
their overrepresentation could actually equal 4 across men's athletics around the world. I simply don't know of enough cases to actually draw an opinion. If you have an opinion on that because you have some sense of what that looks like, well, tell us more about it.
Yeah, so it seems like if we would be for banning like trans women completely from women's sports in every case, we probably should consider intersex people, because it seems like XY gonadal dysgenesis is decently common compared to its.
So let me ask you a question. I can't. So we got to move on. We got Stryker, who hasn't had a chance to talk at all. We're going to go to FlowTrace, Jason, and then Doobie.
I think part of the problem that ends up happening when we're having these conversations is we focus heavily on like these individual people rather than thinking about the sports as a whole and thinking about people as a whole and like sexes as a whole with how people develop. And if they're developing we're not talking about like a trans person that is just deciding to start playing sports at 23 and after they've been transitioning but not exercising whatsoever through their life, like someone like me. We're talking about people typically that have been training since they were like 13 or 14, and that provides like a significant advantage even if you've been on hormones for quite a while. So it just seems like it's not really a relatively like, I don't think we're like thinking about this in the right perspective.
Thank you. Let's hit up FlowTrace.
Destiny, there was something you said earlier, which I think is just totally true, that regardless of how we feel about a lot of these implementations of things we'd like to do about trans people in sports, they're very unrealistic, and they're not going to happen. Is there anything that you would point to as something more realistic, as sort of like a more incrementalist position that you would prefer us to advocate for, or I'm just genuinely curious about that.
I think the most reasonable position right now is trans people should probably be allowed to compete in open sports. So right now that's basically with men, and then potentially creating a trans category in the future. I don't think anything else makes sense right now.
You can't.
Do you think that might have limitations in like especially rural areas that have limited like pools for these sports where there might not be enough trans people to sort of actually have their own division?
Possibly, but I mean, women's sports deal with a lot of the same issues sometimes. That's why you have like Title 11 or whatever, or Title 9 or shit.
So basically, you just like don't want trans people to have like matter.
Trans people
so
would
basically,
never.
you just don't want cis women to be competitive.
Wait, what?
No, it's not about that. It's about it's that women need a protected.
You're
place
creating irrelevant league.
JSU, you're all over that shit. Come on.
Where
You guys are saying you don't want trans people to compete at all.
Nobody have said that.
Or you want to ferret them off into their little lone hole where they're away from everybody else because you're fucking
What the
scared.
fuck are you talking about?
Like, that's what you're fucking saying, dude.
No, that's what we're saying. Hold on.
Listen, you guys are gonna spin it around to all this different shit, but at the end of the day, you don't want them to compete in sports.
Okay, and at the end of the day, you want to destroy women's sports. At the end of the day, you want to destroy women's sports. Okay. Wow, look at that. Wow, great arguments. Nice job.
Okay, so you're never gonna get enough trans people.
Women that can compete with men, so whatever.
There are not women that compete with
You're the
men
one
in elite-
infantilizing women,
Hold on.
thinking they can't compete with men. So.
You're just absolutely fucking retarded.
No, yeah. Listen.
You're right on top of things.
I can't think of any other way to say it. I'm sorry.
Listen, he's a very stupid person. We've had this argument before, which is why I specifically wanted Jason to answer the question. The last time me and Jason had this conversation, what he said was, you just don't understand. The data shows that they're on the same level and there's no advantages. And now that the data is very fucking clear that there are advantages that are maintained even after HRT, Jason, what is your new idiotic point? Why do you feel like cisgender
I don't think sports should be gendered at all, GSU.
Bro, go on a fucking airplane and look at the average woman can't even push her bag into the overhead compartment. Like, you want these people competing with me? I'm sorry, but that's just not how the world works. That's not where we're at in reality right now.
Transphobes tonight, you guys.
Jason, you're not understanding Destiny's point.
If I could just do a bit of a
you guys are
follow-up
fucking
question.
morons.
If I could just do a bit of a follow-up question.
That guy with face, by the way.
Sorry.
Jason.
I could do a bit of a follow-up question. Destiny, if you think that we should have these sort of separate, I guess, divisions or leagues for trans people, and that would sort of be very similar to how under Title IX and Title XI, and I could be wrong on this. If I am, just please interrupt me. I don't care. How schools will often set aside funding or take special precautions to try and maintain these divisions for women when they otherwise might not. I feel like that would just. I feel like that sort of has a very similar problem in terms of being impractical, where I feel like if you're trying to fund separate trans leagues and schools, especially rural areas where this problem is going to be most pronounced because of a limited pool of people, I feel like you're borderline running to the exact same issues of
whatever. No. Because the issue, and I'm sorry if this sounds mean, but the issue is that on one end, you want to affect 50% of athletes. You want to affect all of women's sports and potentially damage what they perceive to be the integrity. And what we could argue is the integrity of those sports. And on the other end, I'm saying, well, maybe 1% of athletic people need a special place to compete.
Okay, but there's literally not enough trans people for you to actually make a league that has enough people. There's literally not enough trans people.
That's just unfortunate.
Then your position is that you just don't think that trans people should have an opportunity to compete in competitive
sports. They can compete in the open with men. They can compete in women. You guys don't believe sex differences exist anyway, so
no, if you want to just make an open league, that's fine.
I want to hear, because I actually do want to hear, because what are the implications of what you're talking about, Destiny? So I want to hear his response to that, saying that you don't want trans people to compete. Please, Destiny.
I'm not saying I don't want them to compete, but I'm saying that they cannot compete in the protected women's category.
Why
That's
not?
What I'm saying. Because they have an unfair advantage conferred on them.
We've been talking about. Hold on. We've been talking about data a lot tonight, but it's very clear that a lot of you guys have not actually looked through a lot of the data, and so I've been doing nothing but all day, but actually looking at all the different studies on how HRT actually affects, and it's pretty inconclusive. It ranges from hold on, actually no. So when it comes to studies on HRT and how it affects the differences in performance between the sexes, the main thing for the differences between performance is going to be muscle mass. That's the main difference, pound for pound, because men are going to be stronger.
You don't think height is important?
Well, no, because actually, if you
height isn't important.
Hold on. If you take a man and a woman who are the same height and have the same muscle mass, they will perform at the same rate.
You're aware that disproportionately.
Wait. Can I just to be realistic? When you say same height and same muscle mass, that's almost impossible. Do you understand that?
No.
Okay, you just don't understand human physiology. Do you understand how difficult it is for a woman to get the same body fat percentage?
I'm saying periods massive. You don't know enough about human biology.
No, what you're doing is...
But the data is conclusive, even though the study I referenced earlier had 12 people in it.
First of all, the data. Also, all of these studies are small. Tell me you don't know any of the studies by
No,
saying
of course, that's why the data is inconclusive, right?
Okay, yes, that's true. So first of all,
Thank you.
there is a lot of reviews on people that, these are like 10 to 25 samples of things. I linked like 6 of them in the chat. If you're going to go through, it's not. If anything, it does seem to point towards the fact that trans women do have advantages conferred onto them. Even I think up to the longest one I think I saw was 4 years after transitioning, which makes sense. If you train as a biological male in the most important athletic years of your life, you're probably going to maintain some of those advantages. That just makes sense. But when you say that for the same leanness, a man could compete against a woman, that might be possible. But for a woman to hit the same leanness as a man,
for a woman to hit the same leanness, that's incredibly hard. Yes,
difficult. Almost
yes,
impossible.
that is incredible. No, you're right. You're absolutely right. But hold on. But the reason is that the differences in performances between men and women is because of that leanness, that body fat percentage. So
no, it's not just that.
Yeah, yes, it is. No, hold on. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So it is. So it is just that. When you look at and hemoglobin is another thing that's important. But hemoglobin is something that is so receptive to testosterone suppression, estrogen, and HRT that hemoglobin levels in trans women are the same as cis women, like 3-4 months in. So when it comes to muscle mass is really the most important thing here because you can have tall women.
Ash,
so it's high. Yeah.
Ash, do you think men are genetically predispositioned to be taller than? Do you think males are?
No, the height thing doesn't matter because you can have tall women.
The height thing doesn't matter. Just on average.
No, it does matter. It does matter.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't matter because if we had a 6'4" woman, we wouldn't tell her she can't compete with other cis women. The height thing doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly.
No, you're missing like the entire plot. And this is like laughable, Destiny. That like you smarter than this. Listen, there's only a certain amount of people that are going to be able to compete. If height is a important factor and the distribution of people that are tall are mostly biological males, that's the suppression of cisgender women. If you start to put those traditionally competing men into the female category.
Oh, you're saying that as a whole, if we've got thousands of trans people competing because of where the distribution lies, we'll only see trans women because they'll tend to be taller, right?
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense.
So there's such little trans people, and then there's even littler trans athletes that this is just not gonna. This is that I would be very shocked to see a future in which women's sports are almost entirely dominated by trans females. This does not seem to be the case.
Okay, but hold
anyway,
on. We were told
back
that
to the
ago,
other point.
But we keep getting case after case where it's starting to happen. How many is too many? Like what?
Okay, well, what do you? Well, okay, so can you point to every sport? So can you point to 1% of all athletes that are winning, like being trans in female leagues? Can you point to like 1% of trans athletes?
So we're not going to let that happen.
No, but like first of all, trans people are
you're going to save them.
So
you're such a good knight.
Trans people are already a really small percentage of the population.
Yes, exactly.
Trans people are already a small percentage of the population, but they're still like shattering records. They were in esports.
Yeah, and
they
there's
are like
cis women who are shattering.
Where are you getting the 4 year stat? Everything you posted in chat is 1 to 2 years. My understanding is 1 to 2
is the longest that I've found. The 3 year from Joanna Harper is the longest that I found, and in the study that has the longest so far, it's 3 years. It shows that hemoglobin levels goes down to equivalent to cis women, and that muscle mass and lean body mass has significant decreases after up to 36 months and 48 months, but is not entirely equivalent. So for the longest study that we have, it is only one, and there are limitations as described in the paper, but it seems that the range of studies that we have that show lean body mass, there are 1 or 2 that say that that trans women have had the same levels of lean body mass as cis women after a certain amount of HRT, and there are some that show that there always is a reduction, but just not the same. So it seems as if that trans women will have either the same or a bit more lean body mass than cis women, but I don't think that that difference is unfair in the same in other ways.
Holy shit!
I literally just want to finish this one sentence. I don't think that the advantage I don't think that the advantage that trans women have in lean body mass over cis women, because it is either equivalent or slightly greater, is going to be that much unfair compared to other naturally occurring biological advantages that we have compared to like someone like Michael Phelps or other places.
Yes, nobody except you is dumb enough to try to boil this down to one physiological attribute. You're the person that's like, because the lean body mass thing isn't different.
Okay,
There's tons of different physiological factors that make it such that.
So do you want to tell me what those are? Do you want to tell me what the difference? Do you want to tell me what the difference is between male and female performance?
There's height, there's
Lung
muscle
capacity.
mass,
No, hold
there's
on.
muscle twitch, there's reaction time, there's the lean body mass. There's the hips. You want me to keep going? There's a bunch of them.
Hold on.
But you act like only one of them matter.
Hey, okay, so let's go through them.
You asked me a question, I was giving you an answer, but now you got mad because there's so many fucking answers.
GSU.
So let's go through. Lung capacity is actually mostly related to height, and like Ashley said earlier, is only really important for super high endurance sports. A couple high endurance sports. When it comes to lung capacity and bone, when it comes, hold on.
You think lung capacity is that important when you're talking about like
no, hold on. When it comes to lung capacity, when it comes to lung capacity and bone density, it's not. Unless you're talking about super endurance sports, it's never going to be the limiting factor. Lung capacity and bone density and other stuff like this, the most important thing is just that you have healthy levels, because you're going to have enough that's not the limiting factor. Other things are going to be the limiting factor for your performance, like muscle mass or hemoglobin, which are things that are affected by HRT.
What about height? What about height?
You can have tall women. Tall women.
I think. Okay, wait, hold on. Wait, I just want to let's move the conversation rather than focusing on the different traits. Okay, so the main issue with this, the intelligent argument, rather than hyperfixating on these physiological differences, is that if we do agree that the hormone profile and the physiological profile of a cis male is superior athletically to that of a female in almost all cases, which I think we agree with, the biggest problem is that even if you transition, you were able to train essentially using like insane performance enhancing drugs for like the first huge section of your athletic career.
Wait.
Okay, so
no, this is still kind of driving me a little crazy. I'm a little curious because you said you come from music, but what is the transfer of I used to do a sport with more strength and now I do a sport with less strength, and so that training was more effective?
Yeah.
If I lose that strength, then what?
It's easier for you to maintain that strength. No, the transfer is that if you were able to train with more leanness, with more recovery, with greater bone density, with all of this for periods of years, you were able to achieve a level of strength and athleticism that a cis woman couldn't have attained.
Yeah, and then you lose
train
that.
under that. You lose parts of it.
Yeah,
but you don't
lose a
lose all
large
your
part
muscles.
of it,
Your muscles don't just melt away. You retain like a decent amount of that, and even in
you lose a lot of it.
They really go away. I've been there.
No, they literally
I don't care what the frisbee golf experience is, right? If you take a cis woman and you take another cis woman, and one of these cis women cycles on fucking tren or they hardcore roid for like 3 or 4 years, and then they go to competitions down the line, the woman that was allowed to do a cycle or two of whatever fucking roid she wanted to get on is going to outperform the other one. It's just not fair.
Okay, so I gotta.
You can't know your drug levels that you were doing.
Doobie, who hasn't got a chance to talk in a while, but Phenomenics, you wanted to jump in afterwards? Oh, and Debate Poor, okay? And Ashley, Ashley, do you have your hand up? I'm not sure.
So because we're talking about her times as like competing as a male, I actually looked it up and I compared them. So when she was competing with men, her second place in the Ivy League championships, 500 free, was 4 minutes and 18 seconds. First place in that event was 3 seconds faster than her. Third place was 2 seconds slower than her. Fourth and fifth was 3 seconds slower than her. When she started competing as a woman in the same event, her first place finish was 4 minutes and 37 seconds. Second place was almost 6 seconds out. Third was 8 seconds out. Fourth and fifth were 10 and 11 seconds out. So she finished almost 20 seconds slower in the women's race. Maybe that's the effects of the HRT, right? But she still beat out her closest competition by almost twice the time spread between the first and fourth positions in the men's race.
Yeah,
right?
and she got another race in that
I'm not done
competition.
speaking.
Let Doobie finish. And also, how about the hype train? We have a hype train on level 1 hype train, 50% down, 50% left. Let's see if we can get that to level 2. How about this community sub channel? Give bits, give subs. Go ahead, Doobie.
Okay. So in a sport like this, right, where the winners are determined by like milliseconds of time difference, when we now have research that shows that trans women they lose some of their male advantage, right, but they retain about a 12% advantage on women, even 2 years after starting HRT. How can we possibly say it's fair for her to compete in this league, right? And if you're admitting Ash, that there are some benefits, right, that they might retain. Would you be comfortable with saying that Leah Thomas specifically, or that trans women specifically, shouldn't be competing in this league, in like distance swimming?
Oh no, I think that they should, because the advantages that trans women show aren't any greater than other advantages that you find naturally occurring between cis men and cis women. Like you can have two cis male athletes who show great differences because of biological factors. For example, like Michael Phelps just genetically, like he just creates half the lactic acid of so many of his competitors. Like that is such a huge benefit when it comes to his swimming and such. Like there are so many benefits and disadvantages and different things that play into human physiology when it comes into sports performance. That to say that in the specific like stat that you referenced there, 12% faster on running, but in that same study there was no difference between trans women or cis women when it comes to sit-ups or push-ups, which were the strength tests, and the running.
That was an Air Force test.
Yeah, the Air Force
It
test.
wasn't an athlete test.
It wasn't an athlete test. It was an Air Force test. So that this specific study could only be roughly generalized, considering it's just we're taking like well-trained individuals, and that the running difference can almost entirely be explained by the fact that from height. Again, if you want to actually get a really good study on trans women compared to cis women, you're gonna want to find trans women and cis women who have similar training histories and who are also the same height and who also then measure their body mass and their performance.
We'll have to get to it later. Got a few people online, right? Guys, I have a minute left on the clock. 83% done, 70% left in the level 1 hype train. Let's get to level 2. Sub to the channel, get bits of gift subs. How about this community? If you like the content, Phenomenics.
Okay, yeah, I was basically just gonna say that the 3 to 4 year studies are what's going to be really, really important. I think that it's pretty stupid to put the line at 1 year. If you're gonna have like any sort of if you're gonna base it on like an amount of time to be on HRT, which I think is a bad way of doing it anyway. I think that what we were talking about earlier with creating different endocrinological classes is a fine system of doing it, even if it creates like a type A and a type B category. It's much more inclusive to trans people to have like a name distinction that isn't going to be so man woman. That's a pretty easy distinction to pull out. I think that's like a really, really easy thing to do without having this make it this transphobic whirlwind that it turns into. I think it's really, really easy to stay within the scientific and understand that even after 3 to 4 years, chances are most of these trans women are going to be in that endocrinological class of this category that most cis women are going to.
If you make it 4 years, didn't you just get rid of all trans women from sports anyway?
What?
If you've got somebody that happens to transition at 19 and you tell them that they can't compete for 4 years, now you've removed them from college sports. Haven't you just accomplished the same thing?
Yeah, so that's why the 2 years it seems to be good enough, because 2 years gets rid of
static?
almost.
Is it just me?
There's static.
Prime has some static.
Perhaps you remove them from college sports. They could easily compete in Class A during that period, right? They don't have to compete broadly with cis women during that time. They can be in Class A, especially if it's not a man class, if it's just like a Class A. And it would be super, super easy to transition them over, knowing that they're very good at competing, given that they've been competing for those 4 years. And we can really, really easily see that that's not even really relevant, right? It's probably just a better incentive then to make sure that we can provide better access to gender affirming care for children, so that they can get on puberty blockers and figure that shit out earlier. It's a better incentive structure in that regard too.
Super quick addition. That was something that Leah Thomas did. Leah Thomas was actually competing in the men's category while she was openly trans and on HRT. That's why her times got worse while she was on the men's team. Anyway,
amazing as
okay.
They were after. But no,
we have any other
Destiny,
examples besides Leah Thomas?
Hold on, Destiny. So this is why I understand the way that you want to argue this, but the problem is people don't understand distribution, and it's fundamental to why they construct all of this nonsense on top of it. When Ash, and I'm trying to be not disingenuous here, but when you say things like find similarly situated individuals, you don't understand that you've bypassed distribution. If you do a study and you take LeBron James and you're trying to find a similarly situated female as LeBron James, the likelihood of finding this person, even if there is one, is so incredibly low that it's
Likelihood of
filed
finding
to.
a man like LeBron James is also extremely low.
Yep,
Like,
No,
but
also
this
hold
is-
on, wait.
this
What
is
she's
the
saying
point.
is what she's saying is that like you can't take like like if the average woman in the United States is 5'6" and the average trans woman is 5'10". You can't just compare the average trans woman after transition to the average cis woman, because the average trans woman might outcompete the average cis woman on all these categories, but it might have more to do with height than the hormone profile. That's what
no,
she's saying.
exactly. Especially because the average female height is going to be like way taller.
Hold on, Destiny. This is fundamentally the most important point. The point is that if you take people from a pool that has genetic advantages, the likelihood of finding that person as a female is low. So that's why these people, like, athletes are the extremes, and people really don't understand that. And that's why the normative studies or the studies of the Air Force is a bit disingenuous. When you
I understand.
take
So what Gambit is saying is that if we draw from a pool then of all trans women, if the average height of a trans woman is 5'10" and the average height of a cis woman is 5'6", then we're just going to see trans women dominate. Even if we do say that all else is equal, we say the hormone profile, the muscle, all of that is equal, trans women will still dominate because technically, distributionally speaking, they're going to be more likely to be taller than cis women. So we would expect to see trans women dominate just due to the distribution of height.
Okay, so we're going to debate board, Ashley, and then Doobie and
does Ashley have a response to that? That's GSU's thing, right?
Yeah, I would love to hear.
You want to hear Ashley first? Okay, we'll go Ashley, then debate board, then Flow Trace, Doobie.
I think that the important thing when we're talking about sports is, and we're talking about like these types of categories. I'm not even fully against adding a third category. I think that I could be sold on that. But what I guess I'm thinking is when we're dealing with women's sports, are we willing to get rid of women that are genetically anomalous, right?
We already do this.
To a severe degree.
Yeah, and that's bad.
Well,
and I guess what I'm trying to ask is then, are we willing to instate these limits? Like height, for instance, right? If we had a really tall woman, would we tell her that she can't compete? And that's more to GSU.
Yes. Sorry.
Yeah, I just want to hear
Well,
what you would say.
now.
I think you would.
Would we have told women, and I don't know if there's an example with height, but there are examples with like hormone levels and other things. So I can't say specifically if we've discriminated against a woman for her height. I don't know, but there is built into the system disqualifiers based off genetic characteristics that are anomalous, for sure.
Yeah, well, we're not talking about descriptive normatively.
if
What
there
do
happen
you
to
think should be the case? Do you think we should not allow tall women?
If there happened to be like a 15-foot woman, I think we all agree
yeah,
they probably
exactly,
shouldn't be allowed to compete in like volleyball, right? She would just be swatting everything over the net. Same thing with men.
No,
right?
wait, come on, y'all can't be serious, right?
Actually, if there's a 6'4" woman, would you
No, not 6'4" women, because 6'4" is not that. If you are a certain level of standard deviations away from the mean, there is a number that I'm willing to agree that if you're that far, nah, you can't compete.
Would you say the same thing for men's sports? Would you say the same thing for men's sports?
I don't know.
Like Yao Ming, like Yao Ming is.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is there a height cap for men's sports too? After a man's too tall, you won't let him compete?
If
exactly.
15 foot, yeah, I don't think.
You literally just said that. Come on, you literally
can't-
just
you
said
can't
that
be
athletes
serious.
are the
You can't.
extremes. You're gonna take away extremes. This is dumb. Like, this is really, really dumb. If you're
Like
gonna
you're
have
saying, like
extremes,
Michael
No,
Phelps.
it's not.
So
There's
Michael
a
Phelps shouldn't compete
distribution.
either, right?
There's a
sorry,
distribution
Michael
even
Phelps
amongst
has
the
short
extremes.
legs and webbed fingers. That disqualified.
There's a distribution even amongst the extremes. That's the problem that y'all are completely missing. And if you're even wildly outside of that's why the lady with
Can you give some examples of when we've done that?
The lady that had the testosterone problem.
In men's sports, can you give me an example of a man who was too strong, or too tall, or too big?
I can't. I don't know.
Because
that doesn't mean it
that.
doesn't exist.
Because we wouldn't do that. We don't do that.
Okay.
And we wouldn't do it with women too until there was a trans woman fucking scare.
All right. So Ashley, did you finish your point?
I just wanted to say that I think that it's something that we should at least think about in this type of conversation, that like intersex people tend to be very prevalent in the women's category compared to like the general population. They tend to be a lot more common.
Okay, so we'll go to debate board. He's been waiting. And then Flow Trace Doobie. Or sorry, Doobie Flow Trace. Whatever. We'll work it out.
Thanks, Prime. Just a couple of points. So I think Ash made an important concession earlier, which is aligned with what I was saying earlier, and that's the data is not conclusive in this space. But what she then parlayed that into was saying, I don't think that the percentage advantage that is retained by trans women after transitioning is unfair, and that is purely speculative opinion, and there is no science behind that part. The fact is that even after transition, there remains an advantage up to 3 years. Now, we can quibble about whether or not that advantage is significant enough to be important in performance, but we're seeing that advantage play itself out, whether it was those Connecticut high school track and field runners who absolutely destroyed their state championship in the 100 meters and 200 meters, or in the Leah Thomas case here, where after transition, she still retains an inherent physical advantage. It resulted in a less than 1% difference in performance that boosted her from 400th in the nation as a male participant to number 1 in the nation as a female participant. Okay.
Again,
I think
on
also
the
we have made these distinctions on testosterone in sports. There was the Olympic 800-meter runner, Semenya.
Caster
Caster
Semenya, yeah, and
right?
that was a bad thing. That was the Olympics should not have done that.
Well, right. You would classify that as a bad thing. On the other hand, what we often hear are appeals to these organizations like the NCAA or the International Olympic Committee or the World Athletics Federation, who make rules that swing towards the interest of trans people and those who advocate for them. And yet here we have an instance of Caster Semenya being excluded from competition by one of these governing organizations. My point here being is we can't simply say, well, hey, the NCAA has allowed this to happen, so that must mean that the science is on our side. And I hear a lot of that in this conversation.
Oh, I know. That's why I argue, but no, I don't argue based on what an organization has said. Like, I don't argue based on like descriptive standards. I argue about like based on normatively. And again, on the Leah Thomas thing, you can look at the specific events that she competed in while she was male versus after she transitioned and she was placing first, third, fifth while she was playing against the men's.
Not national.
No. You can literally compare.
National first place and send it to us, and we'll look at
it.
Go ahead, Ash.
You can compare.
Find a national.
Leah Thomas. Hold on. Jesus Christ.
Ash, please.
I don't care that whoever that is.
Jesus.
Oh
my God. I want Ash to be able to finish her sentence, and then
you can compare Leah Thomas performing in the exact same event in 2019, Penn versus Villanova. She got first, competing in the men's. Penn versus Villanova in 2021, competing in the women's. She also got first. This is not she's placing similar. For example, in the NCAA championship, she got 2 firsts, but she also placed 8th in one. She placed 4th in another. She placed 5th in another. She has been among the top swimmers when she in the competitions that she's competed in when she was male and after she had transitioned.
But which one was she nationally first in? I asked you that question a lot of times.
Nationally,
ask you again.
Oh my God.
Nationally, what was she first in? Can you give me an example where she was competing as a man and nationally first?
Yeah, people tend to get again. I don't know what the problem is. It's okay for a trans woman to get first in a league.
No, that's not. We didn't say whether it's okay. Can you answer the question? Can you answer the question on was this person nationally first when they were competing as a man? Can you answer that question? Is the answer yes or no?
No, I don't understand how that's relevant.
So it's not comparable. It's not comparable.
Yeah, well,
what do you mean it's not comparable?
Because what you're putting forward, Ash, is that she was like a top male swimmer, right? Yes. And so when she became a woman and went through the transition, it makes sense that she'd still be very competitive as a woman, right? But if we look at her history, I posted her history going back to 2016.
Yeah, I'm looking at her history right now.
Lots of 7th place finishes, 8th place, 4th place, 3rd place, and when I broke one of these down earlier, right? I broke down the Ivy League championships as a male versus Ivy League championships as a woman, right? And the time spread, right, is she was like 3 seconds behind the first place in that year, and the third person was like 2 seconds behind her, but she became a woman, right? That she's like almost 10 seconds ahead of the next competitor, right? It's not comparable.
No, it was 6 seconds, and it is comparable. Again,
How is this comparable?
I'm literally looking at the specific meets. She was someone who placed first often and in the exact same events.
Wait, Ash, this isn't comparable. So for example, because I don't have a sports background, I have a music background mostly.
I have a sports background.
So we wouldn't compare someone getting first chair in all county to someone getting first chair in all states, right?
No, I know. I'm comparing this exact same event. Penn versus Villanova, first place, competing in the men's category in
Doesn't make
2019.
sense to compare
Penn
that.
versus Villanova,
Y'all
2021,
are
competing in the
getting
women's
lost in this
category,
rabbit hole. Compare
first
the
place.
times.
Compare the
The
times.
place,
Yeah, why are we?
placing
Who cares
doesn't
about?
matter.
Sure.
Yeah, we
Just
don't
look
care
at
about
the
the place.
times. Like, this is
Hey.
so simple. It's swimming.
So-
You compare the times to the national times.
You wouldn't
It's so
do that if you want to push this narrative that what this person is now and what they were before is comparable. You only can make nonsense points to act like this person is competing at the same level. That's why this is happening. That's why Ash is wasting our fucking time.
I don't
Ash,
understand.
I don't understand why you don't understand.
Oh, hey, let me jump in here for a second. So I'm sympathetic to Ash's point here in one narrow way, and that is one. Look, if Leah Thomas, when she was competing on the Penn men's team, was posting those times while in the midst of transitioning, Ash is saying that the transition process was already holding back those times, and which would make Leah, participating as a man, appear less.
Some of these are before that period, though.
Appears less faster, if you will, amongst the men she was competing with. I don't know if that's really the case, though. I'm curious now if Leah Thompson competed as a man.
Leah started transitioning in 2018.
Before
transition. That posting goes back to 2016, and she saw shit times.
Yes, exactly. That we have times from well before the transition that started. That's our point.
So debate. Sorry. Debate. Are you done? And then I want to make sure Doobie's done, and then I want to get Flow Trace. Okay. Then Doobie then.
Yeah. So I think that if we're being honest, like a league without a sex restriction, it would just be dominated by men anyway, right? Because trans men don't have the advantage of male puberty, and trans women would be like kneecapped by HRT a lot of the time.
Some
So
trans
that
men.
idea, what seems like dead in the water, right? So, then the idea of like breaking sports leagues down by like income and mental health conditions seems like laughable on its face. I think. I hope. But it seems so little yeah. So it seems a lot more reasonable to me, right? Given that what we're talking about here is like a very small percentage of the population, trans people generally, then an even smaller percentage of that group, right? Trans people who are interested in like professional sports, and we have we already there are some conditions that you could have, mental health conditions, physical health conditions, where if you have this thing, you are excluded from sports, right? Because of the medication you have to take, because of things you have to do, because of what it might do to your body. It seems way more reasonable before we get to the point where we're talking about having like a depressed person league, to just say that, hey, if you're trans, unfortunately, this is a condition that if you have this, you just can't compete in professional sports, unfortunately. This is the case for tons of conditions, right? It seems like we're bending over backwards and potentially fucking over like cis women who dedicated their lives to this sport, to accommodate a very small group of people.
Trans women have also dedicated their lives to these sports. I don't understand why we're okay with throwing trans women under the bus who are equally as dedicated as cis women, because what if a trans woman beats a cis woman?
Okay, wait. So here's a question for Ash, because I'm so curious, right?
Yeah.
Does it not bother you that we don't see any of this on the trans men side?
No, we do see people on the trans men side.
No, hold on.
Actually, no, I'll actually pull up a list. I have a list because I saw
Just
you
to
should
be
make a
clear,
story.
hold on, because I've been wait, hold on. I've been given these lists before. Okay, there are two athletes that are always brought up. One has like one actual recorded like fighting match, and the other person is like an Olympic race walker. So. Are there any trans men that are competing in sports that people have heard of or care about, like swimming or some combat sport or like basketball or like something that like people actually care about? Or is it just going to be these like really weird like frisbee golf things? Because at that point, does it ever bother you, or do you ever worry like, okay, well, fuck, maybe like why don't we see trans men doing as well as trans women seem to be doing if all the biological advantages are just a wash at the end of the day anyway?
Do you think there might be sociological reasons that would discourage trans men from competing in sports?
As many as that would discourage trans women. In fact, my guess would be that there's probably more pressure against trans women than trans men, because trans men for
but trans men broadly are going to have grown up being pressured to do sports, right?
Trans women, you mean?
Hold on.
Sorry,
no
trans
amount
women.
No amount of social pressure is eliminating these sex differences. That's
Hold
just
on. Okay,
absolutely
so
not the case.
I have
not
two,
the
hold
question.
on.
Is whether they
Hold on.
compete at all.
So hold on.
So
I'll answer
I do
Destiny.
want to let
He has
some
no
people in.
response to the
Sorry,
question.
I do
Can we
gotta let some
can we
other.
hear Ash list the person? I just want to know who they are.
Yeah. Well,
That's
hold
all.
on.
Get
Hold on.
that
I
list
have
and then quickly because I gotta move on.
Well, I have two responses. The first one is that we don't actually see a lot of trans women dominating and stuff. We've only had trans women have been allowed in the Olympics since 2004. We've literally only seen one trans woman ever, and she came last place. Second of all, sure, I have a list right here. Chris Mosier, I can't even pronounce her last name. Accomplished triathlete. Yep, Team USA. Mac Beggs has been like fucking dominating. Patricio Manuel is a pro boxer qualified for the 2012 Olympic trials.
Can you send us? Hold on, wait.
Wait, this one person that just qualified for the 2012 Olympic trials. Like, this is what I'm talking about, right?
This is what we want.
Sure.
We want. Hold
4-0.
on. Wait, we want to give you easy parameters. We want to find one person that has something equivalent to what Leah Thomas is doing. That's all we're asking for. That's it.
Sure.
Not a qualification. Somebody that's either breaking records or serially winning awards or like anything like that. That's all we want.
Sorry, just give me 1 second.
I do think that generally when we divert these conversations to, or when we talk about trans men in these types of conversations, I do think that we do have to acknowledge that like there's a large group of people that are TERFs or like generally pushing against trans women, and trans women is where a lot of the fear mongering of this type of stuff comes from.
Well,
And
I think it's
that just isn't the case for trans men. Now I agree with you.
That would mean
we're
that it's
talking
more
about
socially acceptable for trans men, so we should see
I'm not
more
denying this.
trans
I'm
men
just also
flourishing.
saying that why we tend to talk about trans women in these conversations is because that's where the fear mongering tends to.
No, it's because that's where the biological advantage is.
Yeah, because I think if we think about trans men, right? I don't think trans men are going to be somebody that's gone through puberty as a woman that is now just taking hormones and wants to compete with men, with cis men. That's a really tough sell. Like you got to overcome a lot there.
I'm just saying that like why these conversations also don't tend to go there. A large part of that is that the fear mongering tends to be about trans.
We can say that, but like if I'm going to be as conspiracy driven as you guys were about conservatives, I would say that the reason why the conversations don't go there.
What conspiracy?
The conspiracy that people bring up trans women because they hate trans people, and this is the easiest
You
argument they have to
don't. You don't think anybody's ever done that? It's like that's a conspiracy now.
It doesn't matter. What I'm saying,
it's a conspiracy. It's a conspiracy. It doesn't matter anymore, though.
I'm not even saying that I would
It's
do
a
that. I'm not
conspiracy.
even saying I would do that, but I'm saying that if I was to do that, then I would say the reason why nobody talks about trans men is because it kind of like destroys this entire argument. Because any reasonable person would know that like a trans man is probably never going to be competitive with elite.
So there was no
cisgender
conspiracy.
male
You're completely moving away from this claim that somebody was being conspiratorial, and you're just like backing away from it entirely. No, the point is like this. Your point flew under the radar. Your point is that bad. You have no way to support this argument.
Okay,
it's not an argument. I'm just saying that
Nobody
I
is
feel
saying
like the
you're
reason
bad.
why the reason why trans men aren't addressed is because it's like pretty strikingly obvious that trans men aren't competitive with cis men, and I think that's why.
That's cool, but nobody was on here being conspiratorial about conservatives, right?
Wait, who?
Nobody was on here being conspiratorial about conservatives. No,
Who the fuck asked you?
Big epic, bro.
But okay, let's go to Flow Trace. Has been waiting quite patiently.
Look how proud he is of himself.
He lost meme.
Sorry,
It's the imposter sus. Holy shit.
What's the problem?
Is that person well?
Oh, I don't. Sorry, buddy. Let's go to Flow Trace. Has been waiting like extremely patiently. Thank you for being classy along the rest of these fucking degenerates.
Thank you, Prime. I guess there are two things I want to go over. The first being on regards to Lita Chandler. I'm not sure if I'm getting that name right. I apologize if I'm not. I would first like to clarify if we're specifically bringing up the idea that her transitioning was sort of artificially deflating her numbers, and that then if you sort of reverse that deflation, that these numbers are actually a lot better. I think you need to be a lot more intimately knowledgeable on what the actual transition process is, because I'm not aware. Do we know exactly what she was doing in terms of her transition at each of the points that we're then drawing these data points in terms of her numbers of SNMs? And then just more fundamentally, I feel like when we're looking at this result in this competition at this event in a specific period of time versus this other time in a different event at a different specific point in time, I feel like unless you're intimately familiar with sort of collegiate level swimming, I feel like there's a real risk here of drawing wrong conclusions from a variety of numbers. Like it feels like borderline like telling my GF like, oh, I have like 8 CS per minute, so I actually should be in diamond when I'm hard stuck silver. So I feel like that it's really hard to draw these kinds of conclusions if the data is as muddied as it seems to be. But I think the more fundamental issue that we're having in this conversation that wasn't addressed, and I think Ash sort of touched on it last time she spoke, is that it's not just that we care about a difference in an advantage, but it's also why that advantage exists. exists. I think that most people here, except maybe GSU, would agree that if if there was a cis woman who was competing at the level that Leah Thomas is competing at, I think most people would not have a problem with that. Or similarly, if someone was using steroids and the quantified gain they got was smaller than the difference between non-doping athletes, that suddenly wouldn't be okay. So I guess what I'd like to hear, particularly from like the GSU Destiny camp, is what is it about the choice to transition implicates the difference that trans women are granted that's different between than just the differences that sort of randomly occur between normal cis people?
Because we've decided that we want to create a protected space for women to perform athletic events in. That's what we have. We have created women's sports as a protected space for women. We've decided that that's the differentiator, not a particular hormone level, not a particular, just that sex differentiation. If we find a way for somebody, if we find a way for somebody to train for some of the most important years of their life athletically as the other sex, and then come over and compete now in a sex protected league, that's where the issue comes from. That's why people feel like it's not fair.
I guess then my question would be, and I just want to be very clear, I'm not trying to say you're transphobic, but I feel like that argument comes sort of dangerously close to being transphobic when you're saying that we want these leagues to exist to protect women. Well, I think that you would certainly agree, and most everyone here is going to agree that trans women are women. So it feels like you're sort of drawing a distinction. Well, really, we want to protect cis women.
Yeah. So okay. Firstly, the statement "trans women are women" is stupid. So let's get rid of that completely. Okay, because that's not what's at issue here. Okay. Number two, women's sports were created to protect women. That's the only reason why women's sports exist. Right? There is no other reason.
Well, yes, I would agree. It feels like, I guess the problem is that I feel like the word woman both sort of functions in the realm of sex and in the realm of gender. And when these two get muddied,
we're not talking about in the realm of, it's not, sports aren't about what you identify as, right? That's not
yes.
how we've drawn the distinction, right?
So yeah, no,
if we have a protected space for women, then I mean, if we found a way, kind of like, I don't want to call it a loophole.
Maybe female.
Like,
yeah,
well, see, that's where. If you have a way for somebody to train as the opposite sex for a large amount of their life, and arguably the most important training years of their life, and then switch over and then compete in the other sex category, people are going to feel like that's cheating or like that's wrong or somehow they've got an advantage they shouldn't have.
Destiny, if you don't, you should use female because you'll get endlessly strawman online if you say women that way.
No, I would use what we should say is AFAB or AMAB would probably be the better.
That's an intuitive argument. Like, people are going to intuitively think that that's unfair, but that doesn't actually, like, make it unfair.
But it does make it unfair.
Well, no. There's a difference between things being unfair, and then things seeming unfair. Trans women in women's sports, I understand that seeming unfair, but when it comes to the alternatives, it is just the fairest solution to let trans women compete in women's sports, especially considering there's one, very few of them, two, very few.
Fair.
Well,
it doesn't make it
hold on. So you are either okay with just telling a bunch of athletes who have trained their entire life, they're professional athletes, this is what they care about, that they're just not allowed to participate in.
Wait, nobody said we already compete.
We do that all the time. We're all athletes.
No. Hold on.
Wait. But because we do that currently for tons of mental and physical health issues.
But your category. Yeah, but there's no. But we do that with health issues because that negatively affects someone's health. You're just effectively telling trans women. No, but trans women are not going to compete.
We can effectively tell trans women that they can't compete. That's
hold on. You actually,
on the other end, you're saying that you're essentially saying to all cis women that you're never going to win.
Because that's not true. That's not true because for example, people like Leah Thomas and those Connecticut track races that you mentioned earlier, and every other trans woman that's ever been an example has been beaten by cis women. Leah Thomas literally placed 4th and 8th and 5th.
Okay, here's a question.
The very event that we're talking about.
So here's a question I want to hold you to. Wait. Here's a question I want to hold you to right now. Okay.
Yeah.
If in the next 3 years, 3 trans women are rank 1 finishers on a national level, do you think that represents a problem? Would you admit at that point that
nope, that's not a problem. No, that's not a problem.
Okay, I don't know what they're saying.
But you could make a counter argument. That is the problem.
No, I can tell you why it's not a problem.
Prime, I'd like to address Doobie's issues earlier.
Hold on. Hey, Ash, can I ask you one question before we move on from this?
Absolutely.
So what Destiny was really asking you, and this is what I've asked a lot of people in these conversations, is there a limit in which you would say that this is unfair to cisgender women? What would that look like to you? What would have to happen in sports for you to say, oh, yeah, maybe this shit isn't fair? Is there any case?
Yeah, yeah, sure. So there'll be a couple of cases. For example, allowing trans women who have not gone under any gender affirming care to compete
No,
in
I'm
cis
talking
female
about
leagues. I feel
presuppose that we're talking about a world where there's 1 year HRT or whatever the standard is right now.
okay. So I guess you're telling me like how many trans women in competing in cis female leagues is too much. Well, I mean, if you're seeing a large disproportionate amount of number of trans women taking up the top spots compared to cis women, I guess that you would say that it's unfair, but that'd be extremely hard to the scenario of that is really really outlandish because again, when it comes to when we're talking about athletes,
Wait, I'm
only
not
about one.
asking. I'm not asking how
I'm confused
likely you
about your
think
question.
this is. I'm not asking how likely do you think it is to happen. I'm asking if we brought you a sheet of paper. I know, but I don't care about how likely you think it is.
No, I'm already past the likely stuff. I was describing the situation.
No, you were talking about it's outlandish. And
She was describing the situation. Yeah,
I was already past that.
Yeah.
I was past that.
So
like spazzing out everything.
Ash, finish your point, and then I want to hear get to Striker, who hasn't had a chance to say much, and then Spirit Toby, and then Doobie, and Ashley, because I know she has something else to say. Yeah. She's not. You know what I'm saying, and then Flow Trace.
Okay, so if let's just say that like 1% of women are like trans women, and so if we start seeing like 5 or 10% of all records and all the top places and like 15% of all the like the top rankings be occupied by trans women, I think then that would call for some like review, and that would be unfair. But we don't see that, and I don't think that we will see that. And if we do, I would say that we would have to look at we'd have to review policies to make stuff like that fair.
Okay. Moving on to the next person I named. Oh, is that Striker? And Debate Board, I'll get you at the end of the list.
No problem.
So I want to touch on the saying that perception doesn't really matter. I think the perception of like trans people in sports, regardless of the actual reality of it, if the current reality of it maintains for the next 20 years, or if it goes into the hellscape scenario where cis women are not competitive whatsoever, it does matter to some extent because it's having an impact on legislation right now. So even if it's just a few people in like collegiate level or actual real competitive level sports making strides or whatever and breaking records, it's still affecting people in like high school and middle school and elementary school that might not be affected if collegiate level, we based off the evidence we had, didn't let trans people compete. So people in middle school and elementary school where sports aren't that competitive are now, and high school somewhat more competitive, but I personally don't really think is that big of a competitive thing compared to college or beyond, are now being screwed in a lot of Republican states. I remember seeing, I'm not sure if this was in college or if this was in high school, but there's a trans man who was forced to compete with women.
Yep, and he's dominating.
Was that high school or
Mike Beggs high school? He's literally
yeah.
dominating. He's the number one. He's the number one.
So we're seeing that with high schoolers because of this issue where we're having niche people in college doing this. Now we have Republicans pushing through legislation that otherwise might not get passed and might not even go even crazy further to like Florida, where we're having general inspection, crazy shit going on, because we can't give on this one issue that is very, in my opinion, is super niche. Like, why focus so much of our energy in saying you're a transphobe if you don't support trans women in collegiate sports, when we can focus on healthcare, or when we can focus on healthcare or any other trans issue? No, I'm not saying they're mutually exclusive. I'm not saying they're
people as a transphobe because most people support it.
I'm not saying they're mutually exclusive, but me going out to talk to my local representative about trans sports versus me going to talk to my local representative about trans healthcare are vastly different in terms of how much trans people actually should care about them, right?
I mean, I agree. I talk to my representatives about trans healthcare like all the time. I'm very in contact, and you should talk to them about both because the Republicans in 2022 are like specifically running on trans sports and trans healthcare, and both of these are very very bad and should
Yeah. Okay. So
contact your
sure, we can
representative
say
to
both of them are bad if we
Yeah,
take
you
that
can
position.
talk to them about both.
But
Yeah.
if you only say you're like a normal person who doesn't have the time to do both, because like I'd say the normal person.
What do you mean you don't have the
frankly
time to do both? Contacting your representative is literally an email or a phone call. And these are like you do like everyone has the time to write out an email to the representative. I'm very intimately familiar with how you actually contact with your representative and actually talk with them. It's a lot of people describe it as a lot of effort.
It's also about political capital though. So like in my state, Maryland just defeated. It was probably always going to get defeated, but we defeated an anti-transport bill. But who knows how in the future how that plays out? Not necessarily just in Maryland, but other states that see a liberal state is trying to harm women's sports or whatever whatever is the narrative the Republicans are going to give. That like, and rather than focusing on bills that could be passed in Maryland, which there are better bills being passed too in Maryland for trans-related issues, but why spend the political capital on this issue that frankly doesn't impact that many trans people's lives when we can focus on healthcare and other issues that impact trans people's lives a lot more?
No, because they're not mutually exclusive. You can focus on more than one issue. They're not mutually exclusive.
No, it's not about being mutually exclusive. It's about political capital.
Yeah,
it's
sorry.
Not about being mutually
there's
exclusive.
no political capital that's wasted by advocating for trans sports that can be allocated for trans healthcare. That would move trans healthcare forward faster.
It definitely does because conservatives latch on to this issue. It's a losing issue. They latch on to this issue, and then they
more. That's the biggest one. Trans healthcare for kids. That's the
no,
biggest
yeah,
one.
but they start with one and then they branch into them all.
Yes,
okay?
So that's why you have to stop all of them. Political capital is not like assigning points to a character, like leveling up in Elden Ring. That's not how political capital works. You can fight for multiple different trans issues at the same time.
Okay, so we got to go moving on. So we'll go to Spirit Tip. We had a question for DB. Oh, guys, and if you've been enjoying this content, hit that follow button, right? Hit that follow button. We do this all the time. We'll even be streaming tomorrow. Oh, I see your hand up. A person sent. But yeah, we'll be streaming tomorrow. We're gonna have a tournament. With I should have said while Dustin was there. But anyway, we're gonna have like a tournament. It's gonna be great. So be here for tomorrow night. But yeah, hit that follow button if you have not done so yet. Make sure notifications are on so you know I'm going live. I do it all the time. We're always streaming, always giving you content. So do that. Okay, let's go to Spirit Toby, and I see your hand.
Yeah, it was to Doobie.
What's your
we
name?
just lost Destiny, so that's fine. And then it moves into synth as well too.
Synth, yeah.
So Doobie, you brought up a very good point of how difficult and complicated it is to implement some type of endo categories into sports to do that, and it's never going to happen. And that's kind of what Destiny was saying earlier, which is very valuable. And so it's never going to happen because it's just so complicated. So the burden, unfortunately, is for like my question for Synth and Wine and the others that are supporting implementing several categories into something is how to go about doing that so that it actually gets done. Because the question then becomes, it's just so damn complicated. People just want to watch sports, and like most American voters are just one issue voters. It's like trying to get them to think of three different things.
Yeah, you can answer DB and Striker. We can hear you type. So mute yourself, please, if you could. Thank you.
I wasn't typing. That was my glass. Sorry.
Oh, okay, sure.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question in there. I think I missed the last chunk of that.
So the first part was where you had said it's so complicated to implement something with multiple categories, it's never going to happen. So I agree. So the question is how could something like that be implemented? Because that's what Synth and Ash are trying to do for that. It's an uphill battle. It's going to take a lot. It's never going to be done, but they want to do it. What support could they get to do that?
Oh, well, I don't want to do that, but Synth, please go right ahead.
Sure. Yeah. First, I kind of want to respond to the thing Striker was talking about earlier. The reason everyone on the panel is focused on this issue is just because in the context of a panel, we can only focus on a specific issue. We can't move the conversation to talking about healthcare. So I don't think we can use it as
I'm obviously not talking about just this panel. I'm talking about the entire Twitter space on it as focused so much on this.
And the reason the reason we spend a lot of time talking about things like the athletics is because there's diminishing returns to talking about any issue. So we can't hyperfixate on just the most important one. We also have to talk about the lesser important ones too. Even if they're not like as important at the same amount of like the same level, right? One is more important than the other. We still have to there's diminishing returns, and eventually it becomes the case that we can't just hyperfixate on one thing. The advocacy is more effective if we split up our movement into advocating for different things sometimes. So that's the main reason why we should advocate for more than just one thing. To answer the question that I think it was Spiritobi asked is how could something like that be implemented? Sure. I don't think it's the kind of thing that's going to be implemented right now. It's a long process to implement massive social reforms. I think if you want something like the existence of endocrine leagues or something, we can take a look at the existing sports that already don't have leagues based on something like sex that might need it. And implement this instead because it could be more effective than the sex leagues, right? Additionally, what you could do is you could just use endocrine systems. We kind of have endocrine leagues already almost for the ways that we decide who's allowed into which sport or the other, right? So as it exists now, it'd just be two leagues as they exist. Just to make sure that we don't reform that into something where there's only this specific trans league that only trans people are allowed to be in, and trans people can't be at all in any of the other ones. I think that's just being ridiculous.
Okay, so I understand what you're saying. Let me just follow up real quick. So, Synth, I understand what you're saying is that it should be done. What I'm looking for is an emotional catch to bring people on board, or how it's going to be better, or how people are going to make more money.
Okay, sure.
Because those things are going to bring about the changes that you want to happen.
I understand what you're asking now, yeah. So if you're asking how do we deliver this point, how do we convince people and move them over to supporting something like this, I think that the impacts that the positive the impacts that this could have for trans acceptance are massive, right? It's not the case that it's going to be the most important thing in the world or whatever, right? But if we have trans people competing in sports, in the limelight, so to speak, right, in these positions of stardom, and women's sports especially, it could be the case, right, that more people have more favorable views of trans people, and that perpetuates more trans acceptance to society overall. That reduces, obviously, the difficulty with which we have to deal with these other issues like trans healthcare. It means it's easier for us to reduce trans suicidality as well. By obviously making those expansions to healthcare.
Well, I mean, you said all that, but you never said what the leagues are actually going to be and how you
Yeah, I did. You just didn't pay attention.
Yeah, Synth did.
No.
Yes,
no,
yeah.
No, he said it's going to be an A category and a B category.
I said it was based on endocrine. Yeah, you weren't paying attention.
You said endocrine
I
multiple
pressed
times,
him on it.
but you
I pressed
haven't
synth on it.
identified the specific characteristics that we might use to differentiate.
Median endocrine levels across all of society for all people, and split it down the middle is at least one way you could do it. You could also do it based on take a look at the bimodal distribution. There's going to be that median in the middle, right, where there's that trough right between the two modes, and you can split it in the middle through there.
So just a quick question on that, because I don't know anything about this endocrine thing, and that's why my point to you was I thought you were saying that in this endocrine system there are multiple characteristics that we could differentiate or distinguish between individuals on. Is that right or wrong?
I'm sorry, can you ask that question again?
Yeah, so if we're going to use an endocrine system approach, right, does that mean that there are a variety of different endocrine characteristics or factors that we can delineate on?
Yeah, so the endocrinological sex is defined, right, by those external factors. We can make a guess about what those external factors are going to be based on somebody's hormone levels over a long enough period of time. You give it something I think somebody earlier said 4 years. You give it as long as 2 years, and it's going to be mostly the same as anybody else who's had that endocrine level for 4 years, right? It's going to be the same for most people. So what we could do is we could just take a look at hormone levels over a long enough period of time and use that as the way we make the decision.
Okay, that's good. We covered all this before too. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. Prime, if you're talking to us, you're muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. My fault. Spirit till we got a chance to talk. Doobie, Ashley, Flow Trace, Debate Board, and Synth.
Okay, so actually, I thought it was pretty interesting earlier, the trans man thing. Why are we always talking about trans women? So I looked up some of these people, right? Some of these trans male athletes or trans men athletes. And I'm just going to go through a few of them for you guys, okay? So there's Kai Ellams, played 3 seasons as a woman, came out as a man, and this was basketball, by the way. Came out as a man and retired from college basketball 7 months later. Never competed on the men's team. Mac Beggs, who's been repeatedly saying that Mac Beggs is dominating in men's wrestling.
Right? Oh no, women's
actually,
wrestling. He's dominating women's wrestling because he's a trans man who they haven't let.
So let me break that down. So yeah, Mac Beggs did dominate in women's high school wrestling, with like a 32-0 record while taking synthetic testosterone, which is a little bit iffy, I think. Mac also competed in a couple high school boys tournaments where he got third place in a 3-person bracket in one, and a third in a 6-person bracket in the second. He joined the men's college wrestling team in 2018. Didn't compete in 2018 to 2019 due to surgery, and hasn't been active in college level men's wrestling since that I've been able to find anywhere. Now there's Keelan Godsey, set 2 records in women's hammer throw at the college level while taking synthetic testosterone, and then attempted to qualify for the Olympics in 2008. Got 8th place. Competing with men. Did it again in 2011. Got 5th place. Did it again in 2012. 5th place again. Right. So like it seems like this really doesn't. We talk about trans women because that's where the issue is. Right. Trans men do not compete.
Competing to enter the Olympics. That's huge.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Again,
there's only ever
compared
been
to
one
other
trans woman in
Olympic
the
level men, I'm not saying that she's not a great
There's
athlete.
only one trans woman in the
Hold on. Well, I'm sorry. I'm not saying that he's not a great athlete, right? Of course he is. Right? This person's dedicated their life to this sport, right? So I'm not saying they're just like a shit athlete, but I'm saying compared to like biological men at the same level, they're not competitive.
You said that after what you said 3 years on HRT that you were that they were competing in 5th place to go to the Olympics. That's still huge. It's still like almost to the same level.
And also,
hold on. So they've been taking HRT since 2005.
Okay.
So that's 2008 was at the 8th place hammer throw finish, trying to get into the Olympics. 2011, so that's what after like 6 years of HRT, they got 5th place, and 5th place.
Okay, so can I get a quick response to that? Because that was a thread that I brought up. That he's
I really want. I know you'll be able to talk some more. I'm sure. You're great. Thanks so much.
If you want to go, it's fine.
Actually, you better take your turn.
Okay. I just wanted to ask Stevie. So it seems like only one trans woman has actually been in the Olympics. So I agree that we could look at other things, but just just talking about the Olympics right now, right? It seems like multiple trans men have tried to qualify to get into the Olympics, and probably multiple trans women, but it seems like only one trans woman has gotten into the Olympics. So I wanted to ask you, and she didn't seem to place great. So on the Olympic level and with their regulations, right? It seems like, at least from what we can see, they're not like significantly they're not. There's not enough data there, right? Which means that not enough trans people are getting to the highest level. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, I mean, I don't expect like a, even at the Olympic level, right? I don't expect like a trans woman, who is like a good athlete, a good college athlete, to just be able to blow out all women who were like at the Olympic level of the sport, right? Like these are very, very skilled people.
What I had wanted to ask earlier, was if we continue at least with the Olympics, right? Like let's just talk about the Olympics because we could talk about a million different variables. With the Olympics, with their own regulations, if we did not see trans women dominate, would you be fine with just keeping the current regulations for the Olympics?
No. Well,
okay.
Hold on. I think that the Olympics current regulations like 2 years. I think it is, if I remember correctly. They need to be on
yes,
HRT
but they've
years.
been allowing trans women to compete since 2004. Oh, you mean HRT? Okay, sorry. I thought you meant how long it's been in place. Sorry.
Yeah, so they require that you're on HRT for 2 years, if I remember correctly.
I believe so.
Yeah, but according to that study that came out recently, that's not long enough, right? So it might need to be 4 years or 5 years.
So if they increase the amount of years, would you then be okay with that?
No, the 2 years
I think
showed.
I think
same.
If it was possible for 5 years out for these people to be have like no significant advantage over like cis women, I'd be fine with it. But I think at that point you're basically saying that they can't compete at all because you'd be basically saying that they can't compete with other women, right? For 5 years, they need to be competing with men while taking HRT. So,
I guess what I'm trying to say on this is that like we've had these regulations since 2004, and only one trans woman's gotten into the Olympics.
And she got last place in her event. She didn't even like get a qualifying lift. So
yeah, again,
so,
I don't expect all trans women to like blow out.
I don't expect that either. I'm just saying that like,
but I think at the college level and at the high school level, where there are women who, for example, if you're in high school, you might be trying to get a scholarship, right, as a female, doing swimming or whatever the fuck, right? So them losing opportunities because somebody else has a condition that basically makes him the Michael Phelps of your league, and you just have that shit luck of the draw.
but trans women are also fighting for those scholarships.
Well, they can fight for scholarships as men if they're
why?
Well, also why I'm trying
why not?
Like what?
Why I'm trying to limit this to like the Olympics specifically is I want to ask specifically with the current Olympics thing, right? The current Olympics regulations. We have not seen trans women dominate in any capacity, and we've not seen trans men get in, but we've also not had like trans women really get in either. So with the current standards, it doesn't seem like this is at least showing to be a major problem. Now, if it started becoming a problem, I would be for changing it, but it doesn't seem like it's a problem.
Wait,
yeah, but why would we wait for it to become a problem before we like make rules about it?
The only thing that matters isn't the Olympics, right? Like,
I'm not saying that that's the only thing that matters. I'm just talking about the Olympics because I'm talking about a very specific spot where we can.
Yeah, but let's talk about it in
the
totality. World. Let's talk about it in totality and not try to talk about like one specific subset.
But
right?
also, it seems like only the UK and US are pushing for this.
No, hold on, wait. What we can talk about is the amount of cisgender women who don't feel empowered to speak up about the injustice they feel is done to them without threat of losing all of their scholarships, all economic support for themselves, right? We can talk about those type of things. We can talk about
you're okay
the
with
parents
all those
who
happening
don't.
to trans women, but not cis women. Got it.
Yeah.
No. Wait. What we can say is that female sports was erected for the purpose of giving females a opportunity to thrive athletic, right? That was the founding principle.
Like Leah Thomas.
Leah Thomas isn't a female. Leah Thomas is a woman. You should catch up on your words. But anyway, yeah. So these things were erected to serve females, and the fact that females feel like there's a tremendous injustice being done, but they can't talk about it without threat of losing all economic support that they have should be a cause that we would expect our friends on the left to take up, but because it's ideologically opposed to this like injustice that they want to do, they all of a sudden they don't care about injustice.
But hold on, there are cis female athletes who've been doing nothing but going on parades about and getting plenty of like media spots and getting plenty of and people who would eventually beat those trans women. You remember that Connecticut racers that the cis women who came out against those Connecticut racers? They eventually beat them in later races that year. Like, so not only that,
just because they eventually beat them doesn't mean that there's not a problem.
It just shows you that they're actually levels. And then also it shows you that they're competing at the same levels. And also like there have been plenty like hundreds and hundreds of cis women who have come out in support of people like Leah Thomas and other trans athletes and such.
And there are thousands of them who on Leah Thomas's team.
Whoa. Really quick, I can save you from not. I can save you right really quick, Doobie. You're about to say something, and there's like direct data that's going to contradict what you say because it contradicts what GSU says. So we actually have polling data on how. Yeah, GSU, we do. We have polling data on how. Are you go ahead? Do you have something to say?
This doesn't address the point. I don't care about.
Okay, sure. So you just said that women on average, right? You're saying like women as a group have this certain view.
Statement.
You said women. You said women have this view. You say women don't want you. Yeah. You did, GSU. You said women don't want. You said women don't want.
Come on, GSU. Own up to what you say.
You said women don't want trans women in their spaces. I'm telling you. I just told you what you said. Everyone here heard it.
You said I didn't say all women. No. Now you're trying to characterize.
I'm not saying you said women. Whoa. I'm not saying you said all women. I'm not saying you said all women.
But I don't.
I'm not saying you said all women. I'm not saying you said all women, GSU. I'm saying that you said women do. I'm assuming this means you think it's like it's going to be what percentage of women do you think it is, GSU?
No. There are women athletes. What percent? Probably.
Yes.
I don't know what percent, but I assume something
down
more
the middle. It's 50-50.
it could be.
That's what I thought. Yeah, it is. It is.
It
Yeah,
could be 50-50.
it is.
I never said it was all women. Like, this is a weird straw
I
man.
didn't claim that you made it said it was all women. You were making a generalization about women.
Wait. All I'm saying is that this is an injustice being done to those cisgender women where they can't even speak about the lived reality that they think they're. No, they can't. No, they can't.
Yeah, they can.
That's a lie.
Right,
No,
they'll
they'll
lose
lose
support
support
from
from
the
the
other line.
Show me
they'll lose
people
support
who
from
have
the
lost
NCAA. They'll lose support from their college. They'll lose support. There are going to be outliers. There are going to be outliers and loud factors that are able to fucking deal with the situation because they might have other economic bases in other places. But there's a lot of people who don't have that.
Okay, can you show me the people who have been reprimanded by the NCAA by expressing their dislike for people like Leah Thomas? Because that's just not been the case. That's
Okay, hold on.
I think GSU's. And I got to move on. And move on to other people. I think GSU's larger point is that that there is a certain segment of society that will shun individuals who don't show support to trans women in sports.
Yeah, and that's fine.
Yeah, to act like this isn't
Like,
just
I'm totally fine with shunning
ridiculous.
transphobic people.
Okay.
Just like they're totally fine with shunning like shunning me for being trans. Like that's
Sim,
the case.
Shout
Sim, can you post that poll, please?
Yeah, I got you.
Flow Trace, you've been waiting quite patiently again. You're not degenerate like the rest of these people. So thanks so much. Debate board and then Cynthia afterwards.
Yeah, I was originally going to ask a question to Destiny, but I guess instead I'll ask to GSU and also a striker. I guess the question, and I'm assuming that both of y'all are vaguely pro-trans, because that sort of is required for this argument to work. So if I'm misassuming your positions, please interrupt me. I don't mind.
Cool.
So I feel like the distinction that I was trying to have with Destiny is that the reason that we have a distinction between cis women and cis men is so that there can be a healthy woman scene. But the reason we as a society want a woman scene in and of itself is not because women are less competitive, but I think for more fundamental reasons, right? Like earlier in the panel, people were saying, "Oh yeah, why do we want a woman league? It's less competitive." Well, I think there are some more fundamental reasons, and I feel like at least some of those reasons that our society generally has would apply not to the idea of a cis woman, but our more broad idea of a woman that we all think trans women fall into. So like, I have 3 examples here. I think that one of the reasons we want more women's sports is to have representation for women generally. I think another reason is we want to try and push back the idea, and I guess this sort of ties in the first one, that sports are exclusively a guy thing, or that guys should feel bad for not doing sports, or that women should feel bad for doing sports. And I think a third reason is that we want women's sports because men and women's sports as a combined space might not be safe for women to be preyed upon. I think it's actually very similar to like part of the reason why we have separate bathrooms. So I feel like if you say, oh, but when I say women in sports, I mean cis women, I feel like you get close, and I'm going to clarify, I'm not saying you are doing this, but this is like sort of my hesitation with the argument, is that you're getting close to basically saying that trans women aren't real women in certain ways.
Yeah, no, so, okay, you've skipped so much. The reason why these things were erected, and this is what Destiny was talking about earlier, was specifically for females. Like, at inception, all of these things were to give females opportunity because there's no way they could have competed with males. Now we have a world where there's also gender that's at play, and it should be at play. People should be able to be whatever gender they want. Now the conversation has switched from being a institution that's supportive of females to being an institution that's supportive of women. So the conversation becomes: has this expansion caused any sort of strife or grief amongst the group that it was originally intended for? And my answer would be absolutely yes, which is why there's a lot of outcry about this.
I feel like I can definitely, or sorry, go ahead.
So I was going to touch on that last thing you said, specifically about when you said that if we say there's like some difference between trans women and cis women in this regard, then we're saying that trans women aren't really women. So I think the flaw you're having in your argument there is that you're viewing it at almost like trans women, when you hear the statement, and when a lot of people hear the statement, trans women are women, what they hear is trans women are like virtually identical to cis women, which we obviously know is not the case. Obviously, if we look at all these studies we've been talking about all night, but also like if this is the case, if it was the case, why the need for hormone therapy? Well, I guess we can say we need hormone therapy, but why the need for FFS or bottom surgery or anything? We're women.
Oh, no, I'm 100% on board.
Yeah. Okay. So it just saying like that it's not about trans women being women or not being women or whatever your conception is. It's the category is women, and then there are two categories under of trans women and cis women, right?
Yeah, I agree, and I guess this also just sort of goes to GSU's point. I agree that definitely at the inception, and Ashley or Lux of Legends really educated me on this, so thank you, Lux of Legends, Ashley. But I feel like in the modern day, right now, I don't think you can make the case that the reason we care about women football or like the NWBA or women's tennis is because of things that only are true of cis women. I feel like the existence of these groups serves the identity of women, not the identity of female or of cis women. And so
Really good
then
point.
it feels like if you were going to say then that, oh, well, the reason we have these sports is for cis women, well, no, the division is based on cis women, but I don't think the existence as it operates in today's society is for cis women. And so that's where I sort of get tripped up.
I don't think that's true. I think that when 99%, when like not even 99.9% of society looks at sports, they're looking at on a way more fundamental level than just like a gender identity. Nobody's looking at sports in terms of like gender identity. We're looking at this like very fundamental level of like of performance.
Well, I agree that that's how they're looking at it in terms
And why
of
would you
making
want a
the
women's league in the
distinction.
first place?
Yeah, I agree that's how they're looking at it at the distinction, but I think what that, from your perspective, I don't think that answers the question of, okay, well, women are less competitive than men. Well, why do we want a women's league in the first place? And I think that does go to reasons that apply
It's
to the
not
group
that
of
women are less competitive than men. Women just can't compete.
Yeah,
in something
yes,
against
yes.
men. That's
They do not have the same ability.
Competitive, not in a
Yes,
description of a
100%.
personality trait. Competitive in like a competitive sense.
Yeah. Sorry, I apologize for miswording myself there. Yes, I 100% agree. But we do not always create leagues just for groups that don't do well off. There's something unique about the differences
when they're
between
50%
men
of the
and women.
population,
we're not talking about like
it's not
like
just
we're not
that, though.
we're not talking about like
I think
creating
it
a
is
league
just
for
that.
asthmatic
It is
people. We're
just
talking about for
that.
like 50% of the population that would otherwise like never be able to compete if there wasn't this.
It is
league. It's
just that. That is why. That is the reason.
I think we just have to agree to disagree here, because I feel like if you, I guess if I can just make my final point here, I feel like if you ask a lot of people, why are women's sports important? Like if you made the argument like, oh, women are so much worse at like sports, who cares? Why do we have them? I feel like people would give you answers like, oh, well, it's important for women to have a space to be represented. It's important for these things to be taken seriously and covered. I feel like people would say that like women competing with men might be preyed upon. I feel like these are reasons, and I feel like some of these, a decent chunk of these,
It sounds like you're asking the wrong question though. You're not asking why they're important as in what's the benefit. You're asking why do they exist at all. That's the question. So you're not asking the right question.
Yes, and I feel like those reasons don't exclusively apply to cis women.
Wait, you said
no,
so one of the reasons.
Go ahead. So you're not asking the right question. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so one of the reasons that we need a male league versus a female league is that the men might rape the females. Like,
I don't think people conceptualize it that way.
I 100% think that having gendered locker rooms is a good idea for reasons like that. I think there are other reasons too, but
not the sports.
Having gendered locker room is not the same as the sport.
Yeah.
No, I think.
The locker room is downstream from the sports being separated.
Yeah.
No, I think. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, we didn't construct it because we were like, oh my God, people are going to be raped. Jesus.
No. Again, I'm not talking about the reason. No, again, I'm not saying the reason why these were created in the first place. But I think that, and again, I think we're just going to have to agree to disagree here, because I don't know if we can look up studies like why people value women's sports. But I think that the way women's sports operate in our society today has a lot more to do with our concept of a woman than our concept of a female.
I think that's totally wrong.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, doesn't make any sense.
That's why this trans debate is a debate, because
this is only a debate
about female sports.
But this is really only a debate in the UK and the US.
Yeah, because the rest of the world doesn't put up with it and doesn't even play around with it.
But it does.
No, the reason why it's only an issue in the US and UK, it's not about putting up with it. It's because the US and UK, well, maybe not the UK if we're looking at trans issues, but the US, it's because we're way further along socially progressively in very specific areas in the country that allows this to proceed to this level.
Well, that's one way.
But you would
it
expect
has nothing. It has nothing to do with putting
up with it. You would
up
expect this in a place like Sweden, for instance, where trans women are very accepted in Sweden. At least their surgeries and all that. A lot of data comes from Sweden that they have good acceptance. Not the best, but you might expect this type of rhetoric coming from them.
Mixing healthcare with
No, this is an interesting transition because it wasn't long ago that that Western European countries and the United States were ahead of the curve on progressivism when we were standing up for women's rights, right? And now, apparently, because other countries aren't as, I guess,
but it's not Western countries.
It's not as prevalent in these other countries that of what the UK and the US is doing. We're somehow further ahead of this curve. I mean, the flip side of that is we're now regressing on women's rights, and this fundamentally, right? This fundamentally shifts from inclusionary to exclusionary, right? The inclusive, the compulsion here to include trans women into women's sports is absolutely excluding women. It's excluding women from the podium. It's excluding women from scholarships. It's excluding women from even pursuing long-term careers in athletics or athletic events.
This is extremely ridiculous. Oh my god, this is so
fucking hell.
Jesus Christ! How many trans women? No, how many trans women? Sure, okay, sure. How many trans women do you think there actually are that are going to be stealing scholarships? And also, you care about scholarships and podiums in the case of like cis women, like you care about cis women not getting scholarships, but you don't care that trans women who train their entire lives care just as much as cis women. You don't care if they just get told to fuck off and never play again because you don't care about them like you do. Oh no, because you don't.
I explicitly said no to that earlier, so you can continue with that false pretense.
No, okay, so again,
trans women can compete with their male counterparts because they are
where they will never win anything because as we have seen, trans women like literally
I'm sorry,
Leah Thomas in the exact same
what's your
event.
excuse for me then? I want you to
Leah Thomas in the exact same
because despite
in the exact same event,
lost in high school,
lost her.
I couldn't cut it nationally. So why are you not crying for me because I couldn't in quotes compete?
Oh yeah, because you should have just got better.
Yeah,
you should have just got better. You know?
Hey, I hit my ceiling, and I'm fine.
So then, why wouldn't you say the same thing for the trans men? They should just get better.
Yeah, no, trans men should get better, and there should be, and society should be more accepting of trans people. So trans people have more opportunities to exist, and attend and have chances at athletics and such. Yeah, it's so fucking insane that that I'm hearing that including trans women is exclusionary when your preferred system is just excluding trans people. Because again,
nobody
when it comes to trans, hold on, Jesus Christ,
people said that.
No, again, no, Jesus Christ. No, hold on. Literally, hold on. You literally want. Hold on, GSU, holy fuck. You literally fucking incapable of letting someone finish a sentence is actually insane.
No, because you say dumb shit. You've been talking and you said dumb shit, and then we interrupted you. Now you're mad. Stop saying stupid shit.
Gambit again.
Does this guy need medication? He's freaking out.
Gambit again. Okay. You, in your ideal system, there would be no trans women who could ever pursue athletics because trans women would have to. Yeah. No, that's true.
I didn't say that. I'm saying I didn't say that.
No. I'm saying that is hold on. I'm saying that is a result of the world that you would like to see because trans women who transition would not be able to compete with their male counterparts. They just wouldn't.
They can compete with their male
No, they can't.
counterparts.
Leah Thomas literally lost. No, Leah Thomas literally lost 30 seconds on her fucking time in the same event. Jesus,
and still was the #1 person in the 500.
In women's, what do you think she would be in men's? Take that time.
Mid-tier swimmer.
Yeah,
literally in that event.
So, okay,
none of the other women in that event actually made the times to be recruited in Division 1.
Okay, hold on. This is so stupid, Ash. Let me ask you a question. So, do you think putting trans men into cis male sports is saying that we don't want trans men to compete in sports?
No, I'm saying
yes, absolutely. I know plenty of trans men who have quit sports because of this.
No, I'm saying that you don't that in your
no.
world,
I want you to answer my question. Answer my question.
Nothing I said involved trans men. I'm talking about trans women. I'm saying that in your ideal, hold on, literally let me finish a goddamn sentence. I am saying that in your ideal world, there would be no trans woman who could ever pursue an athletic career because you would make trans women who compete at levels of cis women compete with trans men, and they'll never win because they take HRT, which makes them compete like cis women. You're just putting women in the men's category. That's what you're doing when you want trans women to compete in the male category after HRT. That is literally what you are doing.
Okay,
and so
I'm going to ask you the question again, and I'm going to see if you're intelligent enough to be able to answer it. I'm going to try again.
I'd like you to tell me how trans men have to do that.
happens.
I'd like to know what trans men have to do with trans women in this question.
Okay. My question to you involved trans men. So the
Yeah,
fact that you
I
don't
know.
think trans men was in the question is due to your intelligence. So try
No.
listening. Try listening.
No
So I'm
atoms,
gonna
by the way.
ask you
No
a question.
atoms, by the way. I'm literally gonna lose my mind.
I'm gonna ask you a question again, right? Okay.
Yes.
When trans men have to
Mhm.
compete against cis men,
Yeah.
they don't have a lot of opportunity for success. Would you say that putting trans men into the category with cis men is exclusionary or is not giving them a chance? Would you say that?
Nope. You should
Okay,
no, hold on. No, literally hold on. So first, I'm gonna say I said that in your ideal world, trans women would never be. So why are you asking me about trans men? Why are you asking me about
Because
trans?
it's the same
And
thing.
second of all,
Because
no, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. And second of all, there are like I put a study in this in VC chat. There are such incredible systemic barriers for trans people to go into athletics already that of course we haven't seen any successful trans men. There's no it's the sports world and the athletic world is so fucking hostile to trans people. Why the fuck would anyone want to go through all of that? People like Leah Thomas are so goddamn brave for having to stand up for
Wait,
with
this makes
national
absolutely
hate
no
campaigns.
So despite all of the sociological things that you're about to try to regurgitate, trans women are competing and doing very well and trans men aren't. So you use the sociological factors to say that's what's excluding trans men, but those same sociological structures, which I would say are far worse for trans women, despite that they can still succeed. Why is that? Because of the inherent advantages,
So you
which is why
realize
we have
there
to
are
have this
very
conversation.
few trans women who have actually ever succeeded at sports, in women's sports. There are very few. There are literally very few. The Leah Thomas, who we've been
There's
talking about
orders
all
of magnitude
fucking day,
more than trans
literally.
men.
Oh, yes, trans people. Yeah, trans women, started off a little more successful than trans women. Okay, trans women started off being a little more successful in athletics than trans men. Okay.
Not to mention, trans women are going to be raised in environments where they're going to be much more involved in sports. They're going to be much more pressured into athletic fields, whereas trans men are going to be raised in to be not too averse to those types of things, which makes sense. Which is why we see trans women do really well in esports, right? There's going to be a lot of these trends that are going to make a lot of sense based on the interests that they're raised as children.
Well, I was gonna say there's also probably more. Hold on. I was gonna say there's probably more trans female athletes compared to the total trans female population than there is trans male.
You're getting quieter.
And it's trans women, but yeah.
No, I know what terms I'm saying. So there's probably more trans women athletes who compared to the trans women population total than there are trans men athletes compared to the trans men population total, because trans women have to,
You're very low. That's what we're trying to say.
Yeah, your volume is really low.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'll talk a little louder. I'm trying not to yell. It is 1 a.m. in my apartment.
Sure. I just want to move on. We got some other people. We got our debate board who didn't get to finish their point, so I want to make sure they have that space. And then Synth, if you have anything else you want to add, please. So debate board.
Yeah. So thanks, Prime. So the original point I was going to make is. And hopefully I don't just forget it now. On so many other social issues or cultural issues, the left has a stance that one instance of X is an injustice, and we must not just pay attention to it, but we must act. And yet in this space, in this argument, the fact that we see high school girls, we see college women, we see national events, all right, where trans women are competing. And they're taking spots on the podium. They're outperforming their female counterparts in these athletic events. That this isn't a problem.
Why are you pluralizing something that just happened once?
That's also not an injustice, by the way. So I don't know why we'd have to act.
People don't care about cisgender women.
Trans women not winning. Trans women winning is not an injustice.
People don't care about cisgender
but
women.
female athletes who were born females and who no longer get an opportunity. Okay, look, Ash, you just made the point a few moments ago that trans men not winning right,
Mm-hmm.
is essentially excluding them from
I
competition.
never made that point. That's literally not what I said.
Oh, that was
Yes,
the
it was. That was your
implication of
point.
your
No, it wasn't. That wasn't my point. No, no,
Who
no.
made that claim? What are you
That's-
talking about?
I never said that. I literally said that trans men. No. GSU asked me the question. GSU asked me, do you think that trans men not doing well in cis men categories means that is exclusionary to trans men? And I said no, that is not exclusionary. Did you not listen to me?
You said the reason that they should not compete against males in sports is because they would never win.
Trans women, yes.
You leave them no space to compete
Yes,
or participate.
trans women. Yes, trans women.
Okay, thank you.
They're different. They're two different things. Trans men and
Okay,
trans women are different.
but we're saying that the same result would happen.
No.
I understand they're two different things, but what we're saying is if trans men were put against cis men, they also would never win. So I understand they're different, but you would have the same result. So why would it be fair for those trans men to be put against cis men?
That's the question that this person is not going to answer.
No, hold on. I will answer.
They can't answer.
I will answer it again. Yeah, and I answered it again. I'll answer it a third time. That is not exclusionary. It's not uncommon to see a group of people who are new who are new and just entering an athletic field to not be good at it. Women, when they first were allowed to compete, were vastly worse than the women today.
No, but these aren't people who weren't athletes. These are athletes who've been doing this sport just as long as the men have, but they're just transitioning. So they've still been doing the sport. They aren't brand new off the street.
No, hold on. No. But
They
so
aren't
a couple things. One, oftentimes a lot of trans men, like as Duby was listing off earlier, had left sports before they transitioned because, as I was saying, it is a very, very hostile environment to be trans and athletics. And then another thing that I was saying,
or they just couldn't compete.
Hold on. Literally, let me finish. The second thing is that there's more trans female athletes compared to the trans female population total, because trans women are more likely to be raised in an athletic environment, more likely to be athletes than trans men are. So the reason that you see more trans women, like trans women are the first trans people to start to win events, is because one, there's a greater percentage of trans women. No, hold on. Because there's a greater percentage of trans female athletes compared to trans male athletes compared to their respective populations. And two, because the directions of the sports, trans men have to they have a difficulty increase when they go up. The testosterone makes them they do better against women. So you obviously can't have a trans man compete against cis women. Look at people like Mac Beggs for example.
The trans women do better too.
Yeah, and there are also trans women who do worse.
Yeah, but you bring up that there are trans men that would dominate cisgender women, but trans women do the same thing.
Yeah, and there are cis women who dominate other cis women again.
Except they don't need a biological, substance to help them do better. The trans women are just better in every way.
No, they're not. They're trans women.
Trans women are better in every way. I'm glad you agree.
I know, I agree. So do I. Oh my god, I love trans women too. I'm glad we agree. But
you love trans women so much that you're willing to do it at a detriment to trans men and cisgender women. Yes.
No, it's not a detriment.
I understand.
It's not a detriment. If you
trans men support these policies.
Yeah, trans men want to be.
I know trans men who quit sports because they have to compete with women because it makes them so much dysphoria.
They literally... and cisgender women that quit sports because they have to compete with trans women. But you don't care about
that. And they can cry about it.
Those women just suck it, right? Yeah.
Oh, they can't.
I don't care about cisgender women. That's the truth.
We care about the thing that causes suicidality. We don't care about the thing that's just people whining. Correct,
GSU.
You caught us.
I think
cisgender women are just whining.
I think we can build a bridge here. I think it is. We would all agree that we would care about why people are quitting the sport, not just necessarily that they are quitting the sport.
And again, like I said, GSU is totally fine with trans women in mass quitting sports, but as soon as
I've never said that. Stop. I interrupt you when you say false shit.
No,
I haven't said.
Again, holy shit.
Why can't you just make it so somebody's making after you say some bullshit like that? I don't give a fuck that you mad.
GSU,
No, stop being a crybaby. Stop being a fucking crybaby. I don't
GSU,
care.
you are the most
Stop being a
retarded person I've ever
crybaby. He says while having a meltdown.
Gambit, I swear to God, you're one of the dumbest people I've ever talked to because
Yeah,
you can't
exactly.
you
Yeah,
can't
okay,
you can't
yeah.
you can't
No,
you
that's
can't
why
comprehend
you
someone
have to
making an
just
analysis of your
continue with
policies. You can't comprehend someone someone
Yes, and I'm
imagining
gonna
what
interrupt you when you do that, idiot. You
okay,
can't
you
understand
is
that.
wrong.
Okay,
If you don't let me finish this
okay,
sentence. GSU, I'm gonna
because you're
GSU.
saying some bullshit, and
I'm
then you
gonna
say, "Oh my God, you ain't letting me finish." Shut the fuck up.
I'm
You're
going
an idiot.
to
You're an idiot.
I'm going to walk through this one with you again. This is like the
You don't
fifth
have to
time I've
walk
walked
through
through
it.
this.
You don't
Oh,
have to
I know
walk through
because
this
you're
with
too
me.
stupid. I don't even know why I should bother you. Too
I'm
stupid
far
to pay attention.
I'm
But I
far
want
smarter.
I want
I'm
you
far
to
smarter.
listen to me again.
You want to talk about if you want to talk about intelligence, we can dive into that if you want.
Oh, I know, and I
You've
don't
been doing that all night.
Hey,
Okay,
Dude.
I'm gonna ask you for the fucking.
I was initially making a point that Ash jumped in on, and that's look, in all these other social and cultural spaces, a single instance of something is considered too much, and we must do something. It's not just we have to pay attention to it and we have to talk about it and discuss it, but we have to take action. Action is required. And if you don't agree with that, then you are singled out. You are maligned for being uncaring or bigoted or hateful, etc., etc., etc. Yet here in this space, right, the fact that we have high school girls in multiple states who are not any longer winning the state track and field championships, for example,
They're
or
still
we
winning
have
state
women in college swimming who are not winning a college national championship because there's a biological male competing against them. All of a sudden, this is just too few examples. This is not.
This is literally
a big
two
deal.
examples. This
not-
isn't two
This is so insane.
two.
Okay, so
It's
so
two
you literally
examples.
listed.
You're
Okay,
asking people to care about cisgender
wine,
females,
Mom.
and
Look, I
that's
think you
just
need a
not
little
gonna
more
happen.
wine because I don't
I'll
go
work
on
on
an
it.
exhaustive list because we're on Twitch. I'm trying not to, suck
You're
all
not
the
on
air
an
out of the room
exhaustive
here.
list because it doesn't exist,
okay, so
dude.
you're
It's the
saying
same
that
thing
this
you were.
woman.
There's a reason why multiple states are attempting to pass these laws.
No, the
It's
reason
not
they're
Yeah,
just
trying.
because it's an
Oh,
election.
yeah.
It's an election play. Okay,
So,
and by the
okay,
way,
hold on,
because
Exactly.
Connecticut never happened. Idaho
Exactly.
never happened. Texas never happened.
No. Exact same
You're
thing. Wait,
fake.
no, I
You're
want to
fake.
get onto this.
You're
No.
fake.
Debate.
Keep
You
trying to
literally
tell us
keep
that disc
saying.
golf
You
and
have
rock
kept
climbing is
saying
like track
that
and
the
field, okay?
shut.
But it's not the case at all. Okay.
You wanna?
And you trying to
Oh,
parlay
this
that
is
into any
adorable.
authority
I
or
actually have a
credibility.
good point here.
sorry,
But he just wants to ad hom because that's what he has to get
okay.
to.
Okay, so we'll go to Synth and Doobie. Okay.
Yeah,
Get
okay.
people to care about
So,
females.
GSU, is your name Synth? Okay.
No,
So, I was
know
asked
my
earlier.
name. Very
Yeah,
well aware of my
calm
name.
down, calm down.
Oh,
So,
whoa.
I was asked earlier for a source on the poll. It was GSU. I'm trying to give people an answer to the questions they were asking earlier. I'm sorry,
GSU, you gotta let him go. Calm down. Synth has been
I
waiting.
just want them to post the poll that they
Please,
was
I will post it. I will post it for you. It's okay. So the source is Gallup 2021. Is 53% of only 53% of women actually think that they should be that trans women should be in the sex associated with their birth when they're competing in sports. 4% say no opinion, and the entire remainder say that they're playing on teams that match their gender identity is what they should be doing. I'll link that to you in VC chat. Can you see that?
Yes, that's why I
There we
tagged
go.
you and asked.
Yeah, I go ahead and I posted it there. Calm down.
So this isn't about athletes. This is about Americans. What I
Yes, it is about athletes. Yes, it is about athletes. GSU, calm down. Stop freaking out. I'll tell you what it's about. U.S. views on transgender athlete policies in sports.
No, it's not from the athletes. That's the point. We were arguing. When you made the dumb claim that you made. Yes.
Holy
when you
shit.
made the claim that you made,
This is your counter argument. Wildly different from the average woman, I'm sure.
And you said
You
no.
polling
You're
on
wrong.
athletes?
All the athletes are okay with this, and then you
we
said
can never abduct. We can never abduct. We can only have meltdowns online. So GSU, do you have any polling data specifically on athletes, or should we just be abducting from the best evidence we have? By more than 300 current and former collegiate swimmers stating their support for Leah Thomas.
There's
How
no
about that?
reason.
There's another letter.
There's no reason to think that you can take a poll from a group that isn't materially invested and equate that to a poll inside of a group that is materially invested.
So you can absolutely abduct from the data we have on polls for women in general and make the reasonable assumption that women athletes are not going to have wildly different positions on this.
This is like saying.
Let's just hear the poll data. Let's hear the poll data.
Yeah, the poll data says that in the case of the average woman, they say that
transgender athletes should play on the teams that match birth gender 53% of the time, as that's what their opinion is. It's no opinion 4% of the time, and the remainder is for them playing on teams that match gender identity. In the case of men, on the other hand, 72%, a whopping 72%, say they should play on teams that match birth gender. This is a massive, massive disparity. I think it's pretty reasonable that we can make the reasonable assumption that athletes who are women are going to have relatively similar opinions to the average woman. I agree. It could be the case that that's not actually true, but if you have data on that before you made the claim, I'd love to see it, because I think this is the best we can get on the claim that you made, that you have no data for. And I'd also really love to address the question, debate Boris mentioned earlier. The left thinks that just one injustice is an injustice, and thus we shouldn't have it. I don't actually think the left thinks this, right? So I think this is it's an intelligent argument to bring up, because I think it's important to mention. There's a group of the left, I think, that like almost like an anarchistic group, right, that sees any kind of injustice as too much. But I think if you take a look at like the founders of liberalism, people like John Stuart Mill, we understand it's a cost-benefit analysis, and there are some injustices that we're okay with. For example, the injustice of introducing unfairness into sports by having men and women's leagues, where it's no longer the case that the most biologically fit is the person who wins in sports, and instead we introduce unfairness because everyone agrees, me included, that it's worth it because of the social impacts it has on society. We just think there's better things than just that one implementation, and there are better outcomes in the future. The fair outcomes in sport is just the one where the people with like the best biology win by the most, because that's what sports is about. It's not about like who tries the hardest. It's about who has the most biological advantage, and this is just the case sometimes.
I also
so Sid, I don't understand how this is a pushback.
Can I respond?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay.
I also want to hear from you, Vanilla, but that's after Doobie. All right. So GSU, you can respond.
I'm gonna follow up on the whole.
So this is what intellectual dishonesty looks like. We were talking specifically about the demographic of how women might feel. And I used the I feel statement. I didn't appeal to any data set. I used the I feel statement like, hey, I know a lot of women who feel this way. You made a statistical claim that claim that I was making was not true. And then you provided a study, a poll about a different demographic. And you're using that to say, well, because the broader women demographic feels this way, well, surely this subgroup feels this way, which the left understands intersectionality. And that's why, like, the idea that you're making.
I'm not intersectional, but you're making a lot of assumptions right now. I'm not.
No. Intersectionality is not intersex, you dumb fuck.
I didn't say intersex. I didn't say intersex. I said I am not in favor of intersectionality. I'm not that kind of leftist. You're making a lot of assumptions. Okay.
That's an L since I'm sorry.
I can explain it later. I think that
well, if you don't understand that different demographics can have different experiences.
That's not what.
Even more stupid.
You are genuinely.
But anyway,
buddy, hold on. No. You made an attack. I'm gonna. No. You made an attack. I'm gonna address what I'm gonna address.
I'm gonna finish. I'm gonna finish.
Right now.
Hold on. Stop. Oh my God. Oh, don't. I can mute you. I'm gonna have to mute you both. Knock it off. Okay. GSU. Finish your point. Then Synth, you can respond.
Yeah, so the idea that we were talking specifically about women that are athletes, and you provide a poll about the demographic of all women is stupid. If we had a issue in America where we were talking about how Americans feel, and then I provided a poll about how Republicans feel, like, it wouldn't make sense. So the idea that the way you look at groups and different demographics, they can have different opinions is obvious. So the idea that you would share this to try and prove your point is stupid.
Well, I think the poll also doesn't help the synth, because what we saw.
Can I address that point first? I got 2 points to address.
Go ahead, Synth. My bad.
Okay, it's all good. Thanks. So first point, your wacky point about intersectionality. No, it's not the case that intersectionalism is when people have different experiences. Please read Kimberly Crenshaw. You will disagree with her too. I guarantee it. In the case of hold on, buddy. And in the case of the argument you made of like the poll, we can't abduct onto this group, it's the case that if all the information we have is just the fact that we have like polls on general women, and we don't have one specifically for the average woman, then yes, we can reasonably abduct from a poll like that onto, we can, it's pretty reasonable. We can abduct onto the subgroup using this group of that's polling the larger group, just like you could, it's the case that there could be differences, I agree, GSU, it's the case there could be differences, but if we don't have data to show that this is likely that there's differences, then we can abduct, right? We can make it a reasonable abduction.
Can I ask you a question? If
go ahead.
If we did a poll on whether Americans supported reparations for Black people, and I wanted to say, hey, I wonder how black people feel about this. Do you think it would make sense to do a poll over the entire U.S. to say, oh, this is probably representative of how black people feel?
All
It doesn't make sense.
GSU, I can answer your question. GSU, I can answer your question. You asked me a question. You asked me a question. Can I answer it? You interrupted me to ask a question.
You don't get to determine when I'm done. I do.
You get to determine. Wait. So you get to interrupt. You get to interrupt me, but I can interrupt you back. Really? It's a one way. You did interrupt me. You did interrupt me. Yeah, you did. You stopped me mid-sentence.
Oh my god. Okay. All right.
Does GSU having a meltdown?
I can interrupt you. You can attempt to interrupt me, but I'm not going to let you.
Okay, so then I'm just going to do it anyways then. And like I'll just wait till PrimeCayes steps in.
Okay. Thank you. I'll adjudicate this. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. So look, Synth, you said you were interrupted. Go ahead. Knock it out. Then GSU. All right.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. So what we can do, if all the information we have is a specific set of information, like the polling data we have, for example, on women broadly, we don't have polling data on this subsection of people who are like specifically athletes, then the best information we can use to come to a conclusion there about the general statements about women, or the general statements about women athletes, are going to be the general statements about women. If you have data that contradicts that, I'd love to see it, but I know you don't. If we're making a claim about like what black people specifically think on an issue, we can take polling data specifically of black people relatively easily. Women athletes are an extremely small group by comparison. It's very hard to do random dialing and like just parse out who the female athletes are. That's ridiculous. Go ahead.
It's hard to ask
that
questions.
doesn't mean, because there's a lack of information, doesn't mean that this information can be reasonably reasonably used.
Information. GSU, finish up, and I gotta move on because we gotta move past this.
Before I was rudely interrupted and then it would pass the Synth. I was saying exactly what Debate Boy is trying to say now. Just because there's data available doesn't mean that you can apply it to a subgroup that belongs to that demographic. It doesn't make sense. It's stupid. It's intellectually dishonest. Only somebody that's arguing an indefensible position would do something that dumb. I was going to say exactly what Debate Boy said.
Okay. Well, sorry.
Okay, that's all good, yeah.
We got Doobie, and then Vanilla, and then Debate Board.
So just a quick note on that point. So 16 people on her own swim team, on the Penn State swim team, right, came out and said that she shouldn't be allowed to compete because she holds an unfair advantage over competition in the women's category due to her biology. They said, and they pointed out that she went from ranking 462 as a male to #1 as a female. So it seems like within the women's, even her own swim team, right, at least 16 of them do not think it's fair for her to be competing. Right.
Okay. So actually, sorry.
I'm not done speaking. I'm not done speaking.
I'm sorry.
Right, there's a wider point that I'm actually curious about. So I worry that I wonder if you guys ever worry that you're playing into turf arguments, because there are arguments about males who don't care at all about the struggles of females to have their spaces accepted and respected in a patriarchal society. Those males trying to invade those female spaces or dismantle them if they're not allowed to. We've had some people here saying that we should do away with sex restrictions in sports entirely, which I think we'd all agree would massively push females out of professional sports leagues, right? So don't you worry that when you guys say stuff like that, you're playing exactly into turf arguments because you're doing what they say that you're doing?
So can I address the first thing you said, Doobie?
No, hold on. I was actually, please.
Go
I
ahead.
actually wanted.
Go ahead.
I want to address the first thing Doobie said because it's actually so there's actually like a lot of contrary to this. So in contrast to the group of 16 people, there's another group of swimmers from Thomas's team that made a separate statement supporting competing on the women's team. So did the University of Pennsylvania, multiple organizations affiliated with the University of
So are we
Pennsylvania.
talking about University of Pennsylvania? This is annoying me.
And
Also,
also,
University of Pennsylvania, Penn State. University of Pennsylvania, Penn State. I think it's University of Pennsylvania.
University of Pennsylvania.
Two different things. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, this is University of Pennsylvania. This is where she goes. But so in contrast,
thank you, everyone. It's been great talking.
See ya.
See you, Brento. You have a good one.
Yeah, good night. But in contrast to that group of 16, there was another group of swimmers from Thomas's team that made a separate statement supporting her competing on the women's team. There was another anonymous letter organized by Skylar Baylor, signed by more than 300 current and former collegiate swimmers, stating their support for Leah Thomas and all transgender college athletes who deserve to participate in safe and welcoming athletic environments. So when it comes to athletes, especially in this specific and their opinions on whether Leah Thomas should be able to compete, it seems pretty clear that there's overwhelming support for Leah Thomas And
Well,
there
wait,
is
why
backlash.
would that
That's
be
absolutely
clear
the case.
with 300 people of like thousands of current and former like women
Okay,
swimmers?
so
316 in the
so
that
hold on.
you
So we have
brought up, right?
300
This is
to the
more
16 you brought up,
anecdotal.
plus the entire rest of the
Hold
team
on, but
that
the
you brought up,
16
plus
are
the
her
rest of the
own
university.
team.
Yeah,
Wait, hold on.
also,
No,
300 is
hold on.
her own team as well.
The 300 is her own team as well, yeah.
Another
No,
group
it's
of
not.
swimmers
No, it is
from
not.
Thomas's team made a separate statement supporting her competing on the women's team.
Most of her own team has not made a comment on this. Right, there
Another
are
group of
39
swimmers
people
from Thomas's swim
Yes,
team made a separate statement
another group
supporting
of
her
swimmers, which is much smaller than the 16 that came out in support. But the vast majority of people on her team who have not made a public comment about this, because I would assume that because they know that if they did and they came out against her, they'd be shit on. Right. So to say that,
Or
hey,
they
there's
know that
overwhelming
because if
support
they
on her own
they came
team,
out in favor, they would be going against the majority, which would make them less likely to get sponsors, maybe, right?
Because a smaller number of people on her team came out in favor of her than did against her, it seems really stupid. First off, secondly,
well as an
the fact
organized
that there was like an
group.
organized attempt to get current and former women's athletes, college athletes, to come out in favor of her, and they only got 300. They only got 300 people to sign on to that. Of the thousands of current and former women athletes, like come on.
On her team, this is her team.
Okay, no, hold
There
on,
are not
hold on,
300
hold on.
people on her team.
No, it's not 300 people on her team. But again, please, okay, I'd like you to show me the anonymous letter of thousands of female athletes female swimming athletes that are condemning Leah Thomas.
Do you take silence as support? Do you take silence as support? Is that how that works?
Neither is
Someone silent about something, they support it.
What?
Do you take silence as support?
What I do is. So what I do is I look at what people have to say, and by the way, there is no penalty for speaking out against Leah Thomas.
That's
Doobie
not
literally
true.
no.
That's
Doobie
absolutely
hold
not
on. Doobie literally
There's a
brought
huge
up-
social penalty for coming out against any trans issue.
Please stop with the
Trans-
interruptions. Stop.
trans-
Come on.
trans people
Doobie.
literally mass
Doobie.
murder-
literally
Oh my
Doobie
God.
Doobie 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 Doobie
Doobie. Stop, everyone. Knock it off. Thank you. Finish your point, Ashley, and then I do want to hear from Doobie again.
Hey, Prime.
Thank you.
Can I ask
So
you a
Doobie,
question
hold
at some
GSU.
point?
No one asked you.
I'm talking.
Doobie.
I'm talking to Prime.
You
Right
can.
now. Prime, can I ask you a question?
I promise.
Cool.
You can.
Cool.
All right, I'm gonna go to sleep. By the way.
Can I see you, Striker?
Good luck, all.
Can I strike here?
Thank you, Striker.
Oh, you can go, Ashley. I said.
Oh, I thought GSU had a question. Anyway, Doobie, why? So if you brought up 16 people on Leah Thomas' team, came out against Leah Thomas, and then I say, well, actually, we have far more people who are coming out in support of Leah Thomas, specifically in the female area. Then you, I'm sorry. So I'll try and talk louder. So Doobie, you brought up 16 people who were coming out against Leah Thomas on her team, and then I tell you that another group of people also on her team came out in support, as well as there is it seems to be far more active support for Leah Thomas in the collegiate female swimming athletics than there is against. And then you will then argue that, do you think silence is support? So then why did you bring up the people in the first place? So do you think that these 16 people, like what evidence do you have to show that there is a silent majority of people who are not speaking up out of fear? Because that just does not seem to be the case when most people who are giving opinions are in support of Leah Thomas, and you can't just make up support for your position out of thin air. You can't just be like, oh no, trust me, there are a bunch of people who actually agree with me, but they're not going to talk about it. Because they'll get reprimanded based on all these reprimands.
We get it. So first off, so the reason I brought up the 16 people on her own team who have come out against this, and they're asking the college to follow USA Swim USA Swim team guidelines, which require I think there's like a panel of people who would determine whether or not she has a competitive advantage because she's trans, and if she does, then they're going to take her off the team. They're asking them to comply with those rules. Now, that number of 16 people on her team of, I think, 39 people total is much larger than I think the 3 people who have publicly come out and support people on her team of her, right? Most of the team has not made a comment on this, right? But the people who have, the vast majority of the people who have on her team have come out against her and said that she shouldn't be allowed to compete because it's not fair. Now there are 14,549 women on college level swim teams, like NCAA teams. Right. That's 2019 to 2020, right? So I'm sure it's a little different 2022, but I'd assume it's around that level, around 15,000 female athletes, right? So to say that, hey, they managed to get 300 of these people. Oh, and that's not counting the former female athletes, by the way, right? So God knows how large that fucking number is. No, I'm not done speaking. I'm not done speaking. So to say that, hey, they got 300, they got 300 people in this organized effort to come out for these trans women on these sports teams. Well, obviously there's overwhelming support for trans women on these teams because they got 300 of 15,000 people, not counting the people who are formerly on these teams. Seems fucking ridiculous, right?
Okay,
So this is why I'm saying when you make statements like there's overwhelming support for this based on 300 out of like 15,000 people, or like, God, it's going to be like what? 15,000 currently. So going back a decade, right, of former swim team members, that number is going to be fucking huge, right, compared to this 300. So it seems like you're pulling that overwhelming support directly out of your asshole.
Okay, so if you would like to show me then if you'd like to show me the 1,000 former female collegiate swimmer of former and current, you want to show me that letter? Then please show me that they're going against Leah Thomas. But all we have now is the people who are out against it or for it. And when we compare people who are speaking out for it versus against it, there are vastly more people speaking for Leah Thomas to compete. So I don't know why you would bring up 15 and then I would bring up so in response to that there are more people who actually support Leah Thomas. Now all of a sudden you're saying, oh well, we can't actually use these numbers. So why'd you bring up the 16 in the first place? 16 is a whole lot less than 300, and 16 when it comes to 15,000 current, and there were people on our team who came out against those other people on the team.
He's just expressing why overwhelming support seems to be a complete mischaracterization.
Okay, cool.
That's all he's doing.
I call it a lie, not just a mischaracterization. The Mac Beggins was bullshit. When he said that Mac Beggins was dominating, then I looked it up, and he was dominating.
Mac Beggins dominated women's sports.
In women's sports, when he was taking testosterone.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Right, but
that's exactly what I said.
But you said that. You said that in response to us asking for trans men who are competing at the level of Leah Thomas.
I specifically mentioned
and you said, "Oh well, Mac
saying
Mac
he
Beggs
dominated at women's sports." That's explicitly what I said. So that's not a lie.
Why would that be relevant to the conversation? What you were asked for is an example of a trans man in a male sports league that was dominating the level of Leah Thomas. You couldn't provide one.
That's because I was running down a thread, and Mac Beggs was in that thread. It wasn't a thread that I made. I said that he was dominating sports. I don't understand how that's relevant. And also, again, you can't bring up numbers, and then when I bring numbers that show contrary to your position, you can just say that all numbers are fake. Okay, so again, until you can show me that there's a letter of 1,000 collegiate female swimmers who have come out against Leah Thomas, I'm going to say that there's Leah Thomas in the collegiate.
So you're gonna,
especially when multiple organizations have I don't know how it's intellectually dishonest and 300 is bigger than 16 until you can get that through your fucking
mean
skull.
Overwhelming support for her.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, until you can. Okay, well, again,
current and former across all colleges versus 16 people on her own.
So again, until you can give me the letter of 1,000 or 500 people who are coming out against Leah Thomas, you can shut the fuck up. Because again, 300 is bigger than 16. Until you can show me there's more support against. I don't know how that's dishonest.
All right, so
I literally don't know what to fucking tell you, man.
So Vanilla has been waiting, and so I want to get.
I don't know, man.
Vanilla in, and after that we'll go to Flow Trace, and I guess it's a Neon person.
Yeah. So just the 2 points. I was looking at this poll that Sin posted. Even in that poll, the majority of the women said that the trans women should still play on teams that match their birth gender.
That's what I said. It's 53%.
Yeah, so even so I don't see how that's a response to GSU's point, because even the majority still say that trans women shouldn't be competing against other women.
Because earlier he conceded 50-50 was like a significant margin. That was something that was already conceded earlier.
Hold on, what?
Yeah,
GSU doesn't know what he conceded. He forgot.
But if the majority,
No,
thinks
that's
that, I
not
don't
what
see
I
how this
conceded.
poll is relevant. But anyway, but y'all were talking about
And then asked for the polling data to confirm that it was a 50-50 split, which is what was demonstrated by.
I'm not gonna lie. GSU thinking that GSU thinking that 16 is bigger number than 300 probably explains why he thinks he has the highest IQ in the chat room.
Was bigger than 300. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
That's exactly what I said.
Well, y'all were talking about the effects of puberty and like how that gives like the disproportionate outcomes. I was looking at like youth track and field for like different schools like across the nation, and youth track and field would be 7 to 11 years old, and there still seems to be a markable and pretty consistent difference between the male and female competitors, even at the ages of 7 to 11. And the same thing in junior high. And of course, you all would say it would be different. I mean, you would probably attribute the difference in high school to going through puberty, but it seems like this difference extends way before puberty and is very consistent. I've looked at tons of different schools, different regions across the nation. The males are still at 7.
Do you think
even at the age of 7 to 11 years old? They're still.
Do you think that any of that may have to do with the fact that every single boy is socially pressured into doing a sport, whereas girls are given a lot of social pressure not to do a sport, or generally given a very different social environment where maybe the option as opposed
and
to
also that boys are going to be on average taller than girls, because height is not something that's determined by puberty. It's determined by human growth hormone, which is something that which is a lot of that's determined before that, and being taller, it does. I mean, that is an advantage when it comes to running. And again, I mean, if you're gonna,
that doesn't mean against other men that's going to make you run, because you're taller within the distribution of men, and men compete against men. So men being taller doesn't mean men are going to play sports more because they're taller.
But socially they're conditioned to play sports more. That's what phenomenon is saying. That men are socially.
I say they're conditioned to play different types of sports. Like women are so conditioned to play certain sports.
Yeah, but no. In general, men are conditioned to play sports more. That's just the case. Women are conditioned to play sports like at least I'm Canadian, so ringette, softball, cheerleading, and trust me, like where I grew up rural Alberta. There were the amount of women who were into sports compared to the amount of men into sports. Pretty much every single school in my goddamn province that I've ever been to is very disproportionate.
But no, y'all keep bringing this point up that there are more men that play sports than women. Even if that's true, which I'm pretty sure it is, that you're saying that fact somehow deconstructs or dismantles the fact that men are stronger and faster than women. Like, who cares if there are more women?
I'm saying that's what you're saying. No, hold on. So I get the confusion. I'm saying that is one part of why there's a bunch of different reasons why, again, like you were saying that that you still see discrepancies at 7 to 11. Well, you're going to start to see changes of puberty at the higher end, and usually the record in 7 to 11 is going to be set by the people who are 11, who are at the higher ends of that. So they're going to already be starting the puberty. But also, again, it's going to be stuff like height differences between males and females that are just going to give male 7 to 11 children on average better results than female. And also, again, yeah, absolutely. What's up?
Did you know that the number that you've been telling us about, the 300 people, is really a advocacy group that is supporting that? It's not just like they found 312 individuals. They're all a part of an advocacy group that is
I said it was organized. You understand
that takes a lot of...
GS just dropped a bombshell that it was actually an organized group.
So 300 former collegiate athletes are part of an advocacy. That's still 300 former collegiate swimming female athletes. That's insane.
You're right that the fact that there's that many people on her own team, and then you go to I thought it was a random sample, but it's actually 312 people that are ideologically just pushing this issue regardless of it. It makes it look a bit different that a random sample of 16 people on her team was against it, whereas there's an organized group with their mission statement is, hey, I want this to happen in the world. So it just takes a lot of thunder out of your 312 number, given that there's like 150,000 people that probably could qualify to sign a petition on it. But so that's just weird to me that you're citing. You're basically saying there's an advocacy group at this point. You're not even saying like, oh,
Yes,
hey, broadly,
because
of course, if there's a trans integration sports advocacy group, of course they'd sign a petition that says we want the sport to be integrated.
Wow.
Yeah, a group that contains a few hundred of the tens of thousands of people that could qualify to
as
be
opposed to the 16 members of an entire college team, which we already know is going to be ideologically split, probably down the middle, who's probably going to have extreme people on both sides who are going to be economically incentivized not to speak on it.
Why would you assume that the college would be ideologically split down the middle?
Why would you
assume
you guys don't
because that's
think
the data
it's
that we have that would
significant?
suggest
No, it
You
isn't.
guys, hold on. You guys don't think it's significant that 300 collegiate female former and current athletes are part of an advocacy group for trans people? You don't think that that's significant that the group, or do you think that trans people, or do you think trans people like advocacy for trans people conspiracy? Like
breaking up. I
genuinely?
really want to answer you, but you're breaking up.
Do you think that it's significant that 300 former and current female collegiate swimming athletes formed an advocacy group for trans people? If that's what you're saying, because I haven't seen that anywhere, so I'm literally just taking you at your word. Don't you think that the fact that there was that much political will for them to form a group to fight for trans people in sports, don't you think that's significant?
Hold on, wait. I didn't say that these 312 people started the advocacy group. I
Okay,
said
so
that
I have
number
no
that
idea
you're
what you're
citing
getting this.
comes from I said that number that you're coming from comes from an advocacy group. I don't know how many of them were in the founding of it, but
Okay, so what you
idea-
said was just a lie. Okay, got it. So in addition, former swimmers signed their names to an open letter defending their ability to compete. That is not the same as saying that 312 people from an advocacy group.
We got to move on from this point.
That you were bringing that up is dumb.
We got to move on from this point. This point. GSU, you had a question. I remember you said you had a question for me.
Yeah,
so those that flow trace.
I was just about to say. Yeah, so I don't remember which one of these idiots said it, but somebody said that there's no social cost to being against the movement of integration of female sports. Do you think there's no social cost? Somebody said that. I can't remember. Somebody was talking to Doobie and they said, no, there's nothing.
You don't remember who said it? You don't remember what? We don't even really remember what exactly they said.
It looked a lot like Scarecrow.
This is.
I said there were economic incentives to not say anything on both sides because this is a divisive issue.
30% of what I said. So if you want me to repeat what I said, I'd love to. But what you're saying, this is something that what I said.
Did you say the statement that there's no social cost to being against it? Because that's whichever one of y'all said it said. I think it was
going once, going twice. Straw man made it up.
Hold on. It was So it was me that made like 50% of that statement. It was me who said that, but I made.
No, it wasn't.
Well, I'm telling you that I'm the person who said that there is little social.
No, you said reprimand. Phenomics said that there's no social cost to this. There's
very little social
absolutely
cost to being transphobic.
You just made it up.
Now you're repeating the statement. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. But Phenomics, you did say that.
Okay, someone.
No, I said that there was going to be equal. I said it was going to be on both sides, right? There's going to be an incentive not to say anything on both sides.
Suddenly all of their memories is spot on as to who exactly said it, but they couldn't really remember it earlier. I'm sorry.
That doesn't matter. Okay, so what was your question, GSU, to me?
Do you think there's any cost right now for a collegiate athlete to speak out against the integration of female sports?
With trans individuals, I think. Yes, I mean, yeah, I think there would definitely be a cost. I think we can't be honest. Like if we are pro taking some sort of cancel action against like a Karen, who makes life difficult for Black people just existing out in the world, like having a fucking barbecue or some shit, right? Then if that same type of energy is brought to this debate as well, right? So if someone speaks out and says they don't agree, whether they have malice or heart or not, they're definitely going to catch it, right? Like if Twitter gets a hold of it, you know it's coming, right? Now you could say whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, but there will be a cost. So I mean, got to be honest, right?
So
Ashley, you said you made half the statement. What was the half the statement that you made? Just
So,
clarify.
so I made half the statement. I said that. So what? So I guess my full statement would be that I guess that GSU and Doobie are vastly exaggerating the actual social cost there would
We
be to
can't
coming
even
out against.
hear you. I know it wasn't you.
My gain is turned all the way
I can hear them. I can hear them. Excuse me, hear them. Go ahead.
My gain is turned all the way up. I'm talking right into
Right-click
my
in their
mic.
name.
Better now.
Right. You're on Discord. Just right-click.
Yeah, you can just turn me up.
Okay.
No, it's not.
No, you're
it's
cutting
not
out. It's
volume.
not-
It's that you're cutting out.
It's your noise cancellation is like
Is
kind
it
of
the noise cancellation?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
yeah.
I managed to make out what you were saying, which is just that like there's not a really big social pressure. There is a social pressure, it's just not really big. Is what you're saying,
Okay,
right?
so sorry. So I think I fixed the problem. I'll repeat it again. I'll repeat what I meant. Is that I feel like you guys are vastly over exaggerating the social cost of coming out against trans athletes, and also that you guys are ignoring that there are just actually benefits to coming out against trans athletes. There's plenty of support and plenty of like media and political support out there for people who come out against trans athletes. And I also think that there should be a social cost for coming out agained trans athletes. That's entirely okay. There should be.
Okay, so we gotta move on. We got Flow Trace and then Neon. I want to hurry up and get you two in.
Yeah. Okay. I just want to ask a really short yes or no question to GSU and then Ash, if that's all right. And if you guys have objections to the question, just please hold them. I promise. I'm just gonna be nice and quick about this. Okay. So GSU, would it be a fair summation of your position to say something along the lines of you think that trans women competing in women's sports is going to be unfair to cis women, and it's going to lead to all sorts of warping of the essentially competitive integrity of the space?
Yeah, I think it's oppressive to cisgender women. Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Do you think? Okay. Do any of your positions about that descriptive reality change if it turns out that all these women on the swim team actually do support Lita? Does that at all?
Wait. The commentary on the support or the non-support of people on her team has nothing to do with the broader conversation about
it's just
should we do this to female
sports,
right?
Okay, yes. I really do not understand what the point of this conversation is. It just feels like
You just said the point. The point of this conversation is there's a significant portion of people who think that the integration of female sports is a bad thing for cisgender women. That's the point. Everything else is just commentary.
I understand that is the point, but I don't see the relevance of that point. 'Cause what I'm trying to get out here is that I don't think anyone's position on this is contingent on some amount of support. I don't think that if Ash pulls out some really good source, you and Doobie are still going to be like, we actually changed our mind. Or that if you or Doobie pulled out really good sources on like actually women in sports don't like this, that Ash or anyone else is going to change their position. It just feels like we're really wasting our time here.
Yeah, really good point actually.
Neon.
That's it.
Yeah, if that's how you feel. Cool.
I was about to say the exact same thing. I don't know why we keep talking about 16 people, 300 people, whatever the hell. The Gallup article, it's like less than 50% of women in the entire country. Now I did my best to look at the sample size, and I could only see that they do a minimum of 1,000 interviews. I'd have to look more into it, right? But it really just feels like this conversation is just people shadowboxing with ghosts, right? We at the when it comes down to it, the conversation is about the fairness, right? Like the fairness of whether or not like trans women should be able to compete with cis women, right?
And that's the question I asked that nobody on the other side wanted to answer.
Well, they have answered it a million times. Look, man, I've been watching. I just got in here. Please don't argue with me yet. I've been watching the stream for like an hour now. And really, you're defending like an imaginary group of people. And there's there's 5 cis women that have come out and spoken against, trans women in their sports league, whatever, right? Like you talking about this unfairness ghost that like doesn't even exist. It's just ridiculous.
Wait, you don't believe the data that shows that there are advantages that persist even after hormone replacement therapy and blah, blah, blah? You don't think that's ghost data to you?
There are physiological advantages for going through a male puberty, and only a lunatic would argue against that. But the data is inconclusive on how many years of HRT, how many years of endocrine therapy, so on and so forth, right? Whether or not people who do go through a male puberty have an advantage or a disadvantage in sports, and that's why this is a debate in the first place. It literally the data is inconclusive, and that's why it's
what's not inconclusive is that cisgender women are disadvantaged in sports against trans women on average.
How?
That's
No,
not
that's
that's
the
not
data
up for
that
debate.
Neon's talking about.
That is
Again,
absolutely in debate. Like that's
No,
the
it's
issue.
not.
So okay, hold on. So
Well, I'm
again,
glad you say that. But
I was just gonna say that. So again, like the data that Neon's referring to is something that I'm very intimately familiar with, and I can give you every single study on this. And studies range.
Yeah, me and Destiny posted all of ours. I was waiting on any of y'all to post anything.
Well,
Yeah.
you could have mentioned something that I wanted to look at.
I did, but I'll ask
You
it
didn't,
again.
man. But anyway, I want to again. So what I'll go is that there. So the main. I'll come back to what I was saying when I came on. The main difference between male and female sports performance when you adjust for height is going to be muscle mass. That's the main thing. Is that men have a much lower body fat percentage than women, and when we want to look into whether HRT, how much HRT affects muscle mass, because that's going to be the biggest thing, right? And so there are a bunch of it is inconclusive. There is a study that shows that appendicular body, like a lean body mass, is for trans women who after 2 years of HRT is similar to cis women, which just means that HRT has put that lean body mass at the same as cis women, so that there's no performative advantage. But then there are other studies that show that
Are you getting quieter for anyone else? Now you're getting
quieter. Every time, that's why I get frustrated. But
I'm so sorry, guys.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
I'm really trying my best.
No problem. Even in the beginning, I said,
but
no,
we will never be able. I mean, we did it. We solved it. Hooray! We did the thing. Hooray!
No.
Okay, to my
we
audience.
all agreed in the end.
Tomorrow, we're going like Sunday night, right? Unfortunately, oh my god. Yeah, I mean Sunday night, 8 p.m. Eastern. We're going to have a debate tournament. I'm gonna have a few people on. We got a cash prize, $1,200 to the winner. So it's gonna be fun. Come check it out. Right, it's gonna be a thing that's gonna run over a few weeks. So I want you to be there. It's gonna be like a lot of people from DGG will be around. So come join us for that. If you haven't done so yet, hit that follow button. And that's hit that follow button. Make sure and let's make sure notifications are on so you know I'm going live. !social and chat. For our social media, we got your Twitter where we tweet things, including about this, right? So to keep track what's happening, check out the Twitter. Discord, where we do everything happens in Discord. Jump in, be a part of the community, and finally we have YouTube. If you missed any of this, or any of our other past debates on trans women in sports, holy shit, check out our YouTube, hit up the VOD, and also join us for when we're doing gaming on YouTube on Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. Okay, thank you all so much. Yep.
From one thing, so I think there's still spaces in this tournament open. And of course, they want people available as a backup, if somebody drops out in the first round. So if you guys are interested, reach out to Prime and maybe we can get you in touch with this.
Oh, hell yeah.
We'll get you on. So
Okay,
$1,200 prize.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
All right, yeah. Let's do it. Let's compete for money and fame and
I like money.
Women or men, non-binaries, whatever. So all right, let's thank you so much. I'm going to raid. Let's raid some. We've been high keyed, right? Let's raid someone who's doing something chill. Let's hit up our friend Monda Scott.
I was just gonna say Monda. Cool.
Yeah, exactly. Monda. Oh, well, great line. Great.